The story begins with a pretty girl walking with her camping gear through the wild desert. She was in the last protected natural site in Huaxia. The tourist with a stick in her hand looked intently ahead. She said in a thoughtful voice that was all. The stranger looked down in front of her. She was looking for someone. There was some stomping from the side. Suddenly, several huge animals appeared on the road. They ran forward towards the man. The tourist was very scared when she saw wild animals in front of her. The bear swung his paw and prepared to hit the girl. He wanted to pass by her. The stranger closed her eyes in fear and put her hand forward. She decided that she was going to die now. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy appeared from the side. He jumped up together with the dog. The guy suddenly jumped up sharply and landed on the head of a huge predator. He nailed him to the ground. The stranger nailed the bear to the ground and said in a displeased voice that he had come running here again. The guy looked closely and noticed an unfamiliar girl next to him. There was a small dog next to him. The tourist looked at the guy in surprise. The main character was sitting on the bear's back. His dog was next to him. Mo Chin pointed his finger at the frightened girl and shouted to the delighted dog Milky that there was a person from the outside world next to them. The guy stroked his dog. The girl looked at him with fear and called his name Chin Mo. The main character was very surprised. He could not understand how the tourist could know his name. The girl returned with the guy to the abandoned and destroyed city. There were many ruins around. The old man opened the cup of tea. He asked the girl, did she really find his grandson Chin Mo? The guest smiled at the old man in fear and said that she had found the guy. The protagonist happily thought that he would finally be able to explore the outer world. The girl looked at the various people in the room in surprise. They looked sinister. She realized that these were the people who had been looking for me for the past 20 years. The owner strictly demanded that the girl prove to him that the guy really was mine. The old man looked sternly at the girl and warned her of the consequences if she lied to them. The owner and his accomplices threatened the girl that they would kill her if she lied to them. The guest looked at the people in fear. She realized that everything could not be resolved so easily. The girl calmed down. She told her partners in a stern voice that she had evidence. The girl pointed her hand at the surprised protagonist. She said that the guy had the same face as his mother. Mo was very surprised when he heard that his mother had just been remembered. The people in the room were surprised. They looked at the main character attentively and silently. The old man and his friends shouted menacingly that the girl was right. I said with excitement that he must have inherited some traits from his father as well. An old man came up from the side. He called the main character in an excited voice. The guy looked at him in fear. The owner slyly looked at the guy and said that he needed to be sent to the outside world. There he would begin his training. As a result, the guy would be able to overcome his future limit. Mo was very surprised. He admiringly named Grandpa Long. The main character bowed to the old man and shouted in a joyful voice that he would not let him down. The old lady in the fancy suit told the boy that he should practice making love pills. He could also bring a couple of pretty girls after returning. The boy reminded Grandma Luo in a frightened voice that all this was punishable by law. The man in glasses advised the boy to be smart about betting at the casino. Mo, in a disgruntled voice, reminded Grandpa Yun that he never thought about it when he cheated. An old man with a green pan in his hands with tears in his eyes told the boy that the food on the street was very disgusting. He should cook his own food. Mo shouted discontentedly to his relative that his snot was falling into the pan. The man was sitting at his laptop. He told the guy that if he didn't have enough money, he could hack some bank. Mo explained to the old man gang that he would never do that. The girl looked at the people in the room in surprise and did not understand who they were. The main character and his companion waved goodbye to their relatives. They were on the street. Long said in a dissatisfied voice that today, what was supposed to happen happened. It could have been that old man Ching found out that they were raising his grandson. The old woman Luo told her partner that they could only hope that the protagonist would be able to fulfill his cherished wish. The old man shouted in a loud voice that the boy would become the best master in Huajia. The main character arrived in the city at that time. 3 days later, Mo and his companion arrived in Huaxia and Dragon City. The streets around were full of people. The girl and the guy approached a luxurious house. She invited him inside. Mo was amazed by the expensive mansion. Next to him was his happy Milky. The main character stood near the club with flowers and admired her. A car drove through a puddle behind him. A car driving by at full speed splashed the main character with water near the flower bed. The girl and the guy went inside the house. She shouted to Aunt Jang that her clothes were dirty. The woman shouted to her relative to go upstairs and clean herself up in the bathroom. The main character was walking down the corridor, looking for a bathroom for himself to wash himself. The guy approached the door and prepared to open it. He heard a suspicious noise coming from it. The main character stretched out his hand and prepared to open the door nearby. He looked inside carefully. Mo got scared and worried. He saw his girlfriend washing herself inside the bathroom. The girl was very scared when she saw an unexpected guest in her bathroom. Late in the evening, inside the Shu household, people were sitting at the table having dinner. The girl at the table was very unhappy. He asked his mother, "Is it really the orphan sitting next to them, for whom she went through hell and returned?" The mother sternly asked her daughter how she dared to say such words. The angry man shouted at the woman to shut up. The owner told the woman that he was unhappy because they would have to be kind to the boy and pay for his food and lodging. The landlady told the man that he shouldn't have said that in front of the child. Mo calmed down Auntie Jiang and told her that everything was fine. Aunt Jiang handed the main character a treat with chopsticks. She suggested that the guy go to his mother tomorrow. Mo thanked her. The next day, the main character and his companions were driving along a mountain road in a car. Mo arrived at the cemetery. He approached the graves together with the woman. Jiang showed the boy the graves of his parents. Mo looked at the gravestones with great surprise and interest. The guy near the graves asked Aunt Jiang why his parents could have died. The aunt told the boy that she had been friends with his mother for many years, but the woman refused to tell her anything. Mo looked ahead carefully. He asked Auntie Jiang to step aside. He wanted to be alone. The woman turned around and looked at the guy carefully. She told him that she would move away. The main character stood for a long time near his parents' grave and looked at them attentively. Jiang stepped aside at that time. The main character put his hand on his parents' grave. He thought that he had come here to see them. A group of strangers appeared from the side. They approached the main character. A man in a yellow suit shouted in a joyful voice that someone had taken the place where Old Man Zhao was supposed to be buried. The stranger put his hand on the grave. He said in an angry voice that someone had taken this place from the Feng Shui treasury. The man kicked the main character with all his might and shouted at him to get out of here. Mo sat quietly near the grave. He lit incense and told the man not to interfere with him honoring the dead. The stranger turned to the side. He looked angrily at the guy and laughed very loudly. The man swung his arm and prepared to kick the guy. He shouted that Mo was not worthy of the Feng Shui treasury. The man kicked the incense sticks with all his might and they flew off. Mo was still kneeling next to him. The stranger shouted in a stern voice at the main character that they would kill him if he interfered in their affairs. The main character jumped to his feet abruptly. The man examined him carefully. The stranger swung his hand to the side. He shouted at the main character to get out of here. Mo swung his arm wide with all his might. He hit the surprised man on the head. The stranger was very scared. He grabbed his face with his hand and looked angrily at the guy. The main character swung his arm and hit the stranger with all his might again. He angrily told him that disturbing a person's peace is a grave sin. The man came to his senses. He got angry and angrily asked the guy how dare he. Mo swung his arm and kicked his opponent with all his might. He angrily told him that he had disgraced his parents. The main character kicked the man with all his might and he crashed into the wall. He punished him for wanting to dig up his parents. There was a dark evil aura around the main character. He shouted at the stranger that he would die. The old man, after being hit by the guy, fell to the ground from the tree in fright. The people in the cemetery were scared. They looked around and didn't know what to do next. The old man came to his senses. He rose from the ground and shouted to Captain Zhao about a plot of land in the city. The stranger pointed his finger at the protagonist. He demanded that the captain secure this place. The man thought about it. He decided that when it came to burying his grandfather, there were no shortcuts. Captain Zhang turned to the boy and asked, "For what price can he sell the land?" Mo turned around and sternly asked his partner what would happen if he didn't do this. The man jumped up on the ground and leaned his hand against the tree. He shouted that there was no such treasure of feng shui that he could not get his hands on. The protagonist laughed evilly. He asked the old man, "Is he really a feng shui master?" The stranger shouted in an angry voice that he was the #1 feng shui master of the Dragon City. His name was Tai Jing. The protagonist took out a small magic blade from his pocket. He prepared to use the skill of 9 stars feng shui jutsu. Tai shouted to the boy in a frightened voice that the 9-star jutsu is one of the ancient jutsu of this world. But this skill has been lost for many years. The main character took out sharp blades. He inserted them into his hand between his fingers. Tai looked at the guy in fear. The main character launched blades at him. He used the Sky Demon, the Wolf Soul, and the Phoenix Dance. The guy took out a small magic amulet with a spell written on it. It activated 9 stars. The protagonist threw the talisman aside and shouted for the stars to come. Flying blades rained down from above. Tai was very surprised and amazed. He realized that in front of him were indeed the 9 stars of Feng Shui Jutsu. Mo launched his magic blades towards him. Feng Shui represented the potential of the stars. If the blue and red flames can be together, then it represents the perfect balance of Feng Shui. The old man looked at the main character in surprise. He thought with fear that he could not even call him his master. Tai fell to his knees and folded his hands above his head. He asked the heavenly master for forgiveness. Mo looked angrily at the strangers and shouted that there was no treasure here. The guy demanded that the people get lost. Tai shouted to Captain Zhao in a frightened voice that he could not allow himself to insult such a person. The man looked at the boy carefully. He decided that this child could really help them. Zhang bowed to the main character and apologized for his rudeness. He asked the guy to save his grandfather. Mo answered the man that Grandpa would die tonight. He didn't want to save him. Zhang, in a frightened voice, demanded that the protagonist help save his grandfather. He promised compensation from the family and to leave the guy a plot of land in the cemetery with graves. Mo looked at the man and thought that he would now be his friend. The boy remembered that Lo's grandmother had told him to use his medical education to help everyone. The protagonist pointed out sternly to the man that now we are talking about disrespect to his parents. He demanded that Zhang send people to the cemetery who will clean and worship these graves for 3 years without stopping. The man promised the boy that he would do everything for him. After saving the grandfather, he is ready to send people here for 10 years. In the evening, the main character arrived at the hospital in the Department of Life and Management of Cardiovascular Diseases. The man came in and asked Dr. Zhu how his grandfather was doing. The doctor explained to the man with a sly smile that old man Zhao would not live more than a month. The man pointed his hand at the main character. He said that this guy wants to look at his grandfather's condition. Zhu looked at the guy with displeasure. He decided that Zhao Qing did not trust him completely. The doctor strictly demanded that the guy show him his practicing doctor's certificate. Mo explained to his partner that he had neither a title nor an academic degree. Zhu asked the guy with displeasure why he was working there. The main character calmly explained to the surprised people that he had never gone to school before. Zhang looked at the boy in amazement. He couldn't believe that Mo had never gone to school. Zhu laughed slyly and pointed his finger forward. He told the man that he wanted to entrust the life of a relative into the hands of an uneducated guy. The doctor pointed his finger sternly at the main character and shouted that he wanted to see what this boy was capable of. The main character was inside the Dragon City Hospital. He was heading to the patient's room. Mo walked into the intensive care unit. Grandpa Zhao was lying unconscious on the bed. The main character approached the patient lying on the bed and extended his hand to measure his pulse. I measured the patient's hand in my hand. He realized that the grandfather's blood had coagulated in his brain. The main character took out his needle. He thought that he needed to add some qi to the patient's body and cleanse the veins. The frightened Dr. Z warned the guy that if he made a mistake, he would die right there. Mo turned around and told the people in the room that he needed 100 live poison centipedes as a medical supplement. The doctors looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't believe the main character's words. The doctors shouted to the man in surprise that the centipedes were very poisonous. The guy could not cure the patient with the help of such insects. Ji laughed to himself very maliciously and joyfully. He realized that the main character would not be able to save his grandfather. The doctor pointed his finger sternly at the main character. He shouted at the guy in an angry voice that the saliva of poisonous centipedes is very poisonous. He will die if the saliva touches his body. Zhu pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that he was sent by Old Man Zhao's enemies to kill the patient. The doctor told the man that Old Man Zhao had a lot of enemies and a lot of people wanted him dead. He had to be careful. Zhao looked ahead with excitement. He thought about it and realized that Dr. Zhu was right. The man pointed his finger at the main character with displeasure and told the guards to take the guy away. Fighters ran up from the side and wanted to throw the main character out of the ward. Mo waved them off with his hands and said that he would leave himself. Mo walked past the man. He told him in a quiet voice as he walked that his grandfather would die tonight, and it would be his fault. The protagonist walked out the door with the guards. The doctor said to Captain Zhao in an angry voice that he could rest with him. The main character was brought to the prison of the Dragon City. Guards with batons walked along the corridors. The guards put the main character in a cell. They accused him of wanting to kill Old Man Zhao. The prisoners greeted the main character. One of them asked the guy what he had done. I told the prisoners in a calm voice that he wanted to save someone, and instead he was arrested. The prisoner laughed loudly. The main character sat near the wall in the cell. He said in a calm voice that he himself was surprised by all this. The criminal extended his hand to the guy. He shouted that it was a very pleasant feeling. The frightened man asked the bandit in a breaking voice what he was doing. The criminal threw the soap on the floor. He slyly asked the guy to pick it up. Mo, frightened, moved his leg to the side. The main character angrily pointed his hand at the bandit and sternly told him to move away from him. The prisoner shouted in a dissatisfied voice at the guy not to blame him for what he was about to do. In the cell with the main character, screams were heard and traces of a fight. The guards happily listened to the noise from the cell. One of them said that the prisoners, Gela Oza, were breaking into a new child. The man was inside the city hospital in a ward with his grandfather Zhang. The nurse ran out of the room into the corridor. She turned to Dr. Zhu and Mr. Zhao. She said that they had problems. The nurse shouted in an excited voice that the heart rate on the old man's monitor had dropped. Zhu listened to these words with a frightened expression along with the man. Zhang ran into the room and looked at the old man's body on the bed. He grabbed the doctor by the clothes and sternly said that his grandfather should have lived for another month. The doctor did not know what was happening. He explained to his partner in a frightened voice that the patient might have fainted. There was still hope. Zhang looked angrily at the doctors and sternly asked, "What else are they expecting?" The doctor shouted to his colleagues to get the defibrillator ready. Another medic said in a frightened voice that all this would cause shock and the doctor would bleed to death. The man was disappointed and scared. He stood near the door and thought to himself discontentedly that there was no other way. Suddenly, the man remembered the main character. The guy told him that if his grandfather died tonight, it would be his fault. Zhang turned to his subordinate and sternly demanded that he prepare 100 centipedes. After that, they had to go to prison. The guards were sitting near the prison gates and were busy playing. One of them said that everything around was suspiciously quiet. The guards were completely absorbed in the game. They were surprised that the screams in the cell suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, a car pulled up from the side and braked. The guards looked at it in surprise. The car door opened. The guards suddenly stood at attention and greeted the guest. The man demanded in a stern voice that the guards take him to the new prisoner. The guard asked the guest with displeasure why he had arrived so late. The man angrily demanded that the guard tell him where the new guy was. The guard calmly pointed to the side with his hand and explained to the guest that the prisoner had been moved to a prison cell on the lake. The man thought to himself, very frightened about Oz's prison cell. Zhang remembered with horror that Oz's cell was the most terrible in the entire prison. Inside it were very cruel prisoners. Zhang ran forward very quickly into the prison cell. He thought that if someone happened to the Heavenly Master, he would die. The man was running down the corridor at full speed. He ran up to the camera and looked inside. Zhang looked inside the cell with great attention and interest. He did not understand what was happening there. The man looked into the cell and was surprised to see the main character resting and relaxing there. The prisoners were serving him. I looked happily at the man and greeted him very cheerfully. The patient was lying inside the hospital unconscious. Soon the man Zhang arrived there, along with the main character. The main character ran into the ward. He looked at the patient and demanded that they prepare 100 pots for him. Very soon, 100 clay pots stood in front of the main character. Inside the oven were incense made from excellent medicinal herbs. After that, Mo lit the fire. The main character threw a match, and the entire 100 pots next to him burst into flames. The doctors looked at the boy with great astonishment. One of them said in fear that this art had been lost at the end of the Han Dynasty. Mo stretched out his hand and shouted that it was time to start. There was a bright fire around him. Ji looked at the main character with great astonishment. He couldn't understand where the guy learned to use such complex magic. Zhang looked at the main character from the side more and more attentively. He gradually began to believe him. The main character continued to activate magic spells. There was fire around him. The doctor on the side was watching the guy closely. Mo opened his eyes and activated the condensation. The people in the room looked up in amazement. They saw a fire there. The main character stood and looked up attentively. There a bright flame was raging. The fire inside the hospital room grew brighter. Suddenly, a yellow pill appeared from it. Mo extended his hand forward and a pill flew towards him. The amazed doctors watched him from the side. The pill flew over the boy's hand. He turned around and told the man that the medicine had to be taken with the poison of the living centipedes. Zhang turned to the boy and said in a cheerful voice that they could begin. There was an insect sitting on the bowl along with a yellow pill. The doctor asked the guy with excitement, "Does he really want to give the medicine?" along with a live centipede to the patient? Zhang turned around and asked the doctor with displeasure to tell him if he had a better idea for treatment. Mo opened the patient's mouth and loaded the insect inside along with the magic pill. People stood near the patient's bed. They closely monitored his condition. The medical equipment turned on. It showed that the patient was beginning to revive. Zhang and the doctors were very surprised that the patient's cardiac cycle had resumed. Someone shouted that the guy's medicine could really save his grandfather. The patient was lying on the bed. He came to and called out to Qin in a weak voice. Zhang fell to his knees in front of the bed and called out to his grandfather. The man told his grandfather with tears in his eyes that he had finally woken up. Zhang told the patient that he had been saved by the Heavenly Master. The patient turned around in surprise. He asked the man to let his savior come inside the room. The old man sat up in bed. He told the main character in a joyful voice that he would never have thought that at his age he would meet such an amazing person. Mo replied to the grandfather that he was flattering him. Zhang suddenly bowed to the protagonist. He asked for forgiveness for his reckless behavior. The man told the main character in a cheerful voice that he was glad that he had a good time in prison. Mo looked at his partner with displeasure and said that he was doing fine. The guy remembered how in prison, in his cell, prisoners suddenly attacked him from all sides. Angry criminals rushed at the guy from all sides to grab him. I neutralized the bandits. They all knelt before them and asked for forgiveness. The main character felt fear when he remembered what the prisoners wanted to do to him. The old man bowed to the main character and said that everyone should apologize to him for the slander and for what he had managed to survive. Mo slyly turned to the side. He happily told the old man that he remembered something. A security guard entered the room with boxes. The man asked the protagonist to accept these gifts as gratitude. He promised to bring another gift soon. Mo waved his hand and said that he did not need gifts. Healers did not want to receive material values. The guy remembered to himself that this is exactly what his grandmother Lo taught him. The man looked at the main character in surprise. He was surprised by his refusal of gifts. The protagonist told his partners that his business here was done. He didn't need to stay here any longer. Mo thought to himself that if he returned home very late, Auntie Jean would be very worried. Zhang shouted after the main character to wait. He never found out his name. Mo went to the exit. He waved goodbye and told the man his name. The old man sat up abruptly in bed. He was shocked when he heard the main character's name. The patient thought happily to himself that the guy had looked very noble in his youth. He decided that his family should establish good relations with him. Late in the evening, the girl walked along the corridors of her mansion. The dissatisfied girl stood near the wall. She felt very hungry. Her mother did not want to cook food until the main character returned. The young mistress stopped and listened carefully. She heard someone breathing to the side. The amazed girl turned around and saw the main character sitting naked in a meditative pose with his dog next to him. The girl angrily shouted at the frightened guy that he was a pervert. The frightened protagonist explained to Miss Shu in a trembling voice that he was just training here. Shu was unhappy. She hit the main character in the face with her hand. A little later, the girl sat and looked at the guy from the side with displeasure. Zhang stood in the center of the room and was talking to someone on the phone very happily. Mo felt deeply guilty. He was mistaken for a pervert just because he was naked. The hostess suddenly turned around and loudly called the main character by name. Zhang happily told the boy that he would go to school tomorrow. Shu was very surprised when she heard such words from her mother. Mo calmly replied that he agreed. The main character, accompanied by the girl Shu, arrived at the entrance to the school. Shu asked her mother, displeased and very capriciously. What was she thinking about? The girl did not want to go to the same school as the main character. Other students were watching all this from the side. The girl strictly demanded that my father not tell anyone that they lived in the same house. The student was surprised when he heard that the new boy and Shu lived in the same house. He decided that he should tell his older brother Qian about this. The main character entered the classroom. He bowed and greeted everyone. The students looked at each other cheerfully. Someone said that the main character was rustic and old-fashioned. The coach held a list of students in her hands. She thought that the main character would drag them to the very bottom at the fighting tournament. The woman decided that if Mo failed the exams, she would throw him out of school. The main character asked the teacher where he should sit. The woman told the guy that he should just find a free seat for himself. A student in the audience whispered to Qian that the newcomer lived in the same building as Xu Yan. The main character put his hand on the table and said that there was an empty space there. In front of him sat a disgruntled student. Qian told the protagonist in an angry voice that the girl Xu Yan belonged to him. The student suddenly swung his leg and hit the table with books with all his might. I dodged to the side in time. Qian pointed his hand at the protagonist. He shouted at him to stay away from his girlfriend. The main character turned around and looked very angrily at the student opposite him. The student felt a strong fear. He threatened the main character that he would break his leg. Qian was very unpleasantly surprised when he realized that the main character simply glanced at him. The students were standing in the corner of the classroom. Someone said in an angry voice that Chang was the superstar of their class. Now he would show the main character his place. Qian got angry. He turned to the main character and called him a country bumpkin. A student came up to the side and told his friend that a martial arts tournament was about to start. Then they would deal with the main character. Chiang pointed sternly at the main character with his hand. He threatened him that he would deal with him after the tournament. People were sitting in the stands at the arena. The participants were preparing for the annual friendly tournament. The Physical Education Department of Huasi University and the Martial Arts Academy participated. A female student, Li, ran up from the side and greeted her friend. Xiao asked the girl with displeasure why she had come so early. The girls were sitting on the podium and happily chatting with each other. Li said to her friend in a cheerful voice that Liu Qiang was the strongest person in the class. So it was not yet clear who would win. A group of students were walking across the field. Qiang turned to the side. He happily noticed that the girl was looking at him. He decided to give her a good performance. Liu slyly told her friend that the guy was still chasing her. Xu displeasedly told her friend that Chang had already gotten on her nerves. The student turned around and told the protagonist not to drag them to the bottom when they were fighting. Zhu thought angrily that the main character was bullied on his first day at school. Huge athletes appeared in the arena. It was the Martial Arts Academy. The spectators looked at the participants with admiration. Someone said that the captain of this team is the champion of the Dragon Fort. The host shouted to the audience from the stage that the tournament consists of 7 rounds. The winner will be the one who remains in the ring last. The host told the participants that one of them had to defeat the man from the Martial Arts Academy. The participants of the first round came out on stage. One of them was Fat Man with a huge stick. The teacher shouted at the boys that they had to win this year. The student promised the woman that they would do everything. The referee entered the ring. He waved his arms and shouted to the fighters that the tournament was officially declared open. The battle began. The angry student rushed forward at his opponent with a stick. He shouted at the fighter that he would show him how much strength he had gained after training for a year. The fat man swung his stick sharply and hit his opponent with all his might. He knocked him down. The female spectators were frightened and excited. The student lay unconscious on the ground after being hit by his opponent. The fat man angrily told his rivals that they must put in all their efforts to achieve something. A frightened student in glasses ran onto the stage. He grabbed a stick and prepared to fight against the fighter. The fat man suddenly rushed forward and began to attack his opponent with a weapon. The student swung his stick sharply to the side. His opponent managed to quickly run away somewhere. The fat man hit the fighter with his stick with all his might. The host announced that the Martial Arts Academy had won the second round. The student fell to his knees. In a frightened voice, he asked his opponent for forgiveness. The fat man stood with a stick. He said in a dissatisfied voice that this was all that Huasi University could do to counter them. The winner glared at his rivals, calling them one big pile of trash. A group of disgruntled students stood near the table. The host shouted that the Martial Arts Academy had won 5 rounds in a row. The spectators in the stands were very unhappy. The girl shouted for Chang to show his true strength. The student was excited. He realized that he could lose. He couldn't show his bad performance to his girlfriend either. The student came up and humbly asked Kong's brother to give in to them and give him a chance to win. Chang bowed to his opponent. He knew he couldn't let his girlfriend see him lose. Kong angrily told his rivals that if they wanted to save face, their people had to start serving them. They could talk about it later. The student turned around. He angrily asked the main character why he was still standing there. The fighter extended his hand forward towards the main character. Mohi approached the fat man and handed him a bottle of water. The athlete extended his hand towards it. The fat man suddenly dropped the bottle of water from his hand, and it began to fall down. The angry fighter threw his towel at the guy, causing him to spill water on his clothes. The athlete sternly demanded that the main character kneel before them and apologize. The main character turned around and asked the athlete with displeasure, "Did he really want him to kneel?" Mo slowly reached his hand to his face and grabbed the towel. He turned to his opponent. The main character turned around and angrily asked the student, "Did he really think he had several lives?" The participants of the next fight were standing in the grand arena. The spectators were watching everything that was happening with excitement. The student turned around and asked his friend what was going on downstairs. The girl on the podium said excitedly that the new guy had angered the martial arts student. Chiang stood aside and laughed loudly. He told the protagonist that he was really funny. The glove fighter shouted to his friends to listen to what the guy was saying. Qian stretched out his hand. He demanded that the protagonist kneel down and apologize to Lun. Fat Lun stood in the arena with a huge stick. He told the main character to come out and try to defeat him. He promised the guy that if he won, he would apologize to him on his knees. The fighter viciously threatened the guy that he would simply crush him with his belly. A man with a microphone ran up from the side. He shouted that the sports department was not afraid of a strong enemy and was sending new participants. The man asked the woman, "What is the name of the new fighter?" The trainer responded that the participant would be excluded anyway. The people in the stands were surprised. Someone shouted excitedly that the sports department wanted to set up a random amateur. The man raised his hand up and shouted to the participants to get ready. The fat man suddenly rushed forward at the main character. He decided to crush him. Mo swung his arm and hit his opponent with all his might with a powerful blow of his hand. He didn't have time to say anything. The spectators in the stands and other athletes were very surprised when they saw Lu fall after the blow. The athlete was amazed. He couldn't understand how the guy was able to knock down his opponent with one move. The main character stood with his hand outstretched near the body of a lifeless warrior. A very shocked judge looked at all this from the side. The main character looked sternly to the side and asked who else wanted to go against him. Suddenly, a fighter with long hair jumped into the arena from the side. He was ready to continue fighting against Mo. The fighter suddenly rushed forward. He shouted at his opponent that he was doomed to lose in a fight with him. The student was warming up his hands. He happily shouted to his friend Yan Chen to beat the guy up. The main character swung his fist wide. He hit Yan in the head with all his might. The fighter flew far to the side after a very powerful blow from his opponent. The other athletes stood to the side and were amazed. Yan flew out of the ring after a powerful blow. After that, he lost. Mo remained standing in the arena. The athlete was amazed. He couldn't understand how the main character could defeat someone who was even stronger than Li Chaolin in one blow. The main character turned to the side. He told the fighters in a stern voice not to waste his time. Mo looked sternly at his opponents and said that they could all attack him at once. The fighters rushed forward towards the main character. One of them shouted at the guy that he was looking for certain death. The amazed spectators in the stands watched the battle closely. Qiang thought to himself with great surprise that the new student turned out to be a very good fighter. The amazed judge stood in the arena. He looked at the main character with surprise. The man shouted in a loud voice that the guy was very strong. The judge raised his hand up. He prepared to announce the winner of the martial arts competition. The people in the stands were very amazed. The performance was simply incredible for them. Li looked at the guy and shouted that he was very attractive. Next to her sat an amazed Shu. In the evening, the main character was returning home. A crowd of admirers was running after him. They wanted to be his students. The main character hid around the corner. He decided not to stick his head out. A crowd ran past him along the street. The guy heard someone's loud scream from the side. The girl demanded that her friend not call her anymore. The girl angrily demanded on the phone that her friend stop bothering her family. Mo was sitting in the corner near the piles of garbage. The girl came up and looked at him in surprise. The main character sat silently next to a stranger. She angrily told him that she would not give him her contacts on the internet. The main character didn't answer the stranger. She looked at his face with displeasure. On a clear day, the main character was walking down the street. There were a lot of people around. His dog was running next to him. An unfamiliar girl came up from the side and called the dog to her. Mo turned around in surprise. The stranger sat down and handed the dog a small piece of food in her hand. The main character recognized the girl from yesterday in front of him. Milky ate the pie very quickly. After that, he immediately threw up. The girl got scared. Mo asked his pet with displeasure what he was doing. The main character grabbed his dog in his arms. He explained to the stranger in a frightened voice that the dog did not do all this on purpose. The stranger told the main character in a displeased voice that he had used his dog on purpose. The girl explained to her partner that she would not give him any of her contacts or any information about herself. She accused the guy of using a dog to get close to her. The main character stood and held his dog in his arms. He could not understand what the stranger was telling him. A group of unfamiliar fighters in suits and with weapons appeared from the side. Their leader pointed his hand at the girl Chen Wan and angrily told her that he was looking for her. The guy asked his frightened girlfriend in an anxious voice why she hung up. The leader told the girl in a joyful voice that he wanted her to make pancakes for him with her own hands. The guy turned to the food vendor behind the counter and shouted that he wanted the girl to feed him. She yelled at the guy Wang Xianu in a very angry voice to respect his elders. She remembered that the last time this guy came, he broke their booth. Van rushed forward and grabbed the girl's hand with all his strength. He threatened her that he would not let her go today. Suddenly, the main character appeared from the side. He stretched out his hands forward and grabbed the hooligan with them. Van was very surprised when he saw Mo in front of him, who sharply twisted his arms to the side. Van was very surprised and amazed when he realized that the guy in front of him was very strong. He demanded out loud that Mo let him go quickly. The main character continued to hold the bully's hand. He turned to the surprised girl and said that he did not mean at all that he loved her. Van angrily shouted from the side at the guy that he was ignoring him. Mo let go of the bully's hand. He jumped aside and angrily asked the guy, "Does he really want to play the hero again?" In response, the main character calmly explained to his partner that he wanted to make pancakes for him. Mo looked slyly at his partner and told him that he would cook food for him. Van looked angrily at the main character and asked, "Can he really make pancakes for him?" Mo stood on the street and began to quickly cook food. A guy looked at him from the side in surprise. The workers looked at the main character with surprise. A man on the side said that the guy controls the heating and maintains the balance. Shirley stood to the side, very surprised. It was the first time she saw someone cook like that. She was impressed. The main character cooked a huge dish on an outdoor stove. The smell was coming from it in all directions. The passers-by were very happy. Someone said in a joyful voice that the Chen family's pancakes smelled very good. Van looked ahead with great fear and surprise. He felt a strong aroma. The main character held food in his hands. He asked the bully if he wanted to eat. Van sternly demanded that the guy give him a portion. The main character swung his arm and threw the food straight into the bully's face. Van shouted loudly that it was hot. The leader shouted in an angry voice to his subordinates to beat up the main character. The angry fighters ran forward with their weapons. She came up to the guy from the side and shouted at him to run away. She warned him that the hooligans would beat him half to death. The main character grabbed a small food shovel with his hands. He shouted to the fighters to come. I suddenly started throwing a pancake at the hooligans running towards me. The bandits fell to the ground. They were badly burned by the pancakes. The main character deftly twisted a pancake on his hand. He angrily asked the guy, "Does he still want to eat?" Van fearfully stretched out his hand forward and explained that he was completely full. The hooligans started to run away. I shouted after them to be careful. Van looked very angrily to the side. He told himself that he had disgraced himself today. Mo stood calmly and watched the hooligans leave. Van shouted something angrily at him as he said goodbye. Van viciously threatened the main character from a distance that he would return and take revenge on him. The worker came up and shook the main character's hand. He thanked him for his help. I answered the man that it was not such a big deal. She reminded father with great displeasure that the main character had spent all their dough. The man calmed the girl down and said that she couldn't be angry with the guy. Wang ran to his brother Bao and shouted in a frightened voice for him to avenge him. The Bao fighter looked angrily ahead. He shouted for the main character to be left to him. The main character was walking down the street with his new girlfriend. His companion told the guy that he should hurry up and hide. Mo asked his partner with displeasure why he should hide. Chen excitedly told the guy that Wang Hu belongs to a martial arts sect. He might get into trouble because of this. The girl told the guy that she would not love him just because he helped her. She ran very sharply to the side. She demanded that the guy not follow her. Mo looked after his girlfriend. He did not understand why he could follow her. The main character reached his hands deep into his trousers and pulled out a huge sword. The passers-by were very surprised. Mo crouched down and swung the blade. He started swinging it in all directions on the street. Then he jumped up and swung the blade in flight. At this time, bandits ran up from the side. Van demanded in an angry voice that Bao take revenge for them. The big guy shouted in a joyful voice that as soon as he saw the main character, he would break all his bones. Van shouted joyfully to the big guy on the side that the main character would be scared of him as soon as he saw him. Van and a group of fighters walked around and could not find the main character. At this time, Mo stood to the side and yawned. The hooligan stopped in surprise. He shouted to his accomplices that the man they needed was in front of them. Mo turned around and angrily asked the hooligans, "Didn't they have enough pancakes?" Van stretched out his hand forward. He shouted to the protagonist that he called his man to kill him. The fierce Bao ran up to the guy. There was fire around him. He sternly accused the protagonist of beating his brothers. Mo looked at the big guy with displeasure and sternly asked what he wanted. Bai told the main character in an angry voice that he wanted 20,000 in compensation from him. A crowd of passers-by appeared from the side. One of them said that the main character was unlucky to run into the Who sect. The main character looked angrily at the big guy. He said that he wanted to extort money from him. Bai shouted angrily at the guy that he had been thinking for a long time. Mo asked the bandit with displeasure what would happen if he refused him. The hooligans rushed forward at the main character. They were preparing to beat him to death. Bao ran ahead. A crowd began to gather around. Suddenly, a car drove up and stopped. An old man, Liu, got out of the car. His bodyguard in a black suit stood next to him. The guard asked the gentleman what kind of work of art he wanted to see for himself. Liu said in a thoughtful voice that it didn't matter which painting he gave his friend. He wanted to see everything for himself. Liu saw a crowd on the side. He told his fighter that they needed to see what was going on here. The bandits rushed at the main character in a group. There was a crowd of spectators standing around. Liu looked at the main character and the hooligans next to him with great fear. Liu from the side watched with great interest the fight between the main character and the hooligans. Suddenly, the old man's body suddenly grew bigger and his clothes were torn. He shouted that this was a lively scene and he couldn't control himself. Liu took out paper and a brush with a sharp movement. He prepared to paint a fight scene. Bai pointed his hand to the side. He said angrily that there is no one stronger than him except his teacher. Van shouted to the big guy that he was very strong. The fighter shouted that the main character would die from one blow from Bao. The big guy suddenly jumped up and ran forward towards the main character. He shouted at the guy to beg for mercy and give him the money. The big guy swung his arm and prepared to hit the guy right away. The main character suddenly bent down and, on the move, hit the attacking hooligan with a powerful blow. Mo held his hand in front of him. He said discontentedly that Bao was very annoying. The hooligans stood and looked at the body of the lying giant with fear. The bandits were scared because the main character neutralized the dangerous fighter in one fell swoop. Passers-by were amazed. Someone said in surprise that the heir of the Hu Bao martial sect was knocked out with one blow. Wang was very scared. He realized that his friend Bao had just been defeated. The main character sat next to the body of the big guy and examined it. He was surprised that he knocked him out so easily. A frightened Van stood to the side. The protagonist turned to the side. He asked the bully slyly if he had any questions for him. Van and his subordinates ran to the side in fear. The leader realized that only the sect master could help him now. I looked after the fleeing bandits and called them weirdos. At that moment, someone came up to him from the side and called him. A surprised old man appeared from the side. He told the guy in a joyful voice that he was very lucky to have found him. The old man's guard showed the main character a black and white picture. Surprised passers-by stood to the side. Liu told the guy in an excited voice that he wanted to give him this painting. Passers-by around were very surprised. Someone said that the guy was lucky. Liu Bao's paintings can cost millions at auctions. The main character turned around and told the surprised people that the painting had some flaws. The stranger explained to the main character in a menacing voice that the most famous artist of Chinese painting, Master Liu, stood before him. The man said in a menacing voice that he was a great lover of Chinese painting. He was also a fan of Liu. He didn't like that someone was talking such nonsense about the works of this master. The old man suddenly stepped forward. The man looked at him from the side in surprise. Liu came up behind the main character. He asked the guy what was wrong with this picture. At that time, he was drawing something on paper with a brush. The main character continued to persistently draw something on paper. Passers-by did not understand what he was doing. Mo made some sketches on paper. He turned around and showed the painting to the master. Liu was very happy. A fiery glow appeared around him. He joyfully shouted that the guy had corrected all the mistakes in his work with the help of technology. The drawing became more energetic and alive. The old man excitedly asked the boy his name. He said that he wanted to be his student. The passers-by were very surprised. The main character turned to the side and told the old man his name. The boy explained that he was just inspired and wanted to draw. Liu realized with surprise that Mo had drawn even better than all his portraits. The amazed master fell to his knees. A servant ran up to him from the side. He stretched out his hand forward and called the main character. The man asked the main character for forgiveness for yelling at him. He wanted me to draw something for him. The main character handed the stranger a black and white drawing. The man was very happy. The stranger looked happily at the picture in his hands. He shouted that he liked it. Mo stood to the side. He decided to himself that the man overestimated him. The man smiled and handed the protagonist a small golden card of the gifted tavern. For a customer with such a card, food and drinks would be free. The main character looked at the card carefully. The man told the guy that this thing was very valuable and he should accept it. Mo walked away and held the card in his hands. He told himself that he was not interested in such places. At that moment, someone ran up to him from the side and called him. The stranger handed the protagonist a red invitation in honor of his grandfather's recovery and asked him to come. The main character didn't answer the stranger. The guy asked him to take the invitation from him. The protagonist arrived at the building late in the evening. An expensive car was parked nearby. It was a large conference hall of the Dragon Fort. Mo walked up and looked at the entrance to the building. He told himself that this place was very luxurious. Suddenly, someone from the side called the main character from the car by name. The servant opened the car and helped Qian out. The guy angrily told the main character that he was working here part-time. The main character turned around and looked displeasedly at the student opposite him. Qian angrily walked up to the guy and put his hand on his shoulder. He told him not to feel ashamed of this. Qian thought to himself joyfully and angrily that the main character is very poor. He cannot marry the girl. The waiter bowed politely to the customer and invited him in. I glanced sideways and thought that his clothes were the same as the waiter's. The main character entered the banquet hall. There were many guests around. They were talking to each other. Chang glanced sideways at the guy with displeasure. He couldn't believe that he was actually working part-time at Master Wan's party. He decided to try to make a remark to the main character. Chang turned sharply to the protagonist and demanded that he pour him some wine. The student put his hand on the guy's shoulder from behind and shouted that he was talking to him. Chang turned to Mo in surprise and decided that today he would give the guy a chance to understand the difference in positions between them. The protagonist carefully poured wine into the student's glass. Chang watched this closely. Mo continued pouring the drink into the glass. The student thought angrily that the guy was not as talented as everyone thought. Chiang thought happily to himself that he felt pleased when he saw his enemy working as a waiter. Suddenly, an idea came to the student. He held a glass in front of the main character in his hand. Jian suddenly turned his hand and turned the glass with the drink inside out, and all the wine spilled onto the floor. The wine spilled on the guest's leg. The student asked with displeasure where the manager was. Chang pointed to the side at the main character with his hand. He shouted that this worker had dirty his shoes. Surprised guests stood around. A manager wearing glasses ran up from the side. He apologized to Mr. Liu and said that he was very sorry about it. The manager sternly demanded that the main character kneel before the client. He thought to himself that the guy looked strange. Qing explained in a calm voice that the protagonist was his classmate and did not need an apology. Tio said in an angry voice that the protagonist must kneel before him and clean his shoes. The manager sternly demanded that the guy do it. Mo calmly stepped aside. He remembered that today was an important day for Master Vanya's recovery. The guests at the banquet were unhappy because Qian forgave the protagonist and did not hit him. The manager said in a dissatisfied voice that the worker was very clumsy. The man suddenly extended his hand forward. He shouted at me to get out of this place immediately. At this time, some people entered the room. The manager turned around with excitement. Mr. Wan and his guards found themselves in the room. Cheng ran up from the side and obediently greeted Grandpa Wang. He apologized for the waiter. The student was amazed. He noticed that Mr. Van and his companions passed by him. The old man approached and bowed to the main character. He asked him for forgiveness for not having met him personally at the entrance. The people in the hall were amazed. They couldn't believe that Van bowed to the guy. Qian stood to the side, surprised. He did not understand what Mr. Wan was doing now. The student could not understand why Mr. Wan bowed to the waiter Mo. The main character looked at the old man and said in a calm voice that there were no problems. Van humbly thanked the guy. Van clenched his fist. He said in an angry voice to those present that anyone who insults the main character will insult him personally. The manager was very surprised. He realized that he had been very wrong about this guy. The old man came up to the frightened boy from the side and called him by name. Van sternly shouted at the student not to think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he knew his grandfather. The old man demanded that the boy get lost as soon as possible. The manager was taken to the back door of the establishment and thrown abruptly aside. The beaten manager lay on the ground. He asked Mr. Vanya to give him a chance and justified himself by saying that he did not know what kind of guy was in front of him. The man angrily told the worker that he dared to insult the Van family. The gentleman shouted at the manager to get lost. The employee thought to himself in fear that he had ruined his career with his own hands. The old man showed the main character around the restaurant. He showed him a place for him. Mo asked Mr. Wan to do without formalities. The old man was pouring wine into the main character's glass at the table. Surprised guests were watching from the side. Two girlfriends were talking to each other in surprise. The girl told her partner that the guy Mo was getting preferential treatment from Master Vanya. Kian sat on the side and envied the protagonist. He angrily told himself that he would have to work for many years to receive such treatment. Guests came to Mr. Vanya and brought him various gifts. The old man sat at the table and thought to himself with displeasure that every year everything was the same for him. Chang turned to the side. He looked carefully at Mr. Wan. The student looked at the crowd of guests in front of him. He decided that this was his chance. The boy brought his grandfather Vanya a black and white painting. He said it was a gift from his grandfather. The guests around were delighted. Someone shouted that it was a portrait of Master Lu. The main character heard a noise in the crowd. He turned around carefully. Qing held a painting in his hands. He told the guests that his grandfather bought this painting from a martial artist in the park. This martial artist beat up 10 guys from the Hu martial sect in the park and incapacitated the #1 fighter Bao with one blow. The main character stood to the side and listened attentively to the student's story. The guests listened with interest to the student's story about the martial arts master. They would have dreamed of meeting him. Chen pointed his finger at the protagonist. He angrily asked his partner, "Is he really stronger than the martial arts master?" Mo turned to the student and explained in an angry voice that the master was certainly stronger than him. Chang pointed angrily at the protagonist and asked, "Does he have any gifts for Master Wani?" The old man told the boy in a frightened voice that there was no need to get anything from him. The student waved to Master Vanya and shouted that there was no need. Qian angrily pointed at the protagonist and said that he had not brought anything to the ceremony. He accused the guy of not respecting Master Wan. The main character took a glass of drink and calmly prepared to drink. He said in a calm voice that he gave the old man a chance to live on. The guests around were very surprised. They could not understand what the main character was talking about. The boy whispered to someone in the crowd that the main character had cured Wan Bei Feng's illness. That's why the old man showed so much respect to the young man. Chang angrily asked the main character why he came without a gift. Mo sat at the table. He calmly explained to his partner that he had corrected the flaws in his grandfather's portrait. The guests at the party laughed very merrily. They could not believe that the main character could fix the picture. Chang pointed his finger at the main character. He shouted at the guy that he didn't know anything about his grandfather's position in the art of drawing. The guests at the banquet were unhappy. They did not believe that the guy could correct Master Lu's mistakes. The old man entered the room. He said that Lu was a great artist in the Dragon Fort. Chang demanded that the boy ask his grandfather for forgiveness. The guests at the party turned their heads towards the exit. They noticed someone coming in. An old man, Lu, entered the room. He cheerfully asked the people what they were arguing about. The old man greeted the master. Lu explained that he was delayed because of a traffic jam. The student excitedly told the master that some guy had said that he had corrected the flaws in his paintings. He pointed his finger at me. The old man extended his hand. He walked towards the guy and wanted to see his face. Liu was amazed to see the main character in front of him. Mo looked sternly at the master. The old man was very surprised. He immediately recognized the guy in front of him. Chang looked at the main character with malicious interest. He was wondering what the guy would do now. The audience at the banquet was eagerly awaiting the master to teach the main character a lesson. The master rushed forward and hugged the main character with all his might. He shouted in a joyful voice that he met him again, and this was his happiest day. Qiang was very surprised. He did not understand why his grandfather showed respect to Mo. The master told the surprised guest that the main character had actually painted the picture himself. The people around were very amazed. Xia stood behind him, very angry and shocked. He remembered that he had bragged about this painting. Qiang was very frightened when he realized to himself that, in reality, he was bragging about the main character's painting. The master wanted to introduce his main character to his grandson. They studied at the same university. The old man demanded that Chang call the guy Uncle Chin. Tio said the words about Uncle Chin to himself in a weak voice. Mo put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to be afraid. Mo happily patted the boy on the head and said that he was a good boy. In the future, he should listen to his grandfather. The student thought angrily that he no longer wanted to see the main character in his life. Late in the evening, the protagonist returned to the Shu family's house. He greeted Aunt Zhang. The main character entered the large dining room. The family members were sitting at the table and looking at him. The owner slammed his hand on the table. He told the guy that he came home very late every day. Jing turned around and in an angry voice demanded that her husband not speak like that. Yu said, in a dissatisfied voice, that the guy comes home late every day. He hasn't done anything good. Mo looked at her dissatisfiedly. The main character asked his family for forgiveness for his late return. The owner couldn't understand why the guy was apologizing now. I explained to my partners in a calm voice that from tomorrow onwards, he would be living in the school dormitory. Jiang shouted after the guy in a frightened voice, telling him to stay home. The main character turned to the side. He thanked his aunt and said that he had already made a decision. The woman jumped up from the table and continued calling the main character. The man told his wife that she could follow the guy if she wanted. Shu slammed her hands on the table and said that the guy couldn't tell right from wrong. The girl ran to the side. She screamed that she didn't want to eat anymore. The amazed man didn't understand what had happened to his daughter. The main character entered the building and headed towards door number 335. Mo opened the door. Inside, he was met by students with bright firecrackers. The main character was very surprised. The guy grabbed the main character by the back and told him to come in faster. The student shouted to me that he would take his things to the office. A friend with bright voices told the main character that they would first take his things and then go to the club. The student with glasses happily shouted that he would go too. But I didn't want to go anywhere. The students kept pulling the protagonist out of the room with them. Mo finally agreed. The main character arrived at the luxurious Talent Hotel with his friends. The student in glasses looked around in surprise. He had never been to such a prestigious place before. A girl named Shu Li appeared in the room. She was Qiandi's girlfriend. The customer was unhappy because they had to wait a long time for the waiter. Li appeared from the side. She saw the main character and decided that this guy was stalking her. The student stood near the painting on the wall. He told his friends that it looked very impressive and very valuable. I looked at the painting and realized that he had given it to me in the park. The guy told his girlfriend that the paintings hanging in the hotel halls were valuable. The partner told the guy that if the paintings were sold at auction, they would be worth millions. Friends asked the main character, "What does he think?" Mo answered his partners that he painted this picture and does not know what to say. The student said with a smile that if he painted the picture, the hotel would be open for him forever. Lee glanced sideways at the main character. She thought that it took 30 or 50 years to create such a picture. The guy couldn't have painted it. Her friend turned around and said in a dissatisfied voice that they needed to hurry to the private room. People inside the private room were having fun. They were watching TV and singing songs into the microphone. The girlfriend leaned over to the guy and asked if he could see the load. She pointed to the roommates. Dai couldn't understand what the girl was talking about. The girl explained to her friend in a dissatisfied voice that their roommates had torn clothes. Mo sat calmly at the table next to his friend. At this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened and a guy walked in. The people at the table looked at him in surprise. The vice president of the Baiji Group, Zhou Wang, arrived in the room. A frightened manager followed him in. Van sternly demanded that the guests clear this room quickly. Dai explained to his partner that they had arrived first and had reserved this place. The manager explained to the client in a frightened voice that the guest had a silver card from the hotel. The silver card gave the client an incredible privilege at the hotel. He could occupy any room inside. Van extended his hand to the side. He demanded that the guy take out his silver card. The guest turned around sternly. He told the students to leave if they didn't have money. The students stood up and prepared to leave. Mo looked ahead absolutely calmly. The girlfriend told the guy with displeasure that they could change their poor roommates. The customers headed for the exit. Someone from the side shouted in a disgruntled voice that this was a disgrace. The main character took out a gold hotel card and shouted to his friends to stop. The people around were very surprised. They couldn't understand where the guy got such a map from. The client was very shocked. She did not understand how I got a gold card to this hotel. The main character stood and held a gold card in his hands. Surprised customers were around him. The manager knew that in the whole city only 2 people had a gold card. He didn't understand how a simple guy could get it. The girlfriend pointed to the side with excitement. She reminded the guy about his gold card. The girl excitedly asked her friend if his card was really a fake. The amazed manager and the client looked at the main character for a long time. Van grabbed the card. He shouted, "A poor student can't have a gold card." The manager sternly asked the customer, "Did he steal or pick up this thing?" The main character calmly looked at the man and said that he did not steal or pick up the card. The client looked at the main character with great displeasure and said that she was very ashamed of him. The girl sternly asked the guy, "Where did he get the gold card from if he has no money?" She angrily called him a shameless and poor loser. Van pointed his finger at the main character and said that he took out a fake card to show off in front of his girlfriends. The girl looked at the guy and said that he was ugly and without normal clothes. Lee stood to the side and watched the main character. She did not expect that he would use such a trick to rise above everyone. Van glanced sideways at the man and told him to throw the customers out. The manager told his friend that there was no problem. Security guards ran into the room. The manager ordered them to throw the customers out. A girl on the side shouted that she didn't know these poor losers. The guards grabbed the students. One of the guys said angrily that he didn't need to be grabbed either and that he would go himself. The man approached the main character and angrily said that this guy also needed to be taken away. At this moment, someone's cry was heard from the side. The man demanded that the people stop. The manager turned towards the exit and was surprised to see his disgruntled boss enter. The worker asked the boss in fear why he had come here. The man swung his arm and hit the manager in the face with a powerful blow. The boss strictly explained to his partner that the main character was an important guest of the hotel. Van was amazed. He turned around in surprise and did not understand what was happening. The owner extended his hand to the main character and greeted him joyfully. Wang was very unhappy. He didn't understand why boss Sun treated this poor guy so respectfully. Surprised, she said that the guy could be a businessman or an art expert. The client thought to herself in amazement that she was mocking the main character and calling him a poor loser. Sun told the guy in a respectful tone that the painting he had given him was standing by the wall of the hall. Mo answered the man that he had seen it. The customers around were amazed. They realized that the main character really did paint a picture. Lee felt a very strong fear in her body. She thought that she shouldn't have treated the guy like that. The manager asked Vanya in a frightened voice if he wanted to change his private room. The guy turned around. He angrily demanded that the man get out. The student shouted angrily at the client to leave quickly. Van headed for the exit and angrily repeated the main character's name to himself. The next clear day, the boy headed towards the entrance to the school. Yu stood there dissatisfied. She told herself that the guy really hadn't returned. The main character approached from the side. He began to tell his surprised girlfriend about Van Gogh's paintings. Shu turned to the side. She was surprised to see that the main character was walking with his girlfriend from the literary department. Lee apologized to the main character for thinking he was lying. Mo waved his hand at the girl and said that it was not scary. Shu watched the guy closely from the side. She listened to what he was saying. The girl suddenly jumped out onto the road and stopped the main character and his girlfriend. I asked her why she was here. Sue told the boy with displeasure that he only went to school to meet girls. Mo asked his partner, "Does he really have to explain his actions?" A car pulled up from the side and Chiang leaned out of it. He shouted to the girl that he would take her home. Shu turned around and walked away. She told the protagonist not to be so indiscriminate. Shu turned around and yelled at the protagonist that he couldn't even afford a car. Shu turned around and looked at the guy angrily again as she said goodbye. She stuck her tongue out at him. Late in the evening, the protagonist returned to the dormitory of Hua University. Mo went inside the university room. There was no one inside. He decided that Qian Di invited the students to a party. The protagonist sat in a meditative pose and plunged into deep cultivation. The boy opened his eyes. There was a light aura around him. He thought that this place was more isolated than the room itself. There were few spiritual flows here. In the end, he decided to buy more medicine for himself and make a small purification pill for cultivation. The next morning, the protagonist arrived at the store to buy ingredients for himself. He was standing near the building of a large pharmaceutical group. Mohi approached the saleswoman behind the counter. He handed her the list and said that he needed these ingredients. The saleswoman asked the customer again, "Does he really want all the ingredients on the list?" The worker informed the surprised protagonist that such medicines would cost more than 100,000 yen per pound. Mo screamed very loudly and discontentedly when he heard that the medicine would cost him 100,000 yen. The saleswoman behind the counter sternly told the protagonist to leave if he couldn't afford the purchase. Van appeared from behind with his companions. He sternly told the protagonist that if he couldn't afford it, then they wouldn't sell it to him. The man came up to the main character and told him in an angry voice that he had disgraced him yesterday at the hotel. At the same time, the guy came to his store today to buy groceries. I asked my partner with displeasure, who was he talking to? The man grabbed the main character by the clothes and swung his hand. He shouted at the guy that he was looking for death. Van's friends grabbed him by the arms from behind and started to calm him down. The guy explained in a frightened voice that Mr. Bai would be here soon. He would be unhappy if he saw this scene. The owner angrily told the main character to leave the store quickly. Otherwise, he would call his comrades to throw him out. Mo explained in a calm voice to his partner that he would leave himself. The main character left the store. A man appeared on the street with a young girl. The companion told her father to walk more slowly. The main character stood up and looked attentively at the people who passed by him. Van ran out of the store and bowed to the customers. He greeted President Bai and his companion. Bai looked at the man and said that they needed to be called doctors. Van answered the client that the doctor would be there soon. The girl discontentedly told the owner that his efficiency had become very low. She was sick along with her father. The father turned to his daughter, Yue, and sternly told her not to be so rude. The protagonist came up from behind. He told the people that he could help them. He needed some medicinal herbs. Yue turned to him. Bai turned and asked the main character who he was. Van stood at the side, displeased. He was angry because the guy hadn't left yet. The main character told the girl that he is a student. Her father's illness is caused by overwork. The man was surprised that the guy found out the reason for his illness just by looking at his face. Van decided to himself that he couldn't give the protagonist the chance to continue. Otherwise, all the doctors he worked with might disappear. The shop owner pushed the protagonist aside and shouted at him to get out. Mo asked the man with displeasure, "Does he really want to see Bai Zong die?" Bai sternly demanded from his partner that he allow the guy to stay. They had to wait until the doctor they had called arrived. The shop owner wanted to protest. The girl sternly demanded that the van allow the guy to stay. Dr. Wang entered the room and very happily greeted Director Zhu in front of him. Wang was shocked when he saw the medical director of the Zhu military region approaching him. Bai extended his hand to the doctor and greeted him. The doctor told the man that he wanted to examine the patient. The daughter helped her father to go forward. The doctor sat on the chair. He told the patient that his illness resulted in the butterfly effect, which was difficult to treat. The man was shocked when he heard the doctor's words. Yue thought to himself with excitement that even Dr. Zhu said that her father's illness was difficult to cure. Van stood behind him. He thought angrily to himself that a man should calmly wait for his death. Mo was sitting on a chair. He calmly told the doctor that he could not cure the patient and was deceiving him. The man and the girl were very surprised. A disgruntled Van stood nearby. Van ran up and grabbed the protagonist by the clothes. He shouted that he wanted to be beaten. The medic on the side shouted at the main character, "He was rude to Director Zhu and he needs to be beaten." The woman said with displeasure that if they don't teach the guy a lesson, he will continue to chatter. Van grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and swung his hand to hit him with all his might. An angry Dr. Zhu shouted at the people on the side to stop. Zhu looked at the protagonist from the side and happily greeted him at this place. Wang still held his hand in front of him. He did not understand what kind of situation was happening. Wei and his father were very surprised. They did not understand why Director Zhu was so polite to the main character. Zhu suddenly thrust his hand forward. He demanded from the surprised man to be respectful to the guy. The frightened doctor thought to himself that he should now apologize to me so that the guy would not be his enemy. The doctor excitedly explained to the main character that the man had vision problems and asked for forgiveness. Mo looked to the side and said in an angry voice that Van would become a cripple next time. Zhu turned to the guy. He told him with excitement that he was very generous. Wang stood to the side and looked at the doctor with displeasure. Van was very angry. He did not understand why the doctor scolded him in front of everyone for the sake of the guy. The man looked angrily at the guy and thought that he could only be arrogant for a couple of minutes. He had already planned everything himself. Bai reminded the doctor of his illness in a weakening voice. Zhu replied to the man that the cause of his illness was long-term overwork. The doctor told the man that only the main character could cure him. Bai looked at the guy in surprise. He was surprised that the doctor gave him such a high rating. The man came up and politely asked the protagonist to help him. I answered the patient that he would be glad to help in treating his illness. The protagonist, with a frightened face, told the man that for some reason his legs hurt. Bai said with excitement that his legs still hurt too. Mo pointed his finger to the side at the angry Vice President Vanya and said that he should massage his feet. The man became extremely angry when he heard the guy say such words. Bai looked at Vanya and asked with displeasure why he said such words. Mo sat on a chair and smiled happily. He said that he was very pleased. A disgruntled Van knelt down next to him. He did not understand why Bai made him massage this guy's feet. The patient was lying on the bed. The main character was standing next to him, holding incense sticks in his hands. He was getting ready to start. Zhu, from the side, excitedly asked the guy what he wanted to use. Mo launched a fire stream from the jug at the frightened patient. He used the fire cauterization technique. Zhu looked at the guy. He said with admiration that this method is very complicated in traditional Chinese medicine. He saw it for the first time. Yue looked at the main character happily. She did not expect that the guy could be so strong. Van stood to the side, very angry. He couldn't believe that the main character could cure the patient. Mo commanded the man to get up. Bai raised himself and looked at his hands in surprise. He did not understand how he had been cured in such a short time. He began to feel good. The patient grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and thanked him. He said that he had never felt as good as he did now. Van stood to the side and became more and more angry. He realized that his plan did not work. The patient cheerfully suggested to the main character that he go to work for the Bai family. Van came up from behind and said in an angry voice that he didn't think so. Bai turned around. He asked his partner with displeasure what he meant. The man suddenly pulled out a gun. He shouted in an angry voice at the people in front of him that they would all die. 2 guards appeared from the side. They pointed their guns at the patient. Bai asked his subordinate in a frightened voice what he was doing. Van answered him with displeasure that he should have gotten sick and died a long time ago. The girl rushed forward angrily. She told the man in a stern voice that her family had been very kind to him. Van turned around and explained to his partner that the main character was to blame for everything. It was he who healed her father. Van pointed the gun at the frightened man and said that he would take over the company. The main character stood to the side and watched Vanya carefully. He called him sternly. Mo explained to the man that he had saved the Bay, and now only he would decide whether this healed patient could live or not. Joe got angry. He looked angrily at the guy and asked what he was talking about. The man suddenly stretched his hand to the side and took out a gun. He pointed it at the main character and threatened to kill him first. The angry man shouted at Van to stop. The main character was standing next to the girl. Bai sternly told Wang that he had come up with this scheme to take the company away from him. He promised to give the company to Joe without any unnecessary actions. Yue shouted in a menacing voice for the intruder to drop the gun. Van pointed a gun at the main character. He threatened that he would kill the guy first, and then the man and his daughter. Mo looked at the man with displeasure and said that he could try to take his life. He took out his magic needles. Van started shooting the guy with a gun. He yelled at him to go to hell. Yu got scared and jumped to the side. The main character launched his combat blades at his opponent. Joe looked forward in fear with a gun. He saw small blades flying at him. The frightened Van flew into the wall after the attack from the main character. He was chained to it with blades. Van commanded his subordinates in a platoon voice to shoot the guy. At that time, Mo was calmly walking towards him. The main character put his hand forward towards the attacker's body and began to move the blades inside him. Van felt a very strong pain in his body. He screamed loudly. Mo stood to the side and watched him closely. The main character reminded the man in a stern voice that he had promised to make him a cripple earlier. I angrily told the man never to think about harming others again. The attacker began to lose consciousness. The frightened guards ran to their boss. One of the soldiers shouted that Mr. Cho had lost consciousness. The main character threatened the fighters with his blades and asked, "Do they still want to work?" The bandit shouted in fear that they were giving up. The doctors arrived and took the unconscious man away. The policeman told his subordinates to be honest and polite. After that, the police detained 2 of the criminals. Bai ran up to the guy and shook his hand. He thanked him happily. Yue stood to the side, very admiring. She thought the guy was modest. He has good medical skills and martial arts techniques. A woman came up to the side and brought the main character a box. It contained the materials he needed. I asked her how much it all cost. Bai told the guy in a joyful voice that everything would be free for him. He even wanted to give me more money. The main character awkwardly shouted to the man that he could not accept the money. Bai handed the guy 2 cards and said that this was another 10 million for him. Mo told his partner in a soothing voice that he agreed. The guy decided to take the money and buy himself a sports car. The main character was walking down the street on a clear day. A girl hugged him from behind and said that she would send him a car. Mo and his companion walked inside an expensive car dealership. The workers looked at them in surprise. The saleswoman looked at the young customers with displeasure. She decided that more poor students had come in. The worker pointed angrily at the customers. She sternly demanded that they not touch the car, as they could not compensate for the losses. Yu suddenly rushed to the side. She angrily asked the woman, "What kind of relationship with customers is this?" Mo told his companion to forget about the woman. The girl said in a dissatisfied voice that her master was nearby, and therefore they would spare the woman this time. The saleswoman asked the client if she wanted to know more about the car model. The worker was doing her makeup. She thought with displeasure that there was no point in wasting her time on poor students who wouldn't buy a car. The main character pointed out an expensive yellow car to his girlfriend. Yue looked at the car with admiration. The saleswoman happily told people that this was the highest price for the model. The worker looked away in surprise. She remembered that the price of this car was more than 8 million. If she sold it, she would receive a percentage of the deal. A woman ran up to the side and pushed the assistant aside with her hand. She told the customers that she was an experienced salesperson and could become an instructor. I told the saleswoman with displeasure that her face looked like a pallet. The woman couldn't understand what the guy was telling her. The main character looked angrily at his partner and said that her face was like a pallet without washing. The woman looked at the main character with anger. She was very unhappy with his words. The woman ran up to the customers and asked angrily, "Are they really going to make fun of her?" She threatened them that they might not leave here. A van intern ran up and told the customers that she could recommend a car to them. The angry woman grabbed the phone. She pointed her hand at the customers and told them to just wait and watch. The worker called her husband in a frightened voice. She told him that someone was making fun of her and wanted to play with her. The main character and his girlfriend listened to her in surprise nearby. A group of bandits walked through the market. One fighter angrily pointed his hand to the side and demanded that the sellers bring money for protection. One of the sellers handed the leader some money and said that it was his share. The man happily extended his hand forward towards the money. The leader happily thought to himself that this time he had received quite a lot of money. He could use it to give a gift to the vice president of Zhou Pharmaceuticals. Then he would be able to rise to the level of the buy group. The man was daydreaming. He looked at the money and thought that he could manage the profits more carefully. At this time, the bandit's phone rang. He picked up the receiver and cheerfully asked his wife what had happened. The man became very angry when he heard that someone insulted his wife. The woman turned around and angrily shouted at the customers that her husband would be arriving soon. They still had time to beg her. The main character did not pay attention to the woman's screams. He asked the saleswoman, "How much does the car cost?" The girl answered with a smile that the car costs 8 million. The main character looked at the car. He told the saleswoman that he needed some adjustments. The manager explained to the guy that he had the best modification in front of him. She asked him, "Does he really want to change anything?" The main character thought about it. He didn't know exactly what to change in the car. Yue looked at the guy from the side with admiration. She was glad that he knew how to modify the car. Suddenly, the door opened wide. Someone knocked it down with a powerful blow. The people inside the car dealership were scared. I stood calmly and looked at the strangers who came in. The woman rushed to her husband. She showed him the main character with the girl and complained about him. The bandit angrily told the guy that he shouldn't have touched his wife. The girl angrily asked the bandit, "Did he really say this only to the main character?" The leader swung a huge stick. He shouted to the girl that he had told her this together with the guy. Yu stood absolutely calm. One of the saleswomen was very scared. The woman happily waited for her husband to beat up the unpleasant customers. Suddenly, the stick froze above the bandit's head. Monday asked the boss in fear why he had stopped. The woman said in an angry voice that the clients had begged the bandit in tears to spare their lives. One of the fighters said in a sly voice that the clients were scared even before the chieftain hit them. Another bandit glanced at the girl and she seemed familiar to him. The woman extended her hand forward. She angrily demanded that her husband named Pockmark destroy the clients. The woman called her husband in a frightened voice. Pockmark stood and looked ahead in fear. The wife pushed her husband in the back with her hands in displeasure. She shouted at him to hurry up. Suddenly, the bandit swung his arm and hit the woman with all his might. She flew far to the side. Pockmark angrily shouted to his wife that she wanted him dead. The beaten woman sat on the floor. She pointed at her husband with her hand and angrily asked why he dared to hit her. The woman grabbed her battered face with her hand. She looked closely at the girl. Yue pointed her gun at the frightened bandit. She wanted him to tell her something. The girl with the gun angrily asked the man why he decided that they were looking for death. The leader fell to his knees in fear. He asked the girl for forgiveness for offending her and asked for mercy. He called her by her full name, Yue Ran. People around were very surprised to learn that the daughter of the owner of the Bai Shi Group was in the car dealership. The beaten woman recalled that the Bai Shi Group had monopolized the city's pharmaceutical industry. Their assets exceeded 100 million yuan. No one survived who wanted to go against this organization. Yu looked at the bandit. She told him in an angry voice to get out quickly. Pockmark stretched his hand forward in fear. He shouted to the girl that they would disappear now. At that moment, his frightened wife grabbed his leg. The man pointed his finger at the woman and sternly demanded that she disappear quickly. She almost destroyed him. The frightened wife lay on the floor. She stretched out her hand forward and shouted at the man not to leave her. The main character asked his girlfriend, "Where did she get the gun from?" Yue was fiddling with the gun in her hands. She told the guy that she got the gun from her father. Mo told his girlfriend that he wouldn't refuse a gun either. The surprised workers were still standing in the car dealership. A very happy man was walking down the street. He had expensive shoes and a fashionable suit. He wanted to prove to those around him that he was a successful person. Passers-by looked at him attentively. Someone called a stranger and asked him to help them set up their car. The man arrived in the Dragon City. He asked the clients with displeasure that they should quickly tell him how they wanted to tint their car. A worker named Lo Ku told a guest named Hu that he now had to customize the car the customer had chosen. Mo told the man that he wanted to change the car. Hu said in a meaningful voice that he was a master of reconstruction and could customize any car. The man looked at the girl. She attracted him very much. Yue was unhappy with such attention from a stranger. Suddenly, the tuner rushed sharply to the girl and pushed the main character aside. He began to invite the girl to him. Yue looked at him with displeasure. Hu told the girl in a boastful voice that there were a lot of beautiful women who wanted to meet him. The man decided to himself that he would attract the girl with his charm. The protagonist asked the man with displeasure if he could tune the car. Hu answered the guy that he could help him. Lee asked the tuner to work on the client's car. The man laid out the tool on the floor. He told the customers that they would call him father when he finished the modification. Hu turned to the side. He looked at the yellow car with great interest and admiration. The man shouted in an admiring and surprised voice that there was a Lamborghini in front of him. The man pointed his fingers at the guy. He asked angrily, "Does he really want to tune such a car?" I asked my partner discontentedly. "Is he really not going to tune anymore?" The main character looked at his partner with a sly look. Hu looked angrily at the guy. Lu asked the man from behind, "Can't he tune this car?" Hu thought with displeasure that if he didn't do the job, it would be the end of his reputation. The man turned around and pointed at the guy. He told the main character that he just wanted to start a fight. Hu looked slyly at the client and said that he just didn't have enough money. Mo told the man to shut up. The protagonist threw the man aside with a powerful movement. He told the people around him not to bother him. After that, he asked the store manager to bring him all the spare parts. The main character looked piercingly ahead and said that he would do the tuning himself. The customers in the store were amazed. They didn't believe in the main character. Someone said that the guy would turn a supercar into a broken car. Hu pointed angrily at the main character. He told the guy that if he tuned the car, he would pay for it himself. Mo agreed to this proposal. People stood in the car showroom. They watched the main character work with surprise. The main character finished tuning the car. It began to look even more expensive. Someone from the side shouted that even the best tuner couldn't do that. The customers in the car dealership rushed to the main character. Someone wanted to take him to work for them for a 10 million annual salary. Hu slowly walked to the side. The girl behind him put her hand on his shoulder and said that she would not let him leave. She asked him for 2 million for the tuning. The main character was racing along the street in an expensive car with a girl. They were chatting happily with each other. Yuk sat in the car and thought that the guy was really great. She wanted to say something to him. The girl looked slyly at the guy and told him to go to her house. She needed help. The girl was sitting next to the main character. She asked him if everything was okay. The main character imagined that a small angel in the form of a grandfather appeared next to him. He tried to dissuade him from agreeing to his girlfriend's request. The grandmother angrily told the guy to take the girl into his arms. Mo, who was driving, told the girl in a happy voice that he could come to her. Yue shouted to the guy that she was very happy. The protagonist mentally apologized to his grandfather. He said that happiness was more important to him. Yue told the surprised guy that he would have to fix her car. The main character threw his girlfriend out of the car and started driving away at full speed. Yue screamed angrily after the guy, expensive car, stopped on the street near the Huahi hostel. The students were sitting at a table and playing cards. The main character was standing to the side near a small vessel from which steam was coming. The student angrily shouted at his friend Wang Zuo that he had lost and demanded money. The boy asked his friend in a dissatisfied voice to be more lenient with him. Mo closed his eyes and concentrated completely. He threw all the medicinal ingredients into the jug and decided to finish the pills. A guy came in from the side. He looked at the jug in surprise and said that he had never seen such pills. The student turned to the side and told his friend Zuo that Li Xiang from the medical class had just come to see them. Mo asked the guest, why did he come to their room? Xiang watched the preparation of the pill attentively. Xiang turned around and asked the protagonist what kind of pill he was purifying. Mo reached out to the jug. He said that such a pill helps to maintain the body in normal condition. At this time, someone ran into the student's room from the side. The guest shouted that there was an expensive Lamborghini Aventador car parked outside. There were many surprised passers-by standing around the car on the street. The students looked at the car in amazement. The guy told his friends that such a tuned car is hard to find. Zuo shouted in admiration that he would like to ride inside such a car at least once in his life. The guy said in an impatient voice that he was ready to call the owner of such a car daddy if he could ride in it. The main character handed the surprised student a bunch of car keys. Mo was wiping his head with a towel. He told Chen Di that he could take a ride in the car. Dai was very much shocked. He slyly called the main character daddy. Mo answered his partner that he sees him as his brother. The student happily told his friend that they could go for a ride. Zuo smiled and told his partner that that was all true. People were standing around an expensive car and shouting that they wanted to get into it. Chen came up from the side and shouted that this car was very beautiful. Chang looked at the car with great admiration. He couldn't take his eyes off it. A student with a phone came up to her side. She told her friend that the car was very beautiful. Shu looked around carefully. She wanted to take a photo as a keepsake. Yu smiled broadly and took a photo against the backdrop of an expensive car. The girl held the phone in her hands. She decided to send a photo of the car to the main character. She thought that I would never have such a car. Suddenly, the sound of running feet was heard from the side. 3 guys ran up to the car. Dai was twirling the keys on his fingers. Surprised passers-by stood around. The student asked Di with admiration, "Is this really his car?" Dai turned to the side. He told his partner that he shouldn't ask such a question. Zuo sat inside the car and thought that all the girls were looking at him. The guy next to him said that he felt rich. The main character was in the room. He was busy preparing medicine in a jug. The process was over. I opened the lid and looked inside the vessel. Shan stood to the side and watched the jug closely. The main character looked at his phone and did not understand why the girl sent him a photo with his car. Xiang looked closely at the magic pills in the jar. They looked unusual to him. The main character turned around and asked the guy what was going on. Xiang explained to the guy in fear that his method of making pills was very interesting. Sang waved goodbye to the guy and said that he was going to his classes. Mo was holding a jug in his hands. He wished his friend good luck. The main character shouted goodbye to his friend that he still had a date with Shen Yuan. Mo put the pot of pills in the cabinet. He said it was not too late for him to go. The student at the side watched him closely. Shang hid around the corner. He looked out carefully and watched the guy leaving. The main character went about his business. At this time, the student carefully opened the door to enter his room. Xing walked into the room. He reached out his hand to the cabinet to take the jug. Without thinking twice, the student took a small golden pill and swallowed it. Shang was very much affected by the effect of the pill. He felt a new sensation in his body. The student happily held a jar of pills in his hands. He looked at them with admiration. The girl stood on the street and called for customers. She shouted that the Shen family's fried cake was very delicious. People on the street happily rushed to get food. The girl with a smile told the customers to wait a little. Customers started running to the place where the pie was sold. They all wanted to buy it. The saleswoman at the next counter said in a disgruntled voice that the Shen family was using the girl to lure customers. A guy ran up from the side and wanted to take the girl's contacts. At that moment, some big guy from the side threw him aside with his hand. Van appeared with his fighters. People around looked at him in amazement and fear. Van put his hand on the counter. He sternly demanded the girl to call the main character. The partner frightenedly pointed to her partner's hands. The hooligan looked at his burning hand in fright and shouted that he was very hot. The bandit shouted to the people that he would not be afraid of them just because the main character was their support. The girl angrily replied to her partner that she did not know where the main character was. Wang was angry that his partner didn't tell him where Mo was. The sect master told the fighters to avenge the defeat of senior brother Bao. After this, the bandit swung his leg with all his might and smashed the counter next to the girl. The girl shouted at the bandits to stop. Her father extended his hand to her and told her to be quiet. Van swung his hand and hit the girl in the face with all his might. She screamed loudly. The bandit shouted to his subordinates to destroy the place and leave nothing. The man and woman fell to their knees and demanded that the hooligans spare them. From the side, the saleswoman and the man happily watched as the bandits destroyed the store. Van shouted to his subordinates to destroy everything. A frightened girl looked on from the side. A guy came up from the side and grabbed the frightened girl by the hands. I calmly handed my girlfriend a rag and told her to wipe her face. The frightened girl screamed for the main character to go away. There were a lot of bandits. Mo, without turning around, told his partner that it was all his fault. Van was very maliciously happy when he saw the main character in front of him. The leader rushed forward with his subordinates at the guy. Van shouted to the main character that they would kill him today. The girl stood next to her parents. She looked at the main character and the hooligans with fear. The main character beat up the bandits on the street very quickly. Broken food counters were scattered around. Mo was standing in the middle of the street. He stepped over the beaten van on the ground and walked to the side. The man and woman frightenedly made excuses to the guy. They claimed that they hadn't said anything. Beaten Van shouted threats after the main character. He promised the guy that he would be beaten by the senior boxing master. Mo waved goodbye to the bandits and said that he would bring their boxing master a gift. The man and the woman were inside the poorhouse. The owner said in a frightened voice that they had lost their only income. Mo entered the house. The woman told her husband in a frightened voice that this guy was responsible for the destruction of their family kiosk. The protagonist told the girl in the room that he would help them buy a new kiosk to restart their business. The partner, with tears in her eyes, explained to the guy that they would not be able to make money with the new kiosk. They were constantly being harassed by other traders. The girl complained to the main character about a trader named Liu Pojiao. She constantly interfered with their trade. Mo looked at his partner and said that he wanted to teach her how to make pancakes. The main character looked slyly at the girl and said that they were friends. The surprised girlfriend looked at the guy and said that she agreed. The next morning, merchants gathered in the city center. Someone shouted that his business had gone uphill since the Shen family disappeared. The sellers stood and discussed among themselves whether the Shen family could return. The woman said in an angry voice that she didn't believe their competitors would come back. A guy and a girl appeared from the side next to a small trailer. He was shouting at people to buy Chin family pancakes. The main character shouted joyfully to customers to buy pancakes for 5 yuan. Next to him was a happy girlfriend. The people at the market were very surprised. They didn't expect that the Shen would be able to return. The woman angrily shouted at her competitors that they should feel her wrath. Passers-by on the street were surprised that the Shen family had actually returned. They were able to buy a new kiosk. Liu looked angrily at the guy. She didn't know what he would make pancakes out of since he had no flour. The man next to her cheerfully shouted at the woman that she was telling the truth. The owner pulled out a huge sack of flour. The woman turned around and looked at him with interest. Liu shouted in a shocked voice that the man wanted to use corn flour for pig food. Passers-by were talking to each other. They didn't like that sellers would use bad ingredients in food. The girl stood and looked ahead with displeasure. My husband was behind her and was completely calm. Liu thought comfortably that now no one would want to eat food from the Shen family, and that would be the end of them. The main character started to cook food. Thick smoke came from the counter. Passers-by talked among themselves and did not want to eat pancakes made from pig feed. The stranger turned to the side. He was very interested in the smell from the counter. People around were amazed by the pleasant smell. They were all enchanted and wanted to try the pancakes. A whole group of passers-by began to approach the place where the Shen family's pancakes were sold. The crowd gradually began to increase. A lot of people wanted to buy pancakes for themselves. A huge group of people ran up to the stall. They wanted to buy some pancakes. The customers were delighted. The main character was cooking. He was tired and wiped his face with a towel. The girl thanked the main character in a shy voice from the side. More and more customers were approaching the Shen family's trading place. Liu on the side asked people to wait a little. Her food should be ready soon. The woman got angry and slammed the spatula on the counter with all her might. The Shen family really irritated her. The sauce from the counter splashed straight onto the saleswoman's face. She screamed very loudly. The crowd of people grew larger and larger. They were happily talking to each other about the new kiosk on the snack street. Liu stood to the side, very shocked. She did not understand why everyone left her. There was a huge crowd of people standing in front of the Shen trading kiosk. Liu was left alone. She didn't understand why this happened. The students in the room asked the main character in surprise when he met the hottie from the literature department. I calmly answered my teammates that he and the girl were just friends. The two guys pointed at the main character with their hands and shouted that they had seen him with the hottie on the street. Mo calmly told his friends that he and the girl Shen were friends and that she didn't have to thank him. The student was sitting on top of the bed in the evening. She called the main character and invited him to a movie on Saturday. I answered the girl in a joyful voice that he would, of course, be able to see her. The roommates happily said that Shen was hopelessly in love. The main character told the students in his room that Shen Wan invited him to the cinema. The students angrily replied to Mo that he didn't have to tell them that. The main character walked up to his pill cabinet and opened the door. The main character saw an empty pot inside the cabinet. He couldn't understand where the pills had gone. The main character asked the students sternly, Which of them took the pills? Zuo excitedly answered his friend that no one touched the pills. The main character looked ahead in fear. He realized that his friends had not taken the pills from him. At this time, student Ding ran into the room. He shouted that the guy Xiang, who constantly came to their room, was able to create a pill that changes body function. Dai told the students with admiration that Xiang had created a pill that made the mind faster and the body stronger. A person could break a tree with one blow. The guest proudly told his teammates that Xiang had won first place in the National Medical School competition with the help of a magic pill. He would be back tomorrow and there would be a commendation party for him. The students stood in the room and happily discussed how they would greet Xian. The main character at this time turned to the bed in the corner of the room. Mo got very angry. He realized that his friend had repaid him very poorly for teaching him how to make a pill. On a bright day, a whole group of students stood near the arch with a sign. They were getting ready to greet a friend. The students in the crowd joyfully shouted Li Xian's name. Mo thought to himself dissatisfiedly that he should return the pills to himself as soon as possible. If an ordinary person were to use such a medicine, he would first become stronger and then his body would wither and die. The main character suddenly heard someone calling his name from the side. Mo turned to the side. There was a girl standing to the side. She was happily waving her hand at the guy. Next to her was a dissatisfied Shu. The student happily shouted to the main character that he came here to suck up to the celebrity. Mo explained to his partner that he came here to get his pills back. The main character explained to the girl that Li Xian's pills actually belonged to him. Shu very angrily told the protagonist that he decided to steal Xian's glory. The student looked happily at the main character and told him to come to her birthday tomorrow. Shu asked her friend with displeasure, "Why is she inviting a guy?" The partner slyly answered the girl that Mo is very famous. She will also have other guests. Someone from the side shouted loudly that Li Xiang had arrived. Mo replied to the happy student that he would come to her birthday party if he had time. Xiang appeared on the street. People greeted him joyfully from the side. Someone wanted to get his autograph. The student passed by and saw someone appear in his path. Mo sternly demanded that Wu Xian give him back the pills. Agitated passersby watched all this from the side. Xiang looked at the main character and asked his friends in an amazed voice if they knew this man. Mo sternly explained to his partner that the pills would take his life. Xiang answered the main character that he didn't even know him. The spectators on the street got angry. They shouted for the protagonist not to block Xian Yu's way. The student slyly told Mo not to hinder him from going forward. Mo walked past the guy. He told him not to beg him when he starts having problems. Shu grabbed her friend by the clothes and shouted that he was just jealous of Xian. She took her with her to the auditorium. The main character was walking down the street to his car. He said to himself that if the guy was looking for death, then he shouldn't be stopped. Mo decided to go to Bai's house and get himself a few more ingredients for making pills. The main character got scared. He realized that if Xiang gave the pills to other people, there would be many victims. Mo realized that it was time for him to act. He ran down the street at full speed. Xin stood on the stage and held the magic medicine in his hand. He told the audience that he wanted to thank his teacher, Professor Ling, for his help. The student handed his teacher a pill as a thank you. Lin looked at the boy happily. The audience in the hall was very surprised because the guy gave the teacher an expensive pill. Lin prepared to swallow the medicine. The main character suddenly ran into the hall. He shouted at the man not to take the pill. The spectators in their seats turned around in surprise. The main character pointed his finger at the man and said that he could die if he ate the pill. Lin turned around and asked the guy with displeasure, what department was he from? Mo said that he was from the Department of Physical Education. People in the hall laughed loudly. The professor asked the guy with displeasure, what could a student from the physics department understand about pharmacology? The people in the hall were chatting cheerfully among themselves. Someone said that it was Mo who was blocking Xian's way. Lin pointed his hand forward. He told the protagonist that he really wanted to try this pill. The people in the hall were very happy. Mo stood and looked at the professor with fear. Lin swallowed the divine pill with great desire. The man swallowed the pill and screamed that he felt like he could live another 100 years. There was a bright glow around him. The audience in the hall was very happy. They shouted at the main character not to leave. Mo left the stage and said to himself with displeasure that the audience would pay for their ignorance. The protagonist arrived at the luxurious house of the Bai estate. Inside, a girl joyfully greeted him. Yu rushed to the guy's side. She asked him with excitement, did he really come to improve her car? Mo felt a very strong embarrassment in his body. The guy told the disgruntled girl that he came to her to get some medicinal ingredients for alchemy from her. He asked Yue to take him to his father. Bai was sitting in the garden and playing Go on the big board with the old man Li Jianhua. The girl entered the garden with the main character. She told the father that the boy came to get some medicine. The man asked the boy why he didn't inform him of his arrival in advance. Bai told Elder Li in a joyful voice that in front of them was the guy who had cured his incurable disease. Elder Li carefully examined the protagonist. He thought to himself that this guy didn't look like the kind of person who would be capable of healing. The old man slyly asked the boy if he could show him his acupuncture skills. I put my hand in my pockets and prepared to take my needles. He told the elder that he had come here to continue his treatment. Mo swung his arms and launched his magic blades at the man. He shouted for Bai to take off his jacket. The man took off his clothes and sat in the room in a meditative pose. There was fire around him. Mo stood to the side with his eyes closed. Mo held his blades in his hands and said that everything was ready. Bai and the elder looked at him with admiration from the side. Was surprised when he realized that the main character used fire cauterization. He asked the guy who his teacher was. Mo decided not to reveal the name of his teacher to his partner out loud. He said that he had learned everything himself. The elder looked at the boy with admiration. He said that he was an even more brilliant doctor than he was. The man told the old man with a smile that his grandson Sam had recently discovered a new medicine and won first place. Li replied to his partner that his grandson had only made a small achievement. Mo asked the old man, "Is his grandson really Jian?" Li asked the protagonist in surprise. Why is he interested? Mo demanded that the elder give his grandson a message about the pills he stole from him. If ordinary people take such medicine, they will bleed to death. The main character turned to the side. He said that he would let the guy stand up for himself. From behind, a surprised elder with a man was looking at him. Late in the evening, the student ran into his house with the award. He shouted to his grandfather that this was his trophy. The school would build a separate laboratory for him and give him a grant of 5 million yuan. Li looked at the boy with the award and asked sternly, "Did he really make his pill?" The grandson looked at his grandfather with a smile and slyly asked, "What difference does it make who made the pills?" Li stretched out his hand forward. He sternly asked his grandson, "What kind of student is Qin Mo?" The boy answered the elder in a shy voice that he did not know any kin. Mo Li sternly answered his grandson that Mo told him that he had stolen the pills from him. Mo held the award in his hands and lowered it down. He was silent and did not know what to say. Shang glared at the elder and said that he had done nothing wrong, even if he had stolen the pills. The old man looked at his grandson with anger and hatred. He didn't know what to tell him. Shang explained to the elder that he had worked very hard and studied constantly to earn his status in the medical faculty. The guy said in a dissatisfied voice that at one point he discovered that he could not cope with the physics student. The student said in an angry voice that he should have been the main character. He should have had the glory and the count. The old man sternly demanded that his grandson simply return the pills. Xiang stood in front of the elder, displeased. Li looked sternly at his grandson. He wanted to convey to him a warning from the main character. Xiang glared at his grandfather and said that he would never return the pills. The boy ran out of the room and slammed the door. He shouted to the old man that he could trample Mai. Li sat on the couch and clasped his head in his hands. He knew that people who took the magic pill would die within 7 days. There were many people gathered on the street near the banquet site in honor of Liu Xiaoli's birthday. Guests arrived by car. The girlfriend told the girl Liu with surprise that she had heard that she had invited the main character. Dai said to his friend in an angry voice that Huahai University is very far from Tianfu Hotel. The protagonist will take a bus. After that, an expensive racing car drove up to the hotel. The student turned around and said excitedly that this car belonged to Qiandi. The car stopped and the main character got out of it. Shu couldn't believe that Mo got out of the car. Dai happily told the protagonist that he could borrow his car if he decided to go for a drive. The guests at the party decided that Mo had borrowed a friend's car to pretend to be rich. Shu thought to herself in horror that she had hurt the protagonist's self-esteem and that he had ended up buying himself a car. Mo handed a small gift to the girl. Liu was very happy. Chang on the side was angry because the main character ignored him. The girl told the main character in a joyful voice that she was very happy. The guy answered her that if he agreed to something, then he would definitely come. Chang looked angrily at the protagonist and the girl. He was waiting for Brother Jun to come. At this moment, the door opened in the room and some tall stranger in a green cloak entered. The student couldn't understand who it was that came to them. Big Chang explained to his friend that it was a guy named Long Jun, who grew up in the same yard with a girl named Liu Xiaolio. Jun was very obsessed with Xiaoli when he was young. In the old school, he even crippled about 40 suitors. He even caught one of these suitors near an airplane. Tio said to himself joyfully and angrily that now no one would dare to approach the girl. Soon someone would be very unlucky. Jun came up to the main character from the side and asked in a dissatisfied voice, "Who is he?" Mo and the girl turned to him in surprise. The big guy told the main character in a stern voice that he dared to pester his woman. The protagonist called the guest Big Brother and asked what he was talking about. Xiaoli, frightened, asked Jun to stop. Jun got angry because the guy called him Big Brother. He swung his arm to hit him. The big guy hit the main character with all his might. The people at the party were very scared. Mo was able to calmly defend himself from the giant's blow. He told him in a displeased voice that he had made him lose his temper. Jun was amazed that the guy was able to defend himself from his blow. The protagonist put his hand forward and stopped the giant's hand. Jun was amazed that the student was able to block his blow. Mo looked angrily at the fighter and said that they could fight after the banquet. Jun thought to himself with displeasure that the main character wanted to force him to obey him. Xiaoli angrily told the guest that if he wanted to cause her trouble during the holidays, he should just leave the banquet. The big guy forced himself to calm down. He said that the girl's word was law for him. Jun decided to take revenge on the main character later. The students gathered in a group and clinked glasses of drinks. The girl happily thanked her friends for their congratulations. Jun told his girlfriend from the side to take a look at what he had prepared for her. Xiaoli turned to the side with great excitement and interest. She wanted to look at the gift from her friend. A man in a fashionable suit and hat entered the room. Next to him were his servants with packages. Xiaoli joyfully shouted that it was Mr. Smith in front of her. The guests at the party were very surprised when they saw Mr. Smith. The girl shouted joyfully to Mr. Smith that he was her hero. The man brought something for the birthday girl and told her to wear it. The man brought a luxurious outfit for the surprised girl. He sewed these clothes especially for her. Xiaoli smiled happily at the guests in her new white dress. People around her shouted at the girl that she was very cute. Sue handed a glass of wine to her friend and said that she looked very cute. Mo looked closely at the girl from the side. He saw flaws in her clothes. One of the students suddenly spilled her wine on her friend's clothes. Shu began to apologize in a frightened voice. Xiaoli was very upset. She looked at her dress with tears in her eyes. Jun approached Mr. Smith and asked him to make another dress for his girlfriend. He promised to pay. The designer told the client that he makes such clothes once a month. The designer turned around and told the student that he could not violate his principles as a designer. He did not want to make an exception for the girl. At this time, the big guy stood behind him, very unhappy. Jun pointed his hand at the girl with displeasure and said that she had ruined an expensive dress from Mr. Smith. The guests at the party whispered among themselves with displeasure. They looked angrily at the frightened Shu. The protagonist glanced at the girl. He realized that she was Aunt Bo's daughter. The girl stepped aside and repeated to herself that she was sorry. Chang looked sideways at everything that was happening. He thought that all of this was a very big problem. The protagonist raised his glass and told the guests that it was just clothes, and that it was not a big problem. Shu turned around and asked the guy in surprise, "What is he saying?" The main character was stirring the wine in his glass with his hands at that time. Mo suddenly swung his arm and started spilling his wine on the birthday girl's clothes. The guests around were very scared. Jun looked at the main character with great fear and asked angrily, "What is he doing?" Mo raised his hand with traces of wine. He angrily told the disgruntled guest to just shut up. Jun swung his hand to hit the protagonist. The girlfriend told the guest in a tearful voice that the protagonist wanted to paint her clothes. The guests around were watching the main character. I quickly drew various patterns on the girl's clothes with wine. Chiang stood to the side and watched everything closely. One of the guests said that the main character decided that the girl had not suffered enough. Mr. Smith stood with his glass and also looked closely at the girl. The main character painted the girl's clothes with wine with quick and precise movements. The designer looked at him from the side, frightened. Xiaoli looked at her new dress with admiration. The guest standing next to her looked very amazed. The amazed girl looked at the dress. It had bright and beautiful red patterns on it. The guests at the party were amazed. They couldn't understand how the main character did it. The girl's clothes became even more beautiful. Mr. Smith shouted in a loud voice that he saw before him a work of art from China. Mo asked the girl if she liked it. Xiaoli answered the guy with a smile that she was very happy and prayed to go crazy. There was a disgruntled big guy standing to the side, he thought, and remembered that the girl had never smiled at him like that before. Mr. Smith told the protagonist that he wanted to buy one of his clothes at any price. The fashion designer thought slyly to himself that he dyes one garment every month. Mo turned around and looked at him with displeasure. The protagonist stepped aside. He told the frightened and amazed fashion designer that he also dyed his clothes once a month. The guests at the party looked at the fashion designer with displeasure. They discussed him angrily. The girl on the side thanked the main character in a submissive voice. Mo looked at his partner and said that she was Aunt Zhang's daughter. His help meant nothing to her. Zhang stood to the side and looked attentively at the protagonist. Mo, surrounded by guests, were joyfully and cheerfully discussing something. Mo stood next to the girls and spread his arms out to the side. Shu looked away with displeasure. Chang looked at the protagonist with great anger. Next to him stood Jun, who was equally displeased. Jun and Qian thought angrily that they would still take revenge on the main character. After the banquet, the guests began to leave. People waved goodbye to each other. An expensive car was parked near the building. Jun was very disappointed with the banquet. He expected that the girl should have been touched by his gift. He was interrupted by the protagonist. A man in a suit suddenly appeared from the side. He told the guys that he had a cousin named Van Daly. This relative likes to offend weaklings. He breaks their arms and legs. This man can be invited to deal with the main character, but he will not be cheap. Jun said in an angry voice that he was willing to pay a lot of money to get rid of Mo. The girl stood near the corner and listened attentively to what the stranger told the guys, that he guaranteed that the main character would beg for mercy tomorrow, kneeling before them. Mo was walking to his home in the dormitory building of Huahai University. Zuo told his friend excitedly that he had received a letter. The main character took the letter in his hands and began to read. He felt as if a bright glow was coming from it. Hu Tianxiao in his message suggested to the main character to find out who is stronger at the boxing gym tomorrow at noon. The main character read the letter and squeezed the paper in his hands. He smiled to himself. The boy threw the message in the trash. He remembered that tomorrow was supposed to be the fourth day. His pills were almost ready. He decided to improve his cultivation. Mo sat in a deep cultivation position. In front of him at this time stood a small pot from which smoke came. The main character sat with his eyes closed. One of his friends slyly said that Mo had wrinkled his face to such an extent that it looked like a macaque. Dai slyly told his friends that they should take his friend out for some fun sometime. Zuo happily responded to his partner, making his face wrinkle up too. The main character suddenly opened his eyes and looked in front of him. A bright glow came from him. The students in the room covered themselves with their hands and shouted that they felt a strong wind. Mo reached the intermediate level of cultivation. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that if his grandfather Long saw this, he would definitely be happy. At this time, the main character's phone rang. His girlfriend called him. Mo asked his partner what she wanted. Shu warned the guy in a frightened voice to be careful. Zhu was lying on the bed. She told the guy that there was a person who wanted to annoy him. Mo excitedly explained to his partner that he didn't need to be careful with anyone from Lungxi. The main character explained to the girl in a bored voice that he didn't interfere in people's affairs and everything should be fine with him. The next day, people gathered in crowds outside Hu's boxing gym. People were talking among themselves. Someone said that today a man would come who wanted to challenge the Hu boxing sect. Someone said with displeasure that the stranger was so arrogant that he dared to call the boxing sect. A crowd of people stood and waited for the arrival of the master, who had many victories in a row. The fans stood in several rows near the doors. Someone shouted that the senior master had arrived. One of the fighters joyfully shouted that this master had defeated numerous opponents. He was taking their lives. Other spectators were also joyfully looking ahead. The crowd of fans loudly greeted the formidable martial artist named Hu Tianxiao. Hu raised his hand up and greeted his fans. Suddenly, a huge door came down on chains from above. People jumped back sharply. The amazed spectators looked in surprise at the door that came down from above. Hu glared ahead. He thought his opponent would be a worthless piece of trash. The audience in the hall jumped back in fear from the door that fell from above. The guests stood on the street and could not understand why the door, lowered from the crane, blocked their entry into the building. Hu laughed evilly in the hall inside. He told the guests not to worry. This was just a test for their opponent. If the guy doesn't pass this test, then he can't qualify. The fighter shouted loudly to the spectators that he wanted an absolutely fair fight. The purple-haired spectator said in an angry voice that Master Hu was absolutely right. Wang Dali told his partner that Wimp had no right to call Master Hu at all. The spectators looked closely at the huge doors. They weighed more than 800 kilograms. Someone from the side shouted that Master Hu had thought of everything. He left a small hole in the door. The spectators looked closely at the small entrance below the door and laughed. It looked like a hole for a dog. The fighter on the side said in an angry voice that if the main character came here, he would not be able to enter or retreat. Hu shouted towards the opponent that if he had even the slightest prospect, he would not strain himself. Hu clenched his fist with all his might. He shouted that the protagonist dared to mess with his students and threatened to beat him up when he came. People stood and looked with great attention at the huge door on the side. They expected that a guest would pass through it. Someone whispered to the audience that a guest had arrived. They were wondering how the guy would come through the door. Hu looked ahead with joy. He expected that his opponent would have to shamefully crawl inside the hall. The main character approached the door and saw a hole. Someone from the audience happily thought that the show was beginning. Hu looked ahead with an angry and interested expression. He was waiting for the guy to appear. The main character came up and suddenly lifted the heavy door above him with his hand. He looked into the hall at the surprised people and asked how they all got here. The guests inside the room were very surprised. They looked at the guy in amazement. Hu looked thoughtfully and silently at his opponent. He realized that the guy was just as weak. The main character lowered the heavy door to the floor with his hands. He said in a calm voice that if the door fell on someone, that person would say goodbye to life. Hu looked angrily at his opponent and said that he was truly worthy of fighting against him. The fighter looked at the main character and said that he wanted to discuss something with him now. The fighter pointed his hand at the main character. He angrily told the guy that he had hurt his students with vile methods. The audience in the hall were talking to each other. Someone said that the main character is very arrogant and deserves to be punished. Hu thought angrily to himself that he would first humiliate his opponent in front of the public in order to damage his psyche. Mo sternly reminded his partner that the students of his boxing school humiliated people and created problems. Mo looked at his opponent and said that he had come here to make him keep himself in check. But he did not like the false accusations against him. The main character sternly told his opponent that he would teach him by force now. Ho looked closely at the guy. The fighter laughed evilly. He was interested to see how the main character wanted to train any of their boxing sect. The audience watched the main character with interest. No one believed that the guy was trying to surpass the senior martial artist who had been practicing for 30 years. Hu stepped forward. He told the protagonist that he was not strong enough to threaten him. The fighter swung his arm and shouted at the guy that he would crush him effortlessly. Hu looked sternly at the guy and shouted that in this room, there would only be victory or defeat. Hu stuck his paws forward and rushed forward at the guy. He shouted that he was attacking. Mo stood and calmly looked at him. The protagonist glanced at his opponent and thought that he should not miss such an opportunity to practice. Hu ran forward at full speed and hit his opponent on the go. The spectators on the side watched the masters fight with admiration. The main character put both hands in front of him to defend himself from his opponent's blow. Hu raised both his hands up. The main character flew up to his opponent unnoticed from behind and somersaulted. The spectators were very surprised. Someone shouted that the guy dodged Master Hu's attack in the air. Hu swung his arm to attack the guy from the jump. Someone from the side shouted that the master really deserved his consecutive victories. The main character very quickly and deftly dodged the blows of his opponents in different directions. Hu was surprised to think that his opponent didn't even think of fighting back. He shouted at the guy that he was too weak to defeat him. The protagonist watched his opponent closely. He decided to leave some of his techniques for later. Mo raised his hand up and calmly blocked Hu's powerful blow. The audience watched the fight with amazement. The main character was able to withstand the onslaught of Master Hu from the air. Hu rushed forward at the protagonist. He shouted at the guy that he wanted him to join his fighting sect. The fighter promised the protagonist that he would be able to do anything he wanted in Longxi. Mo extended his hand up and held his opponent's hand. He told him in a calm voice that he refused. The main character threw his opponent back with a powerful blow. He also jumped to the side. Mo landed on the ground and grabbed it with his hand. He said in an angry voice that the people in the boxing sect are all worse than each other. The main character told his surprised opponent that he himself had really hoped for this battle. Hu looked at the guy with displeasure and said that he did not appreciate his kindness. The fighter got angry because the guy didn't accept his offer. He angrily reminded him that he was the strongest sect master in all of Longxi. The fighter clenched his fist. He shouted at the guy that Master Hu's instant kill technique was very strong. The main character put his hands forward. He was able to block a powerful blow from his opponent. Mo stood and held off the attack from the fighter. Someone from the audience said with excitement that Mo was completely overwhelmed. The difference in strength between the participants in the fight was very great. Van watched the masters fight with admiration. Another fighter said that the main character would have to kneel and ask for forgiveness. Hu swung his arm for another powerful blow. He said angrily that he was a little overexcited and revealed his techniques. Mo looked at his opponent with fear. The main character sharply dodged the opponent's blow. Hu angrily shouted at the guy that he would take the victory for himself. The main character stood in a fighting stance. Hu angrily demanded that the guy get on his knees and surrender. The main character looked angrily at the fighter and said that he had already given him a chance. The master looked at the guy in fear. The main character raised his finger and told his opponent that the combat sect would no longer exist. The main character swung his arm sharply in mid-flight to hit the fighter who was flying towards him. Hu put his hands in front of him to protect himself. The protagonist thought that he was almost scared by his opponent's face. The main character swung and hit the fighter with all his might. The master looked at his hand in fear and felt a strong pain in it. Mo continued to hit his opponent with very powerful blows. Hu screamed very loudly. The master's face became very tense. People around him watched Hu with fear. The beaten master lay on the ground. The main character approached him from the side. The spectators could not believe that Mo beat his opponent with just one blow. Wang shouted in a frightened voice that their master had been defeated. Another fighter on the side said in a frightened voice that even Hu's hands were crippled. The spectators screamed in fear that the master's internal organs were also damaged. Hu became a cripple even weaker than ordinary people. The beaten master lay on the ground and could not get up. He looked ahead with an unseeing gaze. The main character addressed the audience. He strictly warned them that none of them should use force to bully the weak and create problems. He threatened with consequences. The frightened fighters fell to their knees in front of the main character. The guests of the duel were very shocked by the master's defeat. Someone thought that it looked as if a man with absolute power was teaching a lesson. The students came to visit Wang Tai. Li Chang demanded that his partner kill one student for them. Tai told the guests with admiration that he had seen a fight in the Hu family's martial arts hall yesterday. He had learned all of the guy's kicks. With his new techniques, he could have knocked out all the students at the university. The guests were very happy with the mercenary's answer. Someone shouted that the main character would definitely die this time. A girl was standing around the corner and eavesdropping. The mercenary promised the students that he would come as soon as they called the victim. The girl thought to herself with excitement that if Tai really was a mafioso, then the main character would have problems. Yu stood near the wall and grabbed the phone. She decided to call her friend and warn him. Suddenly, she heard the phone ringing next to her. Chong extended his hand to the protagonist and told him to come to him. A frightened girl was watching all this from the side. She thought angrily that I was an idiot. The main character angrily asked the students what had happened to them. Chiang sternly threatened the guy that he would return home in pieces. Jun accused the protagonist of interrupting his girlfriend's birthday. So now Mo will be maimed and recorded. The whole process. The main character asked the students, "Where is the man who came to kill him?" Chang angrily answered the guy to look at the enemy. Tai suddenly fell to his knees in front of the main character and began to ask for forgiveness. He shouted that it was the student's idea, and he had nothing to do with them. Chiang and Jun looked at him from the side, amazed. Jun couldn't understand why the mercenary called the protagonist a master. Chang shouted in fear that Mo couldn't kill Hu Pian with one blow. Tai raised his hand and shouted to the protagonist that he was already leaving and wanted them to forget about it. Jun and Chang were amazed when they realized that the fighter and his subordinates had decided to leave them. The main character asked the students with displeasure, "Do they really want to say anything else?" He explained to them that he needed rest in the middle of the night. His partners waved their hands in fear and began to make excuses. The girl peeked out from around the corner. She watched the guy closely and could not understand who this Chin Mo really was. Shang approached the frightened girl from behind and angrily asked why she was at school at night. Yu explained to the student in a trembling voice that she had just gone to the snack alley. Now she was heading home. The student decided to get this girl for himself to gain even more fame. He offered her in a sly voice to become his lab assistant. Xiang handed his surprised partner a pill to increase heat. Shu looked at the pill in surprise. She thought that she could not agree to become student Xian's lab assistant. The girl was surprised that the guy gave her an expensive pill. The student turned and looked at the girl with a burning gaze. He told her to take the pill. The girl decided to agree to her friend's request. She extended her hand to her mouth with the pill. Suddenly, someone ran up from the side and knocked the pill out of the girl's hand. Mo angrily told the student that she couldn't take this pill. Shu got very angry. The angry girl rushed forward at the main character and demanded that he return the pill to her. Xiang angrily demanded that the protagonist give the pill to the girl. Xu continued waving her hands next to Mo. The main character looked closely at the student. He looked very bad, and his body was exhausted to the limit. He said out loud to his partner that he could die himself, but he would not allow him to drag the girl into this. The girlfriend on the side told the main character that it was all just a gesture from her friend. She didn't want me to worry about her affairs. The main character turned around and walked away. Zhu angrily shouted after the guy that she hadn't told him everything yet. Xiang was very unhappy that the main character prevented him from giving the pill to the girl. The next day, the protagonist arrived at the Daxing supermarket wearing a long dark cloak. The friends looked happily at the main character. Dai wished his friend good luck on the first date. Someone called the main character from the side. It was his girlfriend Shen, who came up and explained to the guy that she had a lot of work at her parents' store. The girlfriend smiled slyly at the guy and said that they needed to go to the cinema. The film was about to start. The main character and his companion climbed the stairs. The student looked ahead and said that he saw Shen Yuan. Shen turned to the side and noticed someone. She stopped. The girl saw her old friend Bai Ze next to her. The guy angrily told his ex-girlfriend that her companion was just a beggar. Shen sternly demanded that the guy be more polite. She reminded him that he was not pursuing her because of feelings. Bai told the girl in an angry voice that she had thrown herself into his arms without even thinking about it. The guy told his partner in an angry voice that underneath her appearance was a common fool. Bai told his former friend in an angry voice that he no longer needed her. The Bai's girlfriend told the girl in an angry voice that she had not been able to find a master for herself and had only gotten involved with a village girl. The stranger shouted to the crying girl that perhaps the young master would still allow her to become his servant. The main character covered his girlfriend with his hand. He angrily told his partners that they had better leave. Bai angrily asked the main character why he was speaking to him so arrogantly. Yue came up to the side. The guy asked her in surprise, "Does she really know the main character and his girlfriend?" Yue glanced to the side at the protagonist. She realized that he was currently arguing with Bai. Yu thought angrily that she could teach Bai Zi a good lesson today. The girl said out loud to her partner that she didn't know the main character at all. Mo smiled happily to himself. Bai said in a satisfied voice that it was good. Bai told his partner that the main character had scolded their company and he wanted to teach him a lesson. Yue encouraged the guy and told him to continue. Mo calmly asked his partner how he would do it. Bai looked angrily at the main character and decided to explain to him how he would do it. The guy was very unhappy that the main character was able to win over his friend, the girl Shen Yuan. Bai threw a wad of money at the guy and called him trash. Yue stood by, surprised. Yue watched Bai from the side in surprise. Mo calmly watched as green bills fell in front of him. The guy angrily demanded that the main character crawl between his legs. He promised to forgive him and give him the money. Yue stood to the side and watched the main character closely. She happily thought to herself that Bai would definitely die now. Shen hugged her boyfriend by the hand. She told him that his rival was from Baihei Medical Company, and there was no need to provoke him. Mo grabbed the phone and wanted to call someone. Bai stretched out his hand forward. He menacingly shouted to the main character that calls would not help him anymore. The main character called Wai Xin. He asked someone to help him deal with a representative of the Bai family. The guy looked at Mo with great interest. He did not believe that he called Director Bai. The guy pointed angrily at the main character and said that he didn't understand why he could be acquainted with the director of Bai. The stranger looked slyly at me and said that he liked to brag. Yu thought slyly to herself that their partners had no idea that they were flying very quickly towards huge problems. Bai impatiently swung his arm to hit the protagonist. Shen shouted in a frightened voice at the guys to stop. A stranger ran up from the side and shouted at the boy that he was an idiot. Bai still held his hand in front of him. He realized that he had heard his father's voice. The boy turned around and asked his father in surprise why he wasn't at the meeting in the next building. Bai bowed to the main character and asked for forgiveness for the fact that his son insulted him. The guy next to him was surprised. He could not understand why his father bowed to the guy. Mo looked at the man in surprise and asked, "Is it really his son next to him?" Bai answered his partner that his son was indeed next to him. The main character told his partner in an angry voice that his son threw money in his face. This means that their family has a big budget. Bai rushed to the main character. He asked in a displeased voice why his father should bow to him. The man suddenly swung his hand and hit the surprised guy in the face with all his might. The son asked his father with displeasure why he hit him. The man sternly asked his partner if he knew who the main character was. The man pointed his finger at the main character. He sternly shouted that Mo is the savior of the director Bai. The beaten guy listened to his father in surprise. An angry man beat his son with all his might. He shouted that he practically destroyed his family. The father demanded sternly from the boy that he kneel before the main character and apologize. I stood silently surrounded by my girlfriends. Bei fell to his knees in front of the main character and asked for forgiveness. Mo sternly demanded that his partner apologize to the girl. After that, the guy apologized to Shen for stalking her day after day. Shen told the offender in a displeased voice that she no longer wanted to see his face. Mo looked at the Bai with displeasure and sternly said that next time he would not be able to apologize. The man grabbed his son by the hand and shouted at the young people that they were disappearing forever. Yu thanked the protagonist from the side for helping her get rid of the annoying Bai. The girl said goodbye to the main character. The guy wished her good luck next time. Yu turned around carefully. She saw Mo standing and happily chatting with his girlfriend. The main character was happily talking about something with the girl. Shen smiled cheerfully at him in response. Yu turned around with displeasure. She thought that the teacher already had a girlfriend. Yue walked along the corridor between people. She thought that if her body was normal, she might get some kindness from the protagonist. The main character was sitting in the cinema with his girlfriend. They were watching a romantic film. Mo was sitting on a chair and watching a movie. It was not interesting for him. Shen followed the movie and thought that love was very beautiful. Shen suddenly turned around and addressed the main character by name. Mo looked at her with interest. The girl was sitting in a chair. She wanted to ask the guy something in a shy voice. Shen told the main character in a very joyful voice that girls always want something from their beloved. Mo grabbed his girlfriend by the arms and shouted in a joyful voice that he wanted her too. Suddenly, something fell out of the main character's pocket. Shen looked at the green object with great excitement. Mo looked at the green package with fear. He didn't understand how it could have fallen out of his pocket. Inside the dormitory, students were sitting at computers. They were completely absorbed in the game. Zhu turned around and happily greeted the protagonist as he entered. Mo couldn't understand where the item could have come from in his clothes. The main character remembered how the girl ran away from him during a date. She screamed that she didn't want to see him anymore. The friends looked slyly at the main character and asked how much fun he had today. The students surrounded the main character and began to question him. The friend told the surprised guy that CND had prepared everything for him. Mo asked the student in a shocked voice, "Is it really his fault?" Dai shouted in fright to his friend to calm down. The main character ran after his frightened friend and shouted that he wanted to punch him. D covered his head with a pillow and shouted to the student that he just wanted everything to be for the best. The main character grabbed his friend on the street with his hands while walking. Dai continued to ask him for forgiveness in a frightened voice. D was frightened and covered his head with a pillow. He showed the main character an advertisement near the road. The protagonist glanced to the side at the notice. It said that he had caused damage to their school when he openly criticized Li Xian. The main character swung his hand sharply and with a powerful blow tore the announcement off the board. Mo tore off the notice and squeezed it in his hand. He shouted that all this is very shameless. The next morning, the student was inside the laboratory. The professor put his hand on his shoulder and thanked him. The professor looked at the student and told her to be a good assistant for Xian. The girl promised the director that she would try her best. Lin promised the professor that he would guide the students and be confident. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard from the side. The entrance door flew into the room. The director asked the guy with displeasure why he dared to break into the laboratory in such a way. Lin shouted to the director that Mo had broken in and slandered Xian. Shu called the main character a fool in a dissatisfied voice. The director pointed his finger at the guy and asked with displeasure why he came here and didn't realize his mistake. The main character stood and calmly looked at the people in the room. He was clutching the remainder of the torn-off announcement in his hand. The main character angrily asked the director, does he really want him to realize his mistake? The protagonist told the professor that he wanted to have a little medical debate with Xian. Zhu was displeased and surprised when she realized that the guy really wanted to have a medical debate with the student. Teacher Lin laughed cheerfully when he heard about the challenge from the protagonist. Xiang asked his partner in an angry voice, does he really want to have a medical debate with him? The student remembered that he grew up in a family that was noted for Chinese medicine. I looked at my partner and asked very sternly, does he agree? Xing looked sternly at the protagonist and said that he would satisfy his inclinations. The main character was walking along the alley alone. Suddenly, someone appeared in his path. Mo very realistically imagined how Xian and Teacher Lin's eyes would be bloodshot at the medical debate tomorrow. An unfamiliar woman approached from the side. She wanted to ask the main character something. The stranger took out a document. She told the guy that she wanted to hire him as an official bodyguard. Mo told the woman on the go that he was not interested. The girl ran behind the guy. She promised him the highest salary in Longxi. The woman grabbed the main character's hand from behind. She wanted to stop him. The stranger told the guy in a stern voice that there might be some other benefit for him. The woman promised the main character that their chairwoman would fulfill any request for him. She handed him the documents. The main character asked the stranger again. Would they really fulfill any of his requests? The woman came up and looked at the protagonist. She confirmed that she would fulfill any request he made. Mo thought about it and realized that he would need a lot of money to refine the cultivation pill. The guy answered the stranger that he agreed. The woman handed the main character a contract to sign. At that moment, a group of unfamiliar men ran up from the side. One of them pointed his hand at the surprised woman and said that there were other people. The woman asked her brother with displeasure. Was he really following her? Zhen ran up to the main character and angrily asked why he dared to take their jobs. Mo asked his partner why he couldn't do it. The man angrily explained to the guy that he should be President Qin's personal bodyguard. I told my partner with displeasure that all he had to do now was give up. The wife swung and prepared to hit the main character with all her might. He rushed at the guy. The woman shouted loudly at the people to stop fighting. I grabbed the man with a powerful movement and threw him with all my strength to the ground. The stranger nearby was very scared. The fighters on the side were surprised when they saw that the main character had such great strength. The beaten guard lay on the ground. The fighters ran up to the guard and tried to bring him to his senses. The main character handed the woman a contract and said that he had signed it. The stranger watched the guy leave. She happily thought that from now on, President Qin's big plan would be safe and sound. The next day, the hall was full of people. They were all waiting for the medical duel between the main character and Li Xian. The female spectators in the hall held up signs to support the boy. Xu sat silently in her seat. She decided to pretend that she didn't know Mo, to avoid embarrassment later. The student on the side told the girl that the main character is known for his fighting skills. The partner explained to the guy that Mo was able to win the fight only thanks to luck. The audience looked with interest at the big red curtain above the stage. Someone shouted that if Mo disgraced himself this time, the whole school would know about it. The main character opened the doors and came out onto the stage. He looked attentively at the audience. The audience in the hall looked at the guy with interest. Xu thought discontentedly that the main character came because he was not humiliated enough. Dai looked at his companions and sternly demanded that they thank the main character. The students raised the poster and all began to pump out words of support for me. The main character listened attentively to the words of his friends. They promised him support, even if he was beaten. The main character looked at his friends on stage with displeasure. He didn't like their persistent support. Yu sat on the chair and looked after the guy. She called him by name. The girl angrily told the protagonist to hurry up and go back. He must not create disasters and dishonor in the future. Mo walked past Xu and told her on the go not to interfere in her business. Half an hour later, the main character was standing on the stage near the stands. The judges could not understand why Xiang had not yet arrived with Professor Lin. The viewer asked her friend, "Does she still want to ignore the main character?" The partner told the guy that very soon Xiang will go on stage and humiliate his rival. The director asked his subordinate, "Why hasn't the student arrived yet?" The partner said that calling Xian and Professor Lin didn't work. The girl angrily told her friend that she was tired of waiting and was hungry. The partner told the student that they could eat lunch first and then come back. At this time, the door opened and several people ran in. The old man shouted to his companions to move faster. The girl joyfully rushed forward and said that Xiang should quickly humiliate the main character. She could not wait any longer. The old man ran up to the director and wanted to tell him something. Two of his workers were carrying the unconscious Lin and Xian. The student looked very bad. His face had aged and become wrinkled. Xu looked at the student from her seat in surprise. She didn't understand how Xiang could change so much. The old man ran up to the main character and wanted to ask him for something. Li and his grandson fell to their knees in front of the main character. He asked me to save his grandson. The audience was very surprised. They could not believe that Elder Li knelt before the main character. The main character angrily asked the old man, "Was this all just a warm-up?" The Elder Li knelt down and asked the boy in a frightened voice to save his grandson. Shang lay to the side and could not get up. He looked deathly pale and weak. The protagonist calmly replied to Elder Li that he had warned him many times. Now it was all over. Mo sternly told the frightened old man to go back and prepare for the future. Xiang was lying on the floor and couldn't get up. He reached out to the main character and asked him to save him. The student kept asking the main character to save him. Someone threw a microphone onto the stage from the side. Zhang was lying on the floor and screaming that he didn't expect the pill to cause such a reaction. The audience in the hall listened attentively to the words of the student on the stage. Xiang shouted that he should not have stolen an honor that did not belong to him. Xian stood up on the stage. He told the protagonist in a weakening voice that he would definitely die. I told the lying guy in a stern voice that he had chosen this path himself. The panacea was not meant for ordinary people like him. At this point, the student on stage began to twist his legs in all directions. Mo explained that the side effects that were now appearing were just the beginning. Xiang felt a very strong pain in his body and screamed loudly. His limbs continued to twist. The audience in the hall looked at the guy on the stage with fear. Xian's arms and legs were twisted in different directions. The student screamed loudly that it hurt a lot. The protagonist said in a calm voice that these were the side effects of the divine pill. The amazed people sat in the hall and looked at the stage. There was an oppressive silence all around. Zhu was very shocked and frightened. She sat and silently looked ahead. The girl remembered that the main character stopped her from taking the pill in time. The audience in the hall began to shout that Xiang was a big scammer. The divine pill was a lie from the very beginning. Someone shouted to the frightened and exhausted Xian that he was a thief who could not see the light. Xing looked at the main character, scared and exhausted. He wanted help from him. The elder hugged his grandson and promised that he would find a way to save him. Li bowed to the main character and shouted that he knew a way to save him a lot. Mo turned around and looked at the people. He felt very sorry for them. The main character angrily told the old man that from now on, his grandson's life would be a waste of time. Xiang ended up in the hospital. His life was saved, but the bones in his body were badly broken and damaged. The patient will lie in bed paralyzed for the rest of his life. Li thanked the main character with a joyful voice for the fact that his grandson was alive. The patient on the bed called the protagonist by name in a weakening voice. The old man turned to his grandson with excitement. Jiang thanked the protagonist for saving him. Mo, meanwhile, silently stepped aside. The main character went outside and someone immediately called him from the side. There was an expensive red car parked next to the girl. She ran up to the guy and said that she had found him. Yui told the guy with a sly smile that she would soon be participating in a secret car competition. She needed him to modify her car. The main character asked the girl, did she really mean street racing? Yui told her friend that all this was very important to her. She wanted the guy to help her improve her car. The main character turned around and walked away. He told the angry girl that he was not interested. Yo sternly shouted after the guy that she would still go to the competition even if he didn't fix her car. Mo was sitting in her dorm room in a meditative pose. There was a light aura around her. Two students were sitting on chairs and were busy playing games on their phones. The main character's phone rang next to him. Bai asked the guy with great excitement if his daughter was next to him. The father excitedly told the main character that the girl had gone to look for him, but had still not returned. Mo remembered that the girl had shouted to him that no one would care if she died. After this, the main character jumped out of bed and ran to the exit of the room. Dai looked at his phone in fear. He shouted that he was going to lose. The main character put his hand on his shoulder. The main character held his friend by the clothes and asked where the street racing takes place. The student said that the race would be held tonight on Burial Mountain in their dragon fort. Mo headed for the exit. He told his friends that he needed to leave. A lot of people gathered near the Burial Mountain. There were racing cars there. People in the crowd greeted the young master of Tai. The guy turned to the side. The guests in the crowd turned around and looked at the girl carefully. Someone said that Yue refused to be the girlfriend of the young master Tai. The two competitors stood aside and continued to discuss the girl. Yue thought to herself with displeasure that the people around her knew nothing. They just stood there and said whatever they thought. The girl stood near the car. She remembered that the Tai family even had their own financial company. They could always make money. The Tai guy always bothered her. A racer in a green suit came up to the girl and told her that she shouldn't feel sorry if she lost. Yue told her partner that if he lost today, he would have to sit on top of the mountain and act like a baboon all night. Tai laughed happily, amused by the girl's words that he would lose. An expensive blue car drove up from the side. Someone said that Yang Yang drove up to them and victory would be his. Tai told the angry girl that he had invited Yang Yang for his victory. The main character drove up from the side in his racing car. The girl happily ran up to him. Mo was driving. He promised his girlfriend that he would help her. Yue was very happy when she heard such words from the guy. The spectators around looked at the main character in surprise. They didn't know who he was. Someone shouted that I didn't even have a racing uniform. A racer named Yang in a yellow uniform came up from the side and called the main character. The racer angrily asked the main character, "Does he really still want to get first place in his presence?" Mo looked sternly at his opponent and said that first place would belong to him. Yang looked angrily at the main character and told him not to cry when he flies out of the race. The main character stood aside and continued to communicate with the racer. Tai turned around and demanded that the man find him information about the main character. There was a whole group of cars at the start. The newcomers started 30 seconds earlier. The spectators were watching the race attentively. Tai was surprised when he heard from his subordinate that the main character was an orphan. The man told his partner a detailed biography of Mo. The boss happily said that he initially thought that the main character was from a rich family. When he wins the bet, he will make his rival suffer. Two racing cars were racing at full speed along the mountain track. They were almost equal. Young, who was driving, shouted to the main character that he was going to overtake him on this turn. Mo looked ahead happily. He shouted that he would now show what he could do. Mo pressed the gas pedal in his car and pulled ahead. Yang was surprised when he saw fire behind his opponent's car. Tai was watching the race closely. He shouted that the main character has nitro boosters. The man next to him shouted that the car Mo accelerates due to this, like cars in the League of G cards. The guy grabbed the radio and contacted Yang. He demanded that he overtake the rival. The main character continued to rush forward. At one turn, he sharply turned to the side to get around his opponent. Yang tried to get around the main character and sharply turned his blue car on the highway. Mo suddenly jerked forward in his car. Someone from the side shouted that Yang was out of the race. The spectators were amazed. They watched the race and could not believe that the three-time champion could lose like that. Tai looked ahead carefully. He slammed his hand on the table. He told the fighters to get ready. The girl was driving a racing car after the main character. She shouted to her friend that if he took first place, she would lose the bet. Tai was watching the race on video closely. He said that Mo didn't want to help his girlfriend. Tai laughed evilly and said that the main character was simply afraid of him. The girl caught up with the main character and shouted for him to stop right now. On the go, I asked my partner what she was doing wrong in relation to Bai. Yue shouted at the protagonist that she used him to deal with Bai and demanded that Mo slow down. Tai was watching the race closely. He was glad that the main character had pulled ahead. In the end, he would have won the bet. The racer happily watched the girl and shouted that he would beat her. The main character suddenly hit the brakes. The girl suddenly pulled ahead and won the race. Tai and his subordinates watched the finish of the race in amazement. The dissatisfied boss slammed his hand on the monitor with all his might. He ordered his subordinates to kill the main character. The girl rushed to the main character and began to thank him. Mo explained to his girlfriend that there were many people standing around them and looking at them. An angry racer came up from the side. He called the main character by name. Tai pulled out a gun and pointed it at the guy. He shouted at him not to even think about leaving here today. The spectators around looked in surprise at the young master of Tai who had come. The racer approached, accompanied by his subordinates. Someone shouted that something was wrong here. Yu shouted to her partner that he had lost the bet. Now the racer would have to spend the night on the mountain like a baboon. Tai pointed his hand at the main character and told him to stay with the girl on his territory. The main character looked at the racer and asked what would happen if he didn't listen to him. Tai looked at his partner and threatened that he would then beat him to death. Mo reached forward and covered the girl. He told the racer to come to him himself. Tai ordered his subordinates to kill the main character. He promised to take responsibility. A whole crowd of bandits with clubs rushed forward towards the main character. The main character looked at the nearest bandits. He shouted at the girl to get into the car. The main character dealt with the fighters very quickly. Then he approached the Tai. The spectators stood amazed. They couldn't believe that one guy could beat up so many people. Ye was sitting in the car. She looked happily at her friend and shouted that he was amazing. The racer pointed his gun at the main character and prepared to shoot. I looked calmly at the racer and said that he could pull the trigger. Tai was amazed that the guy in front of him didn't even beg him to save his life. Tai was very scared for a moment. Sweat appeared on his face. The racer shot at the main character and shouted at the guy that he wanted to die. Mo very sharply put his hand forward to protect himself from the flying bullet. The main character defended himself thanks to the Kingdom of Combat Fundamentals. It could protect him from a regular bullet. This skill did not protect against heavier weapons. Mo could not risk his life with such things any longer. Tai, with a gun in his hand, fell to his knees in fear in front of the main character. He decided that there was a monster in front of him. The racer nervously told the main character not to come near him. Mo grabbed his opponent by the clothes and reminded him that he had ordered him to be killed. The man sat in the room and closely watched the main character on the video. The man looked at the guy on the screen and said that he was really strong. The fighter on the side told the boss that the main character made him afraid to the point that his body wanted to kneel. The boss told his subordinate in a thoughtful voice that they should establish a friendly relationship with the main character. A subordinate ran up from the side. He shouted to the frightened boss that the young master of Tai had gotten into trouble in the burial mountain. The boss said in an angry voice that someone was tired of living if such a person caused trouble to his son. The main character was sitting on the trunk of a car and pressed the racer to the ground with his foot. Tai shouted at the guy not to step on him anymore. Mo looked carefully to the side. He saw many cars driving up to him. The boss got out of the car. He angrily asked the main character how he dared to touch Tai Shin-on's son. The audience looked at the arriving guests in surprise. Someone said that the main character would definitely die now. Tai lay on the ground and demanded that the main character let him go. He was overwhelmed that his father would kill him, and was unhappy that the protagonist kept his son even after his arrival, and ordered his subordinate to go and kill the guy. The fighter told the boss that he would do everything in 3 seconds. Yue raised her phone up and tried to get some signal. On the side, the audience watched attentively as the boss went to deal with the main character. An, accompanied by his terrible subordinate, walked towards the guy. I stood and calmly watched as the boss walked towards him, along with his subordinate. Tai was lying on the ground. The main character's foot was standing on top of him. The racer decided that Mo would definitely die now. The boy began to take a closer look at his father and noticed that he had changed somehow. The racer noticed with horror that the faces of the guard and the boss were somehow very distorted. Tai looked at the people approaching with fear. They froze like ice statues next to him. The main character stood and looked absolutely calmly at the people walking towards him. The boss and the fighter stood and looked ahead as if they were looking at the devil, and stopped. He looked at the main character with a piercing and frightened gaze. The man looked closely at the guy and remembered how he had defeated him with one blow, and bowed to the main character and asked him for forgiveness for the misunderstanding. Tai could not understand why his father bowed to the guy. The people in the crowd couldn't understand why the godfather was apologizing after his son was beaten. Yue was surprised that even An was afraid of the main character. The main character told the boss about the bet his son had made, and bowed to the guy and said that they would carry out his order. Tai was very surprised when he heard such words from his father, and sternly demanded that the guy behave like a baboon because he lost the bet. Tai began to jump on the ground like a monkey. An and his subordinate bowed after the main character. Mo walked away hand in hand with his girlfriend. The main character drove up to a big house together with his girlfriend in cars. Yue grabbed the guy by the hand. She shouted at him that she would admire him even more now. Mo answered his partner to go and rest. Suddenly, the girl lost consciousness and fell into the arms of the main character. I put my hand to the girl's throat. He noticed with horror that her body was very cold. The main character carried his girlfriend in his arms into the room. She was unconscious. I put the girl on the bed and prepared to help her regain consciousness. The main character unbuttoned his girlfriend's clothes and prepared to bring her back to life. The protagonist looked closely at the girl's body lying in front of him. He couldn't examine her if she was dressed. Mo turned away and thought that his girlfriend's skin was very soft. The main character shook his head sharply to the side. He ordered himself that he should be serious. Mo looked at the patient's body on the bed. He saw something that looked like a piece of ice near her head. A man and a woman were walking down the street. The wife angrily told her husband that something could happen to their daughter. The husband explained to his partner that if she hadn't divorced him, their daughter wouldn't have been such a rebel. The man stopped near the house and noticed light coming from the window. The main character stood and there was a magical glow near his hands. He decided to start using his spiritual power. At this time, the young patient came to her senses and took a deep breath. The main character turned around in fear. He saw someone enter the room. Mo looked at the girl's parents and said that he just wanted to heal their daughter. The man was sitting on a chair near the bed where his daughter was. He looked at the guy with displeasure. The woman rushed behind the main character with an axe. Mo ran away and shouted to his girlfriend's parents to calm down. The girl came to her senses and began to make some sounds. The father turned to his daughter in surprise. Mo stuck his hand out to the side. He shouted to the frightened woman that their daughter had woken up. The excited parents ran up to their daughter and began examining her. Mo stood quietly to the side. He thought that he had managed to overcome the obstacle. The man was sitting at the table. He apologized to the main character. He said that he had no idea that Mo was checking his daughter. The woman asked the girl sternly, "Does she really believe her friend?" The man at the table told the main character that their daughter falls into a coma twice a month. Then she wakes up with an icy body. Mo asked his friend with excitement, "Does she really fall into a coma regularly?" Yue happily told her friend that the doctors had promised her that she would not live to see 20 years. The main character realized that the girl could die at any moment, so she decided to try everything quickly in life. The main character looked at the girl and promised to find a way to cure her. Yue was happy when she heard such words. The main character told the woman not to be too self-confident. He advised her to use less low-quality cosmetics in the future. The woman angrily shouted at the guy that the girl uses only the best cosmetics from the brand Beauty Without Worries. The man told the boy that the brand Beauty Without Care is the best in China. It is known for its harmlessness. The main character took a small bottle out of his pocket. The woman asked the guy with displeasure what could be in his bottle. I knocked the box on the table and suggested that my partner make a comparison. The woman looked at the main character for a long time. She thought about his words. The hostess stood up from the table with the phone in her hand. She told the protagonist that she would call Department Head Lee here to bring a research team. If Mo loses, he must leave immediately and stay away from the girl. Yue, a girl with several girls, entered the room. They greeted President Yue. The woman told the guest to use her products to do magic. The woman pointed her hand at the main character and said that he should look. The boy and girl were painting Yue's face. He said that their brand stands out from all the others because of its low content of harmful substances. Yue opened her eyes with makeup on. The man said that cosmetics cannot be completely harmless. The hostess turned to the main character. She told him that it was his turn. Mo opened a small tube in his hand. He prepared to use it on the girl. The guy dripped a small amount of cosmetic product onto Yue's face. The girl was surprised by the new sensations. Her skin became like that of a newborn baby. The girl pointed the scanner at the subject's face and was very surprised. The owner asked the worker what the result was. The girl said that the main character's drug did not contain any harmful substances. The woman was very surprised. She thought that if their company used such a product, the profit would be very high. The hostess extended her hand from behind to the main character and shouted for him to wait. I was heading for the exit. He told the girl to use his remedy. I turned around and asked the woman with displeasure, "Does she really need anything else?" The hostess served hands and offered the main character cooperation. Their company could make him a good offer. Mo answered his partner that he was not interested in such a thing. The woman told the protagonist that she was offering him 70% of the entire sale. The daughter held an apple in her hands. She put her hand on the man's shoulder and said that if he were like the main character, her mother would not have divorced him last year. The main character smiled and told the mistress that he was leaving this matter to her. The guy decided to himself that cultivation required a lot of money. If he had 70% of the profit, he would guarantee a stable income flow. Mo was walking quietly down the street late at night. He decided that he could no longer cultivate. Suddenly, someone ran up to the guy from the side and called him Love. The main character turned around and saw some stranger with a piece of paper in his hands. The guy called him Love again. The stranger wanted to confess his love to the main character. Mo was frightened to think that he got a strange admirer after the debate a couple of days ago. A fat stranger stood on the street and read a love letter from paper. I listened to him attentively. The street poet raised his leg high and continued reading poetry. I looked at him with displeasure. The stranger extended his hand to the protagonist. He said with excitement that I really wanted to hug him now. The stranger began to cry. He wanted to read this poem to his girlfriend. I couldn't understand where the guy got such self-confidence from. The main character held a piece of paper in his hands. He promised his joyful partner that he would help him write a poem. The stranger snatched his paper from the protagonist's hands. He said with displeasure that my creativity could not compare with his. The student asked his partner sternly, "What faculty was he in?" Mai answered that he was in the physical training faculty. The stranger turned around and looked at the main character with suspicion. The student asked the protagonist if he knew Chinya Mo. After that, Mo immediately realized that his partner did not want to give him the love poem he had created. The main character could not decide whether he should immediately tell his partner who he really was. The stranger shouted that his name was Li Cha. He promised in an angry voice that he was ready to defeat Chinmo on the day of the sports festival. The protagonist turned around and walked away. He promised the loser that he would pass on his words to Chinyu Mo. The student burst into tears of grief again. The main character returned to the dormitory. He saw upset students there. I asked my friends what happened. Dai turned around and asked his friend, "Didn't he hear the news?" The sports festival was about to start. Coach Ching wanted to force them to take first place. The students said in a dissatisfied voice that Li Cha had returned, so they must now admit defeat. The main character remembered how he had just seen Li Cha on the street and how he had read him his poems. Dai looked angrily at the main character and said that he would now suffer. The protagonist's friends surrounded him. They told him that the student Li Cha was very angry when he found out that Mo had gotten close to the girl Chen Van. He promised to humiliate the protagonist at the sports festival. Dai told the main character with a smile that his rival would be taking part in the 5 and 10-kilometer races at the festival. The day of the sports festival came. Spectators were sitting in the stands. Dai told his friends that they had to sign up the main character to participate against Li Cha so as not to lose their grades at school. A female coach approached the students from the side. She angrily told them that if they didn't take first place, they could go home and breed pigs. Dai warned the protagonist not to relax. It was up to him whether they could keep their school grades. The friend turned around and promised Mo that they would thank him with an excellent banquet after the festival. The students were talking among themselves. One of them said that everyone was confident in winning, and he won every year. A girl named Shu came up from the side. She brought the main character his dog in her arms. Milky happily rushed into the arms of the main character. The girl told her friend that the dog really wanted to come to him today. She promised me that she would root for him today. The students stood and looked angrily after the girl who was leaving. The host told the guests that student Li Cha wanted to give a speech today. The student stood near the microphone and read a speech. The principal thought that this student deserved to be a celebrity in the school. The student began to read the message to his girlfriend, Chen Wang. The student sat and listened to the guy with displeasure. Her friends looked at her in surprise. Li Cha continued to read the poem. He promised the girl that he would spend the rest of his life with her. The student shouted in a dissatisfied voice that the guy was reading a lousy poem. Shen felt very awkward. The student turned away with displeasure. He thought he had a few more spare poems. Li Cha began to count a new poem from a piece of paper. The main character wrote this poetry for him. The girls near the podium were very interested. Shen listened to the boy's poems with surprise. She did not believe that Li Cha wrote them. The guy on the podium continued to read the poem. The delighted female students on the ground joyfully applauded him. Li Cha read at the end of the poem that its author was Qin Mo. The female students were unhappy. They realized that the author of the poems was Qin Mo. The girl shouted that the main character wanted to use Li Cha to announce to everyone his love for the girl. Li Cha looked down from the stands in fear. The girls happily told each other from below that the poems were actually written by the main character. Shen told herself in a romantic voice that he felt this way about her. The spectators sat in the stands delighted. Someone shouted that the girl didn't have enough courage to cheer for her friend. The friend hugged the frightened protagonist and asked how he got another person to read his love letters. Li Cha grabbed the microphone. He shouted in an angry voice at the main character that he was declaring war on him and would kill him. The student was angry. He realized that his plan with the poem had failed because of the main character. The spectators sat near the stadium and waited for the 5-kilometer race. A student told someone that after one day of competition, only Liu Qiang from the physical education department received a silver medal. Shen excitedly wished the protagonist to do his best. The coach was sitting in the stands. She thought that the main character should be a participant who met with athletes in the national team. The director greeted the sand trainer happily. The trainer told his partner that he had come here to remind the Che woman to be gentler with the students. The main character stood at the start with his rival. Li Cha turned around angrily and told the guy that he would crawl on the ground if he couldn't overtake him 3 times. The main character promised his opponent that he would do everything possible to make him lose. A shot rang out, and the athletes ran forward together. The main character broke away from the first meters of the distance. The surprised student ran and thought that his opponent had sprinted right at the start. A happy Li Cha ran next to him. Coach San was watching the main character closely. He said that this guy wouldn't last even 10 seconds at this pace. The director was sitting nearby and thinking about something. The main character rushed sharply across the stadium. 2 minutes later, he overtook his rivals. San was surprised that the athlete was still running so fast. The director happily thought that he was proud of the main character. The athletes ran after the main character and did not believe that he was really human. The main character approached the athletes from behind in order to overtake them by a whole circle. He ran further. The main character hit his opponent on the head with all his might while running and shouted that he looked good. Lee Cha looked angrily at the guy and shouted at him to stop running so fast. The spectators in the stands watched the main character with amazement. The coach noticed that the guy didn't even have sweat on his forehead. The main character overtook his rival on the third lap. Lee Cha could not keep up with me. The joyful protagonist was able to overtake the athlete in the fifth circle. A contented dog ran next to him. The main character finished. His very happy dog was running next to him. The spectators in the stands were happy that the main character was able to win the race. The coach said with excitement that the guy received a gold medal. Shen was very happy that the main character won. Shu thought excitedly that the guy had potential. The director told the coach that he could send this athlete to his national team. San said, in a joyful voice, that he would do it himself. The main character bowed to the audience. The girls joyfully shouted to him that he was the best. Lee Cha fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He didn't want to give up at any cost. The main character smiled and told the athlete to take a good break. His dog was barking loudly next to him. The athlete suddenly started vomiting blood. The main character called the medic for help. Lee Cha fell unconscious on the treadmill. The trainer came up and joyfully called the main character. The coach enthusiastically invited the main character to join his team. Mo answered his partner that he was not interested. The protagonist stepped aside. He told the coach that he still had to attend the 10-kilometer race. Lee Cha was lying on a medical stretcher. He felt that he was still alive. Lee Cha was lying on a stretcher, and doctors were trying to bring him back to consciousness. Someone from the audience said that after 5 kilometers, the guy would run another 10 kilometers. The athlete came to his senses. He thought angrily that he would settle accounts with the main character later. He would make it so that Mo would never be able to raise his head again. People gathered at a festive banquet. Friends congratulated the main character on his victory. Lee Cha entered the room. He looked angrily at the main character and did not understand why he was proud. The main character was sitting at a table and listening to the students talking. A disgruntled Lee Cha walked past them. A girl entered the room from the side. All the students turned sharply to face her. Shen entered the banquet hall. The student on the sofa called her over and told her to sit next to him. Lee Cha pointed to the girl. He said that she was the main beauty of the literary faculty and he invited her here. The guest looked at the girl with admiration. The student extended his hand to the girl and told her to sit next to him. Shen walked through the entire banquet hall and immediately approached the main character. The girl sat down next to the main character and said in a shy voice that she wanted to congratulate him. Lee Cha coughed and told the surrounding guests that he wanted to give his girlfriend a gift today. The guy took out a gift in a bright purple box for his girlfriend. It was a new idea for a cosmetic line for $580,000. The protagonist remembered with excitement that he had warned Li Mei that he could not dump unreleased products. He did not understand where the student could have gotten this product from. The student approached and handed the girl a box with a gift. Admiring guests stood behind. Shen told the guy in a shy voice that she couldn't accept such an expensive gift from him. Lee Cha shouted to the girl that he had specially bought this thing for her. The girl looked at the gift box with admiration. Her friends nearby shouted at her to try it. The drug was supposed to make her more beautiful. The student took the pink bottle and poured its contents directly onto her face. The girlfriends looked at the girl with admiration. They also wanted such a cosmetic set for themselves. Lee Cha stood to the side and thought that he had won the girl over. Shen looked at the mirror with admiration. She said that one drop of the drug was magical for her. The girl told her partner in a modest voice that she couldn't take his gift. Lee Cha pointed his hand at the main character with displeasure. He asked his girlfriend, "Does she really want to be with this poor guy?" Mo turned around and glared at the student. His partner asked the main character, "Can he really afford to buy his girlfriend cosmetics for $500,000?" Someone on the side told the student that the main character drives a tuned Lamborghini. Lee Cha pointed his finger at the main character. He told the girl that he could only treat her to pancakes without eggs. Mo answered his partner that if he wanted, he would give the girl a whole truckload of expensive cosmetics. Lee Cha laughed when he heard the main character say something about a truck of cosmetics. The guest on the side said that, "I think too much of myself." The main character called the company and asked them to deliver several boxes of expensive cosmetics to his bar. The girl on the side told the guy that he was taking this game very seriously. 20 minutes later, the door opened and a woman entered the room. She brought the main character several boxes. The student asked his mother in surprise what she was doing there. One of the guests was surprised that his mother had called the main character Mr. The woman angrily accused her son of stealing a box of cosmetics from her. She promised to beat him to death. The mother swung her shoe with all her might and hit the boy on the head. One of the guests said thoughtfully that the student stole the box from home and then bragged that he bought it. The woman bowed to the protagonist and apologized. She explained that all this happened because of her negligence towards her son. Mo answered his partner that he did not want to inform on her. The woman placed several boxes of cosmetics on the table. She explained that she was very nervous. Mo explained to his partner that it was a little less than he wanted. Lee Cha was unhappy that his mother gave the main character cosmetics and not him. The woman hit her son on the head. She angrily shouted at him that the main character could stop all the company's production if he just said the word. The guest looked ahead in surprise and said that this was the creator of a cosmetic set worth $500,000. The girl on the side said, in a dissatisfied voice, that Lee Cha had shown me his own product. The protagonist took the package in his hands. He told the woman that she could bring other boxes another day. The partner assured the guy that as soon as the cosmetic product was officially released, a truck would be sent to him. The woman grabbed her son by the head. She promised the main character that she would teach this boy discipline. Friends sat next to the main character and praised him. Someone was surprised that Lee Cha's mother was very respectful to him. At this time, the protagonist's phone rang. Mo reached out and picked up the phone. Shen was sitting to the side. She looked at her friend with excitement and did not know what kind of relationship he had with Xu Yan. The main character asked the girl on the phone what she needed. Xu demanded that the guy come to her house in a couple of days. It was necessary to prepare dinner for an important person. The main character was standing near the girl's house next to his car. The girlfriend asked the guy to explain to her what happened that night. She didn't understand. I looked at my partner and asked again, does she really not understand? Shen stepped aside. She told the protagonist in a shy voice that she wanted to wait. Mo excitedly extended his hand forward to his girlfriend and wanted to tell her something. My gaze burned as I watched the girl leave. He thought with displeasure that there were only more misunderstandings. There were a lot of guests at Xu Yan's house. They were sitting on the sofa. The man told Dr. Liu that he really didn't want to disturb him. Without him, they wouldn't have invited the Bai family. Liu told the owner that in the past he had helped the son of the Bai family when he was sick. He added that when he stopped coming here, the man would have to find a solution himself. The main character entered the apartment and told Aunt Zhang that he was back. The woman happily ran up to the guy and shouted that nothing was ready for him yet. Mo answered the hostess that he had already had lunch. The man turned around. He sternly told his wife that she shouldn't talk all this nonsense. The guy had already returned. The owner told the main character that today their family had to receive an important guest. Mo calmly looked ahead. The woman in the kitchen told the protagonist that his uncle had a short temper in the presence of strangers. Mo was standing near the sink at the time. The man looked at the dish and put it aside. He asked the main character with displeasure, "Did he really wash these fruits?" Liu picked up the apple with his hand. He said in a dissatisfied voice to the protagonist that there was a large piece of dirt on the fruit. The main character silently turned around and looked at the man. He didn't say anything to him. The owner said to the main character with displeasure that he didn't even say a single phrase to apologize. He promised the guy that he would throw him out of the house whenever he wanted. The owner was unhappy with the way the guy looked at him. He raised his hand up. The girl came up to her father from behind and angrily demanded that he stop making noise. The father turned around and told his daughter that she would meet Bai Shu's son later. The man walked away with his daughter. He pointed his hand at the main character and demanded that he let him do it himself today. Mo turned to the side and looked at the fruit basket. He realized that he couldn't let Auntie Zhang embarrass herself. The hostess told the guy with surprise that Dr. Liu had come from far away. The guest was partial to food. Mo promised the woman that she would provide all of this to him. The man at the table said that the main character was ungrateful and immature. The hostess told her husband to just shut up. At this moment, the doorbell rang. The man ran forward to greet the guests. Father Bai appeared with his son. He said that he was very busy and asked, "Is the food ready?" The host looked at the guest and told him in a joyful voice that the food was already being prepared. The owner shouted to the kitchen for the main character to quickly come out and bring out food for the guests. Mo answered his partner that everything was almost ready. The owner wanted to tell the guests at the table details about the work of their pharmaceutical factory. Bai extended his hand forward and demanded that his partner not talk about business at the table. The woman wanted to tell her husband something. The owner sighed with displeasure. Bai looked angrily at the girl and said that if she did something to him, then perhaps they would continue in the same spirit. The owners looked at the guy in surprise. They were surprised by his words for the girl. Xu looked at the guy with displeasure. She really didn't like his words. Bai looked at the girl and said that if she didn't want to talk to him, then they could just leave. The main character came in and put the dish on the table. The guests were immediately surprised. The amazed man saw that the meal included both the riot and the calm of seafood. The father and son looked at the food with joy. The man shouted that this was a perfect depiction of the secrets of Confucianism and Taoism. The guest happily asked the host what kind of cook in his family had prepared such a dish. The main character with the towel told the guest that when the dish cools down, it will not be so tasty. The father and son were amazed when they saw Mo in front of them. The man and woman were amazed that President Bai showed respect to the main character. Liu on the side also looked at the guy with surprise. The main character explained to the guests in a calm voice that he was invited here to make dinner. Bai looked at the main character with a frightened voice and said that if he had known that he would be here, he would not have dared to go to him and eat. The guy suggested that they all eat together. The guest bowed and asked him, what kind of relationship does he have with Shude? The guy answered the man that Shude had no connection with him. The man looked at the main character with a smile and said that everything was fine. The owner was surprised to notice that the president was buying and actually paid attention to the guy's mood. The man told the protagonist in fear that he had gotten a little confused earlier. Mo turned to the surprised guests and told them with excitement that it was still like that. The protagonist explained in a calm voice to his partners that he was one of the friends of the Jian family. Yu stood near the door. She thought that she was also one of the main character's family friends. Bai looked angrily at the main character. He was thinking what to answer the guy. Bai stood up from the table. He promised the Qian family that he would help them. The woman happily thanked the protagonist. The man stood up and thanked the president of the Bay. The guest reminded the surprised host to thank the main character. The owner thanked the main character in a very exhausted voice. Mo calmly explained to the man that he was not helping him, but Auntie Jian. The owner bowed and apologized to the main character. Liu from the side told the guy to leave the feud. The protagonist prepared to leave the house. He told Auntie Jian that he was going to school and they would see each other later. Bai handed the phone to the guy. He said that he did not intentionally create trouble for President Jian's pharmaceutical company, but there were big difficulties in the medical circles of Long City. The man showed the main character the face of a sick girl. He explained that people in the slums got a skin disease because of bad water. There are no medicines for such a disease in pharmacies. The man told the main character that people leave the city of Longa for neighboring places and buy medicine there. Bai explained to the guy that this is exactly what is causing President Jian's problems. The main character asked his partner, why not just buy medicine in Yaosheng City? The man told the boy a story called the Red Tiger Pill. Competitors want to take over the pharmaceutical industry in the city and take the profits. I thought to myself that I was unhappy that many people were waiting for salvation, while other people were simply profiting from the grief of the sick when they set a high price. The man told the main character that in a couple of days, President Bai would go to Mount Shu for tea. There, he would have negotiations with the son of a pharmaceutical company. The partner asked the guy to go to President Bai in his free time. The main character calmly looked at his partner and promised him that he would go there. 2 days later, the girl happily greeted the main character. A man with an old man was sitting at the table next to her. Mo looked ahead in surprise. He didn't raise his hand. How could Bai Xin take the girl with him? The old man greeted the main character joyfully. The man pointed to the table with cups and told the guy to sit down. Mo sat down at the table. The old man explained to the main character that he had some kind of request for him. The guy asked the elder, does he really want him to improve the winged tiger pill? The man and the old man were very surprised that the main character found out about their request. Mo explained to his partners that in order to succeed, he needed to research the winged tiger pill. The man happily shouted to the guy that he could take a sample for research. A girl came up to the side. She asked in a displeased voice when they decided to let such vile people in for tea. A group of strangers appeared from the side. A guy in white clothes walked in front of them. The old man greeted the guests and introduced the main character to them. The stranger with blonde hair and white clothes said that someone just refined a strong body with a lot of side effects. This does not mean that such a person is worthy of respect. The stranger looked at the main character and shouted that this guy makes him laugh. He laughed. The old man looked at the guest named Yao Wen. He thought that he was really arrogant and ignorant. The elder hoped that the protagonist would not be offended. After a short pause, I answered Yao Venyu in a calm voice that he himself was nobody. The guest looked at the guy and said that he understood everything, and he would not waste time on him. The old man offered the guy to sit down. The man at the table approached the guy about the winged tiger pill. Yao demanded that his partner give him half of the profit. Bai angrily explained to his partner that his requests would be equivalent to 100 human lives. Yao told the man that if he did not agree, that was fine. The guest turned around and asked his partner, "Is it really his daughter standing next to him?" Yao stood up and looked at the girl. He angrily told her that later he would be able to say a few words to her in the presence of his father. The man and the old man got very angry when they heard the guy say such words. Yao asked his partners angrily, "Do they really want him to repeat his words again?" A disgruntled girl stood behind him. Bai thought about it and realized that he would have to agree to the guy's terms. Bai told the guy that he would promise him half of the profit. Yao happily replied to the man that if everything had gone like this from the very beginning, they would have gotten by with this nonsense. The guest looked at the girl and said that it was a great pity that she had missed out on a man like him. The man asked the guy to give them a winged tiger pill as a sample. Yao handed the man a contract and told him to sign it first. Bai promised the guest that he would sign everything. A woman came up from the side. She asked in a frightened voice that, "Mr. Yao saved her daughter." A sick mother carried her infected daughter in her arms. She tearfully asked the guy to give the child a pill. Yao looked at the woman with anger and hatred. He didn't want to help her. Yao swung his arm and kicked the stranger and the girl with all his might to the side. The man and the old man stood and looked at Yao in amazement. The guy angrily demanded that the sick people just leave. The daughter shouted to her mother that she was in a lot of pain. The elder bowed to the boy and asked him to save the girl's life. Yao asked Li in a dissatisfied voice, "Is the girl really his relative?" The old man bowed and explained that the sick strangers next to him were not his relatives at all. Yao demanded that the elder drive the people away. The man fell to his knees and asked the guest to save the girl. Yao laughed when he saw that the sage and head of a pharmaceutical company was kneeling in front of him. The main character looked at Yao with displeasure and decided that this guy could no longer be saved. Yao took out a blue bottle of medicine. He told the sick people that it would save them. The guy handed the medicine to the delighted woman. She decided to heal her daughter. Yao told the sick woman in a stern voice that he had one more mandatory condition for her. The guy demanded in an angry voice that the girl bark for him like a dog. In return, he promised to cure her. The sick child looked at the guy with displeasure, and very angrily, the girl answered her partner that she agreed. After that, she begged the guy on her knees to give the medicine to her mother. The main character came up from behind and put his hand on the sick girl's shoulder. Mo walked up to Yao, and with a sharp movement snatched the bottle of medicine from his hands. The main character angrily asked his partner, "Did he really think that the city of Long was filled with worthless people?" The main character squeezed the medicine and it burst in his hands. The elder on the side frightenedly asked the guy not to be reckless. Yao looked at the protagonist happily. He said that the guy wants the patients to die, so he won't take any blame. Mo turned around and asked his partners, "Did they really think that the sick could only be cured with their medicine?" The man and the elder were delighted. The protagonist brought his hand to the sick child's head. He explained to the girl that the winged tiger's pill was only second-rate. The main character touched the sick girl's head with his hand. The mother looked at him in surprise and said that he could cure everything so easily. The girl's appearance began to improve. She said with admiration that her skin was getting better. Yao was very surprised when he saw the main character healing the girl. He didn't understand how this could happen. Elder Li shouted with admiration that the protagonist was able to use ancient medicine techniques. A delighted Bai stood next to him. Yao looked angrily at the protagonist and told him in a stern voice that without his winged tiger pill, people would already be dead. The protagonist told his surprised partner that he had looked at the winged tiger pill once and immediately understood how to make it. Yao asked the protagonist in surprise, "Could he really make the pill after just looking at it?" Mo turned around and told the man that he could return the contract to the guy. He didn't have to sign it anymore. Bai threw the documents at the guy and said that he could take the contract. From today on, Long City will not be happy with him. Yao angrily asked the man, did he really believe the main character? Yao stretched his hand forward. He angrily shouted at his fighters to beat up the people in front of him. The guards in dark suits jumped up and rushed forward towards the main character. Mo stretched his hands forward and a bright glow appeared near them. He threw the people running up to him aside. The battered fighters told their frightened boss that they all had to leave. An agitated Yao told his subordinates that they would leave now. The main character sternly told the scared guy with the guards that they should kneel before leaving. Mo looked menacingly at his beaten opponents and asked again if they had heard that. The main character angrily threatened Yao that if he did not kneel before him, he would not leave. Yao realized that he had no choice. He prepared to fall to his knees next to his fighters. The boss submitted. He fell to his knees in front of the girl in a white cloak. The main character asked the girl what she wanted the strangers in front of her to do. The girl pointed her finger forward and said that people should bark like dogs. The boss angrily shouted at the girl that she was asking for something she didn't deserve. The guards at the side barely held him back. Yao barked loudly and angrily. He stretched out his hands in front of him. The little girl joyfully pointed at the strangers with her hand. She said that they really did look like dogs. Mo told the girl in a sly voice that this was the nature of Yao. Yu glanced at Master from the side. She told him angrily that he was as handsome as she expected. The guards took their boss aside by the arms. Yao thought angrily that he would still take revenge on the main character. People were sitting inside the building in the Yao family home. The host told the guests that his grandson had gone to the Shu estate to negotiate a contract. Very soon, the entire pharmaceutical industry of Long City would be in his hands. The guest at the table happily raised his glass to Director Hu. The purple-haired man told the owner that from that day on they would listen to his every request at any time. The owner raised his glass of wine. He promised his partners that when he took over the city's pharmaceutical industry, then they would be able to walk freely. The partners thanked Elder Yao. The door to the house suddenly opened. A frightened Yao ran in and called his grandfather. The boy fell to his knees in front of the old man. He told him with tears that the Bai had broken his contract with him and hired the protagonist to drive him out of the Shu Mountain estate. Fighter Hu, I got really angry when I heard about the main character. The guest told the elder that the main character had destroyed their boxing gym. Now he had beaten his grandson. The elder demanded that the hero Q remove Mo. In return, he promised him half of the city's pharmaceutical profits as a reward. Q calculated to himself and realized that he would not be able to spend all the profit he would receive for a long time. The man shouted joyfully to the owner that he agreed with his proposal. He promised to go to the city of Long and cut off the head of the main character. There was a large crowd of people standing outside. The salesman at the counter told the customers that Mr. Chin had purified and refined the pills for them. There was a car parked on the street, and a man was watching the sale of pills from inside. Sick people came up and thanked the doctor. The elder Li told the patients to thank the main character. An unfamiliar fighter in a hat suddenly appeared from the side. He rushed forward with a blade. Passers-by saw the mercenary and shouted that they needed to protect Elder Li now. The stranger grabbed the medicine bag in his hands. He pointed his sword at the elder. The people around him started shouting for Chu to give them back the medicine. The mercenary demanded that the people immediately call the main character. The patients shouted back that the main character was their savior and they would not give him up. The passers-by got angry and decided to take the bag of medicine from the mercenary. Q activated invulnerability for his own protection. The man swung his blade sharply. He was able to injure the people standing nearby. The mercenary extended his hand to the wounded people and angrily asked, "Who else wants to die?" At this time, the main character appeared from the side. He walked slowly towards the mercenary. Q turned around and asked the main character's name. The guy asked the man who he was. The man rushed forward at the main character with a blade and shouted that he would take his life. Mo looked at his opponent in surprise and realized that he had used a lightsaber against him. The blade flew towards the main character. He summoned the ice dragon sword to himself. People were amazed when they saw a huge blade of ice flying above them. The protagonist grabbed his blade and was able to deflect his opponent's blow against him. Q was scared when he realized that a guy with a spirit sword appeared in front of him. The main character swung his blade sharply and with a powerful blow threw the mercenary back. Q stood and held a huge blade in his hands. He knew that there were two types of weapons. The first was made of metal, and the second was born from the soul. He noticed that the guy was holding an extremely rare spirit sword. The mercenary looked angrily at the main character. He decided to kill him and take the sword. The man swung his sword and prepared to hit the main character. Mo crouched down and raised his blade above his head. He angrily told his opponent that he barks but doesn't bite. The main character quickly ran past the man and struck him with his blade on the go. Mo swung, and with a very powerful blow cut the man's blade in half. Q looked at his destroyed sword in fear. Mo calmly told the man that there was no point in continuing the fight. Q told the protagonist in a frightened voice that he had never been so disgraced. The mercenary was seriously wounded. After that, he started coughing blood. The audience was delighted. They raised their hands and shouted that the main character is very strong. Bai stood to the side and thought that the main character is a great master of swordsmanship. He must protect him. The beaten mercenary approached the door and knocked on it. He demanded that Brother Lei open it. The fighter looked at his guest with fear. He asked who had wounded him, so Chu told the host that he would tell him everything when he came in. Q sat in a chair. He told his partner with excitement that the main character from Long City was to blame for everything. He used the spirit sword to injure him. He also broke his blade. Lei asked the guest about the spirit sword with surprise. Lei thought to himself with great excitement that spiritual swords were very priceless. He decided to get himself such a weapon. The fighter told his guest to come to his senses first. He decided to go to Long City soon to take care of the main character. The main character swung his blade sharply in all directions. He was training to strike. Mo looked at his weapon. After he cut the ice dragon's sword in half, it rose to a new level. The protagonist hid his weapon. He decided that he would now have to constantly challenge martial artists and devour their weapons to improve his sword. A group of strangers approached the main character from the side and turned to him. I asked my partners who they were. The stranger handed the protagonist a small piece of paper. He said that his name was Little Wang, and he wanted to meet Mo. Mo looked at the invitation in his hands. He decided to go to the martial arts sect and learn from the masters there. The main character walked with his new acquaintance to the entrance of a large building. The participants of the meeting were sitting at the table. Ven bowed and informed the director that the main character was next to them. The director in red clothes introduced himself to the main character and said that his name was Dao Kei. The guests at the table studied the main character in surprise. One of the fighters could not believe that Mo could have a spiritual sword. Mo looked around. He felt that the people around him were hostile. The main character asked the director of Dao, why was he looking for him? Lei angrily asked the main character if he had a spiritual sword. The fighters around looked angrily at the guy and said that they wanted to look at his sword. Mo extended his hand forward and prepared to show his partners his magical weapon. The main character pulled out a huge, sparkling magic sword from nowhere. The audience was very surprised when they saw a weapon on the table in front of them. It was a spiritual sword. Lei reached out to the weapon and said that this blade was incomparable. The warrior added that he could make several billion on such a sword at auction. The man reached out and grabbed the weapon. The sword was very heavy for him. The people around were surprised because the warrior Lei could not lift the weapon. Mo explained to the surprised man that the sword only recognizes its owner. The owner should not waste his strength in vain. Lei asked the guy in a dissatisfied voice, what should he do to start using weapons? The protagonist looked at the man and asked if he really wanted to use this weapon. The protagonist looked angrily at the warrior and explained that he had to kill him to get the sword. Lei stood opposite the guy, near a huge table where people were sitting. There was silence all around. The warrior laughed menacingly when he heard the main character's proposal. Surprised guests stood around him. Lei looked sternly at the guy and said that he agreed with his proposal. Lei held out his weapon and shouted to the main character that he was challenging him. The protagonist grabbed the card from the warrior's hands. He thought that he would improve his fighting skills thanks to the ice dragon sword. Lei shouted at the guy as he was leaving that when the time came he would not be able to use his spiritual sword. The main character reached out and placed his hand on the door. He prepared to leave and shouted to the man not to worry. Mo hit the door with all his might and knocked it down. He shouted to the warrior that he wouldn't need a sword to kill him. The man looked angrily after the guy who was leaving. He laughed because of his words. Late in the evening, the main character was relaxing at home in the hostel. Suddenly, someone came up to his bed. The main edge woke up and jumped up abruptly. He grabbed his friend Zuo by the hand. The main character asked his neighbor, what is he doing here in the middle of the night? Zuo explained to his partner in a shy voice that he wanted to ask him something. The student handed the main character some money. He wanted to buy some expensive cosmetics from him called Water Drop for his girlfriend. The main edge glanced at the wad of money and realized that there was less than 10,000 for cosmetics for his girlfriend. Mo explained to his friend that he did not need the money. He asked him to come in a couple of days with his girlfriend to the Carry-Free event. A few days later, people gathered outside a large building where the launch of a product called Water Drop was to take place. The main character saw his disappointed friend approaching him. He asked where his girlfriend was. So looked at his friend shyly. He wanted to tell him about his girlfriend. The student told the main character that he had sent a message to his girlfriend. She didn't answer him. Mo explained to his friend that the girl might have been busy and forgot to answer. At that moment, an expensive car drove up from the side. The students turned to look at it in surprise. So looked closely at the car that had pulled up. He saw that his girlfriend was there. The girl came out of the car with her friend in bright clothes. The guy praised the girl for her beauty. The student turned around and called the girl Gao Yuan to him in a very angry voice. So asked his girlfriend in a frightened voice what kind of guy was next to her. The girlfriend looked at the student with displeasure. She shouted at him in a displeased voice that she would not date him, no matter how much he courted her. The stranger called Zuo a disgusting idiot. The student tried to justify himself to his girlfriend. Gao said to her friend with displeasure that he was very poor, and her friend Di Ming was rich. Li Min pointed at the guy and told him to get out of the way. He explained to him that there would be a presentation of an expensive product that he didn't have the money for. Zuo looked angrily at the girl and said that he had always imagined her as the ideal bride. The partner angrily told the guy that he could go back to the village and find a fat woman for himself. The main character said to his friend in a dissatisfied voice that Gao was not worthy of him. The girl angrily told her partners that they should both go to the cafeteria and become vegetarians. Dai and her friend stepped aside. Gao said in a dissatisfied voice that poor idiots were gathering in the dorm. Zuo looked at the guy from the side and asked in a dissatisfied voice, "How could this happen?" Mo pulled his friend by the hand and told him to go with him. The woman stood near the podium where the guests were. They listened to her attentively. The host looked at the young guy and the girl. She thought that important guests had arrived. The host told the guy that he had a very beautiful girlfriend. If Gao used a drop of water, she could become a goddess. Di displeasedly told the woman Wang that his girlfriend was embarrassed by her bragging. Dai told the saleswoman that he could reserve 2 boxes from her. Van smiled and told the customer that there would be no problem with that. Van smiled and pointed to the guy. There was a chair there and a girl in a hat was sitting on it. The presenter turned around and saw with displeasure how the main character approached from the side with his companion. The main character looked closely at the woman. He remembered that she worked in a car dealership. Van looked at the main character angrily. She lost her job at the car dealership because of him. The woman decided that the guy could ruin her career at Carefree. Dai angrily shouted to his partner that he could find someone to kill him. The girl in the chair and the hat turned around attentively to look at the guy. Wang looked at the main character angrily. She realized that the guy was now without the girl Yue and could take revenge on him. Wang pointed her finger at the main character and shouted that his girlfriend had dumped him. Zuo grabbed his friend's hand and said that he no longer needed the water drop drug. The protagonist told his surprised friend not to worry. He realized that they couldn't leave today feeling offended. Mo looked sternly at the saleswoman and demanded that she apologize to him. Van looked at the guy and asked, did he really think that he could make her lose her job? The woman called the guys a pair of boots. One of them was pestering other people's girlfriends, and the other was sucking up to supermodels. Van said in an angry voice to the guys that they themselves are poor, but all they know is how to chase after rich people. Zuo shouted at the woman in a dissatisfied voice that all this was not true. The main character and he himself had never pestered other people. I sternly demanded that the saleswoman apologize to him and his friend. Van looked at the guy angrily. She wasn't going to apologize to him. The protagonist looked at the guy next to him and demanded that he apologize too. Dai jumped forward. He angrily asked the main character what he would do if he didn't apologize. The main character threw Di far away from himself with very powerful and fast blows. A frightened girl was sitting next to him. The woman sternly demanded that the guards throw the main character out of here. A stranger in a hat was looking at her from the side. Van pointed at the guy and said that he should know how strong the security of the Carefree company was. Mo stood calmly and watched as a group of guards ran towards him. Behind him, a frightened Zuo wanted to hide. The stranger stood up from her seat. She said that she was surprised by the way the sales director of Carefree Cosmetics was behaving. The main character and his guards turned to the stranger in surprise. The girl in the purple dress and hat said that throwing out such people is not in line with their standards. Mo looked at the girl next to him in surprise. He didn't know who she was. The main character looked at the stranger from the side with surprise. He decided to help himself thanks to the fact that he is cute. I smiled slyly to myself and said that I didn't really believe it. The protagonist sat down in the chair. He told his friend that the sales were about to start. Di glared at the students opposite him. Gao told the guests to leave early. Zhu suggested that his friend leave quickly. He said that he had seen a price list of 500,000 yuan. Mo explained to his companion that he had an idea. The host on stage introduced the company's director Lacey to the guests. The audience in the hall looked with admiration at the woman on stage. Lacey told the audience with a smile that she wants to offer them a new product called One Drop of Water. This product beautifies and constantly supports the skin. Gao happily asked who was the creator of this drug. Wang angrily shouted that she also wanted such cosmetics. Lacey shouted from the stage to the guests to applaud the creator of the drug. The main character. The audience in the hall became animated. They looked attentively at the stage and waited to see who would come out. Mo stood up from his seat and told the woman that he was here. The people around him looked at him in surprise. Dai looked at the protagonist in surprise. He realized that it was Mr. Chin in front of him. Wang could not believe that the poor student could be the creator of the drug. The main character came out on stage. After that, everyone present bowed to him. The people in the audience couldn't believe that the main character was really Mr. Chin. Mo took the microphone in his hands. He said that he is the creator of the drug drops of water. Zuo was very surprised when he realized that his friend was the creator of the cosmetic product. The shocked woman fell to her knees on the floor. She did not expect that the main character would turn out to be the author of the drug. Dai sat in his chair, dissatisfied. He realized that he had spent $1.5 million on the drug that the guy had developed. His amazed girlfriend sat next to him. Mo looked at the guests in the room. He said that he does not sell a product for girls who worship money. The audience in the hall looked back at the student with displeasure. They discussed her angrily. Gao became even more frightened. An angry D asked in a breaking voice, "How could all this be true?" Dai jumped to his feet and pointed his hand at the main character. He angrily asked what he thought he was doing. Li Si explained to the guests in an angry voice that the main character's words were her words too. Dai stood very surprised. His girlfriend said with surprise that she had listened to the main character. The protagonist extended his hand forward and told the guards to start acting. The boy and the girl got scared. They saw the fighters rushing towards them. Dai tried to escape from the guards. He threatened them with his father. The fighters also dragged the girl away. Gao looked at her friend who was sitting on the chair in fear. She decided that the main character could help her let go. The girl screamed at the guy in an angry voice that she was wrong. She called for Mr. Chin to help free her. Zuo calmly turned around and watched as his girlfriend was dragged out of the room. He said nothing. The girl looked at her friend from behind in fear. The guy turned away from her. The girl at the door was screaming at her friend that she was wrong and was calling for help. Van stood in the hall and thought that it was all over for her. Mo said in a thoughtful voice that he was afraid that dogs saw people as low. The frightened woman fell to her knees in front of the guy. Li Su sternly pointed at the worker with her hand. She said that she could not come here anymore. The worker was frightened. She called out the name of the president with tears in her eyes. The woman on stage ordered the guards to come. Van fell to her knees in front of the main character and demanded to be given another chance. The guards came up, grabbed the woman and started dragging her out of the building. The main character told the woman that he was ready to leave first. Lazy demanded that her partner take care of himself. A stranger came up from behind and told the main character to wait. The girl in the hat took off her glasses. She told the guy to get into her car. They could talk there. The main character got into the stranger's car and slammed the door. He decided to see what would happen next. The guy looked around carefully in front of him inside someone else's car. The stranger turned around and asked the main character, "Is his name really Chin Mo?" The driver in the seat, without turning around, asked the guy, "Is he really that strong?" After that, he turned around. Mo turned to his partners and replied that he had never called himself strong. The man looked at the guy with displeasure and said that this young man could not help himself. The stranger waved her hand in the direction of the guy with displeasure. She told him to get out. The main character opened the door and got out of the car. He decided that the people inside were some kind of mentally retarded. The driver told the girl that the guy who got out was not a very good guy. He promised to protect her himself. The passenger told Uncle Fu from her seat that he was very old and something could happen to him. Fu explained to the passenger that there had just been a college student in front of them who looked very thin and had no energy at all. The girl explained to her partner with displeasure that he had already told her this. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window from the side. The passenger turned around attentively. The girl opened the window. The main character looked in on her and said with a smile that he had found something under their car. The main character threw a box with a watch into the car. He told his partner to never put such things under the car again. The girl and the man looked at the box on the chair in fear. The main character extended his hand to the passenger. She asked what he was doing. Mo suddenly pulled his hand forward. He was able to tear a piece of clothing from the girl. The main character told the surprised passenger that she had a wiretap on her clothes. He was holding a small sensor in his hands. Fu looked to the side in surprise. He realized that there were a lot of bombs and bugs in their car. The surprised passenger realized that the main character had saved her when he discovered the bombs and bugs. The girl got out of the car. The main character asked her, "What does she want from him?" The partner told the guy that she was the CEO and would like to hire her as a bodyguard. Mo looked at the stranger in surprise. After a short pause, I told my partner that he would think about her proposal. The girl told the guy in a submissive voice that if he did not agree, she would come to his college and apologize. The main character looked at his partner in surprise. He didn't believe that she would come to his college. Mo told the stranger that he forgives her. The girl looked at the guy and said that in 2 days he should go to Longxi Airport. There his first mission awaits him. 2 days later, the main character arrived at the airport building. There were guards around him. The commander informed the guy that they were now under his command. The man saw the helicopter landing. He shouted that President Qin had arrived here. A girl came out of the helicopter with her guard Fu. Next to her was her cousin Qin Chu. The fighters all bowed to Qin in unison. The main character stood calmly, Ravno. Qin looked at the guy and said that there would be a lot of killers at the trade talks this time. She would leave it to him. Shu told the fighter with displeasure that his sister wanted to let a college student defend her. The man looked with admiration at the huge fighter named Soli. The guards on the side looked at the huge fighter in surprise. Someone said that it sounded very good to invite with Li. The main character stood calmly and watched as a huge giant approached him. Soli looked at the guy with displeasure. He angrily told him that he could just leave. The main character looked angrily at the fighter and asked when it would be Huaxi's turn. I recently looked at my partner and asked, would he really dare to fight back if someone pointed a gun at his head? Chu glanced sideways at the protagonist and asked with displeasure, can a college student really compare to the best bodyguards in the world? The main character headed towards the car. The fighter behind shouted that the guy was a coward. Mo stopped near the car door. He told his companions to get inside. Chu told his sister to let the protagonist drive the car. At the right moment, so Li would shoot. Qin asked her friend if he could drive. Mo told his partner that he could drive. The main character was riding inside the car. Chu was talking to the fighter about his military missions. Soli was sitting in the back seat of the car. He told him that his last mission was in Syria. Chu answered his companion that in front of him was a real bodyguard. Chu was sitting in the back seat of the car. He said that the Special Forces veterans are not like other bodyguards. They have great courage and ability. The brother shouted at his sister that the next time she chooses a bodyguard, she should keep her eyes open. He said with a dissatisfied voice that Chinese bodyguards are bad. The main character was driving a car. Soli said that the Chinese bodyguard could be beaten if something happened. Suddenly, a huge tree started falling on the car from above. Mo turned to the side. The main character braked and the car was carried to the side. A large tree fell onto the road. The passengers in the car were scared. They couldn't understand what had just happened to them. Chu grabbed his head with his hand. He asked the main character with displeasure how he drives a car. Mo calmly told the passenger that someone was walking towards them from the side. Ninjas jumped from the trees above. One fighter shouted to the girl Qin that she was going to die now. The passenger told the protagonist in a frightened voice that the strangers looked bad. Chu couldn't understand who approached them. The stranger put his hand on the car window. Chu rushed to the guard and demanded that he come out and kill all the mercenaries on the street. The guard opened the car door. He said angrily that there were several boys in front of him who were playing Chinese acrobats. At this moment, a small blade flew from the side and cut a piece of the surprised fighter's ear. The frightened fighter grabbed his weapon and threatened the strangers that he would kill them now. Several sharp blades flew into the fighter's face and body. He couldn't understand how all this could be possible. The mortally wounded Soli began to fall down. The passenger inside the car was very scared. Chu looked away with displeasure and said that he had the best bodyguard in the world with him. He couldn't die so easily. The strangers rushed at the boy to grab him. He started screaming for his sister to save him. The girl turned to the main character with the phone and asked, "What is he doing?" The main character was busy playing on his phone. At that time, strangers were dragging away their passenger, Mo. "Ask your girlfriend, should he really jump out and play now?" The fighter swung his arm with all his might and hit the guy in the face with his hand. He shouted at him to shut up. Qin looked at the attackers with displeasure. The fighters on the side opened the door. The strangers reached out to the girl to grab her. I shouted to the mercenaries to leave the passenger. The fighter jumped up and threw a sharp blade at the main character. He shouted that the guy would not leave here alive. Mo caught the blade and threw it back at the fighter. He demanded that they not touch the girl. The sharp blade hit the mercenary after the flight. He looked away in fear and decided that I needed to get involved with the main character. The mercenaries threw the guy to the ground and prepared to finish him off. Chu screamed and called for help. The girl was sitting in the car. She turned to the main character. Mo was sitting and playing on the phone. Chu continued to call for help. Qian asked her friend in a frightened voice to help her brother. The main character turned his head to the side and told the girl that he would protect her. Qian turned to the boy and said that she hoped he would save her brother. Mo prepared to get out of the car. The kidnappers pounced on the guy. He shouted at them that he could give them a lot of money. The mercenary prepared to stab the guy with a knife. Chu screamed in fear and asked the protagonist for help. The stranger turned around and shouted that Mo shouldn't have come here. The main character angrily told the kidnappers to let the guy go. The fighter glared at the guy and said there was no need to talk. The other mercenaries grabbed their weapons. The ninjas swung and launched sharp blades at the main character. They were preparing to kill him. Mo put his hand in front of him and prepared to deflect the flying blades. He said that disobedience is the most terrible thing. Mo Mahal swung his sharp blade in all directions. He was able to deflect the blades flying at him. The main character scattered the mercenaries around him with powerful blows of his knife. The bodies of the dead ninja lay on the ground. One fighter realized with fear that in front of them was a dragon ice sword. The mercenary was on his knees and begged the main character to spare him. Mo looked at the ninja and couldn't understand how he could have found out about the dragon's grandfather. The main character turned to the side. He shouted at the strangers to go away. The ninjas ran away and shouted words of gratitude to the guy. Chu thanked the main character in a joyful voice for saving his life. Mo demanded with displeasure that the guy get into the car. The car pulled up to a large building. The people at the entrance greeted the girl. Vice President Guangcai smiled happily at President Qin. The girl walked down the corridor. Everyone around her joyfully greeted her and clapped their hands. Guangcai in the corridor turned around with displeasure and looked at the man near the wall. Guangcai told the girl with excitement that she should be afraid of danger. She left her bodyguard. Qin thought dissatisfied that she could not let the protagonist go. The girl told the man as she walked that he would be careful and live longer. Guangcai said thoughtfully that Qin was indeed careful. The main character looked out the window attentively. The girl on the side watched him. I turned around and excitedly whispered to my girlfriend that he had found something interesting. The main character put his hand on the surprised man's shoulder and promised him success. Qin turned around with displeasure. She glanced at Guangcai and thought that the meeting was not easy. The main character was walking down the corridor. He called Zhenya Jianan to him for a task. Jian approached the guy and asked what had gone wrong. Mo called the elevator and told the man that the two of them needed to go to the top floor. The guy asked the fighter if he had taken his weapon. The guard asked the guy, "Will it really be dangerous from up there?" The main character demanded from the fighter on the roof that he aim his pistol at the top of the opposite building. Zhen, with a gun in his hand, looked closely at the roof and said that there was no one there. Mo told his partner in a dissatisfied voice that he couldn't be a good bodyguard. Zhen asked the guy, "Why is that so?" The main character pointed to the roof of the house opposite. He said that the best sniper spot was there. Zhen looked at the guy in surprise and did not understand who he was. Mo grabbed the guard's hand and pointed it to the side. He shouted at him to shoot, inside the Chamber of Commerce. The girl sat at the table and asked the man what he meant about her family. Guangcai threw the documents at the girl and shouted for her to sign. There was a contract on the table. The girl looked at it and slapped her hand. She shouted that it was impossible. The man angrily told the girl that she could not refuse. He walked to the window and pointed his hand at the neighboring building. There sat a sniper for Qin. The old man stretched out his hand to the side. He angrily asked the man, "Is he crazy?" Guangcai said in a cunning voice that after the girl signed, he would order the sniper to leave immediately. Chu hid under the table in fear. He shouted to his sister that they would all die if she didn't do it. Qin looked ahead and thought that her family could lose everything. The president's wife looked angrily at the man. She told him that she would not sign the document even if he killed her. Guangcai waved his hand to the side. He shouted at the girl that she was going to hell now. The girl closed her eyes. She thought that if the main character had stayed with her, this would not have happened. The man stood near the window and held his hand above himself. A frightened girl stood nearby. Qin opened her eyes and looked ahead in surprise. She realized that nothing had happened. Guangcai continued waving his hand, demanding that the killer shoot quickly. The door to the room suddenly opened. The main character entered. Zhen shouted that he had brought a killer with him. The people around were amazed. The guard threw the sniper to the floor. Mo came up from the side and held the rifle. Guangcai looked ahead in fear and thought that it was all over for him. The main character pointed a gun at the frightened man and asked, "Who was behind this?" Guangcai looked at the protagonist with fear and told him that he would not say anything. Mo aimed his rifle at the man. He threatened to kill him. The frightened man shouted to the protagonist that the Mao family forced him to shoot the girl. Qin was scared and angry when she learned that her murder was ordered by the Mao family. The main character was walking down the hotel corridor at night. He was talking to a girl named Chinyu. She thanked him for his help today. Mo answered his partner that it was his responsibility. The girl took the card and prepared to enter the room. She approached the door and remembered the company that had grown in recent years and occupied the main share of the city's clothing market. Chin prepared to open the door with her card. She thought that the Mao family thought she was a fool and would try to deal with her. The main character stood at the door. He told his companion that he would return to the dormitory. Chin shouted at the guy to wait. Chen looked thoughtfully ahead. She told the guy to stay with her. Mo asked his partner with displeasure, "Where will he sleep?" The girl told the guy in a thoughtful voice that he would sleep next to her in the room. I asked my partner, "Is this really right?" The girl pointed to the sofa and told the guy to sleep on it. I thought he was disappointed. Kia told her companion that he could rest for a while. She went into the bathroom and began to undress. The main character looked after the departing girl with great desire and admiration. Mo lay and rested quietly on the sofa. He thought to himself that the girl Chin Mohan was right for him. The protagonist sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He thought to himself that he shouldn't think about this. The girl came out of the shower and said that she had already washed herself. She was drying her head with a towel. I looked at my girlfriend opposite him in fear. Suddenly, the girl slipped on the floor and began to fall forward. Chin fell on top of the guy lying on the couch. Mo managed to grab her and asked if she was okay. The hostess swung her hand and hit the guy in the face with all her might. My dissatisfied self turned away. Chin was lying on the bed. She told the guy that in a couple of days they would go to Dao Wharf together. Then the protagonist's mission would be completed. Mo thought to himself that Dao Wharf sounded familiar to him. In Long City, a man was sitting in his office with a glass. It was Mao Wei. He viciously threatened the girl that she would die today. A guest suddenly ran into the room. He shouted to President Mao that everything was bad. The owner angrily asked his partner what had happened. Guan told the man about the failed assassination attempt. Mao smashed the glass to the ground and shouted that the main character dared to harm the people of his family. At this time, a warrior in red clothes appeared in the doorway. He decided to say something sternly to the president. The warrior demanded in an angry voice that his subordinate not touch the main character. The boss explained to his subordinate that the main character has a special sword. Therefore, he cannot be provoked. Mao could not understand what sword his partner was talking about. After that, the fighter threw a metal star at the head of the frightened Guan Kai. The president on the side got scared. Mao looked at the body of his subordinate on the floor. He sternly demanded that someone remove the body. After that, the president got angry and decided to settle accounts with the main character. The main character was walking in the park. He took out his weapon. The guy decided to practice before the battle on the pier. A crowd of people appeared behind him. The woman ran forward and threw the main character aside. She shouted at the guy that he shouldn't blindly take the master's place. People were standing in a crowd. They all wanted to look at Master Taiking. The main character was climbing the stairs from the side. The protagonist remembered Taiyin's name. This master convinced Zhao Qing to buy his parents' cemetery. The main character climbed the stairs to the top of the park. Behind him walked a stranger in a hood. Mo was sitting on a stone. The stranger said that he wanted to stay with him for a while. The main character was sitting in a meditative pose. There was a light aura around him. A blade was flying nearby. An unfamiliar guy was walking next to him. Mo spread his arms wide apart, and bright energy flew around him. He realized that he was finally breaking through. A strange guy from the side grabbed a knife and rushed at the main character. He shouted that he couldn't win against the Thunder Sword Master. Mo sat calmly in a meditative pose. The main character swung. He threw the surprised attacker far away with a powerful blow. The stranger fell dead on the rock after the flight. Mo looked at the mercenary and said that this was the Thunder Swordsman. Mo thought to himself that this was a masterpiece of the Budo Association. On the shore, people in the crowd were talking to each other. The man said in a joyful voice that the Thunder Sword Master was famous. For a long time, no one could challenge him. The woman explained to her partner that the challenge was from a college student. Students appeared on the shore. The guy told his friend that today he would have a good look at what it meant to fight. Dai explained to his partner that he wanted to know what kind of person challenged the master of the Thunder Sword. Chang from the side. He approached the girl and asked why she was here. Shu answered her partner with displeasure that she came here with her mother. A huge green car appeared on the road. A woman in the crowd shouted that it was Mr. Zhao's car. An old man got out of the car and was greeted. The guest said with a smile that he had come here just to have fun. An expensive car appeared. People in the crowd began to show with their hands that this was President Qin's car. The car door opened and a girl came out. People in the crowd bowed to her. Qin was unhappy that the main character did not come as the bodyguard. Two men were standing on the big ship. The fighter asked the man if everything was done. The director answered the fighter that he should take the main character's sword. Lei thanked the man and promised that he would not lose to the guy. The guests on the ground looked happily at the fighter on the ship. Chang shouted with a proud voice that the Thunder Sword Master definitely deserves his reputation. Lei shouted from the deck of the ship that his rival had not come to the meeting. The people on Earth laughed merrily and waved their hands. A small boat suddenly appeared on the sea. The main character was sailing in it. Chiang was very surprised when he saw the main character. The surprised old man on the shore realized that Master Qin was in front of him. The main character suddenly jumped out of the boat and flew towards the ship. The protagonist landed on the deck opposite his opponent. The fighter stood with a large sword. Lei looked angrily at the guy and said that his hand was injured. Now everything will be simple as pie. The main character warned the fighter that he would defeat him with one hand. The warrior laughed menacingly. Lei told his opponent that with one hand he would not be able to use his blade. He demanded that the guy surrender and give him the long-hand sword. I angrily asked the fighter why he decided that he could not use his sword. The main character stood and held out a huge sword in front of him. He prepared to fight. Lei told his opponent in a surprised voice that he had held up a wooden sword against him. The guards on the side were surprised when they saw the wooden sword on the guy. The man said in a dissatisfied voice that the main character does not know his limit. Lei laughed menacingly and told the boy that he could no longer draw the dragon ice sword to defeat him. The warrior swung his blade sharply and ran forward towards the main character. Mo calmly held out a wooden sword in front of him and was able to defend himself from his opponent's blow. Lei was very scared and surprised. He couldn't understand why he couldn't break the main character's wooden sword. The audience was amazed. Someone shouted that the Thunder Sword Master was not as strong as he imagined. The man looked at the main character with displeasure. He realized that it would not be so easy to deal with the guy. Lei looked ahead with anger and hatred. He was preparing to attack the guy. Lei extended his sword forward and activated his combat skill, sending blue lightning bolts towards the protagonist. Mo calmly held the blade out in front of him. He prepared to defend himself from the attack. The main character swung his blade in all directions and very quickly repelled lightning attacks. Spectators on the shore saw blue lightning fall from the ship into the sea. The guy in the crowd shouted with admiration that the protagonist had blocked Lei's mastery. The man on the side said with excitement that the protagonist had reached the limit. The Thunder Sword Master must win. A spectator on the side told the surprised guest that the fighter was still not serious. A guest asked his friend if he knew a fighter who could fence with both hands. His partner named the names of extraordinary masters. The Kendo Ling family of masters is above the sword masters. They have super adaptability. These are already unusual people who study martial arts. In all of China, there are only a few masters at the level of the main character. Lei looked ahead in fear. He realized that he had wounded the main character in the right arm and still could not win. I looked angrily at my opponent and asked, "Is that really all he can do?" The protagonist thought thoughtfully that he took this opportunity to improve the quality of Long Hanjian. Lei's power would hardly bring much benefit to Long Hanjian. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward with his sword. He shouted that there was no need to wait. The frightened warrior looked ahead and saw a sword appear in front of his body. A man in the crowd said that the main character resisted and was even able to attack the master. The spectator thoughtfully told his subordinates that they would have to work a little. Chang looked closely at the protagonist and said, "This guy is not a human." Chu on the side told his companions that they needed to apologize to Qin. The old man said in a thoughtful voice that now no one in the city would humiliate the main character. The warrior in the huge helmet fell to his knees. He asked the protagonist to let him go. I looked angrily at the fighter and asked, "Does he really want to be let go?" Lei fell to his knees in front of his opponent and said he wanted to leave. Mo pointed his sword at the fighter and said he couldn't just let him go. The protagonist waved his hand in front of his chest. He showed that the warrior should commit suicide with the sword. Lei looked at his opponent with fear. He didn't want to drive the sword into himself. Mo held the gun in front of the fighter. Li shouted at the protagonist that he just wants to leave. Lei turned around and ran. He wanted to hide. Mo shouted after the fighter. Did he really want to run away? The main character was clearly stronger than Lei, who literally began to beg for mercy. But the young master ignored his request and, pointing his sword at him, cut off his hand. Declaring that he couldn't defeat him with dirty tricks, Jianshu screamed in unbearable pain. After which Qin shouted that Long Hangyan was here, and if anyone intended to take him away, they would deal with him. Dao, in turn, said that the young cultivator would give him the blade in any case. The townspeople naively believed that the guy was finished and that Kay and his warriors would finish him off. The director of the martial arts organization immediately ordered the thugs to seize the teenager. Mo replied that since they wanted to see Han's power so much, he would give them the opportunity, after which he began to fight with the mercenaries, who suddenly felt a wild cold. Some could not even move. The cold-blooded Qin destroyed Dao's henchmen one after another with particular ease. The wounded Lei continued to ask him to stop this madness, asking for his forgiveness. Those around him finally saw the boy's incredible strength and began to say that he was not human at all. Yan was also shocked by Mo's abilities, something she had never seen before. Jia, in turn, understood that she had made the right choice in hiring this man. Soon the teenager dealt with all of Qin's minions and asked him if he really needed this sword. Realizing the situation he was in, Dao gave up on the idea, and Qin asked who else wanted to challenge him. In response, there was deathly silence. Everyone looked at the young warrior in horror. Then, Qijia invited everyone to a banquet at the Longxi City Chamber of Commerce, at which Min greeted everyone and said that everyone would be provided with a place for industrial exchanges. Seeing Mo in the crowd, people began to thank him and pay him compliments. Jia immediately congratulated her incredible bodyguard, saying that he deserved better. Some people were curious about her relationship with Qin, and the girl replied that he was her personal guard. Yan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their relationship was nothing more than a working one. Meanwhile, Dai asked the president to give a speech. Qi immediately handed her glass of wine to Mo. People immediately started gossiping among themselves, saying that the relationship between them was not just a working relationship, which infuriated Shu. Mohan in turn went up on stage and greeted everyone present. Adding that it was a great honor for her to join the Chamber of Commerce, Mao watched the proceedings with extreme displeasure. Jia continued to talk about how she intended to show them her pieces of clothing. The assistant immediately removed the cloth from the luxurious robe so that everyone could finally see Qi's masterpiece. However, Wei was once again dissatisfied and declared that he would show her a real classic, after which he ordered to show his variations of clothing, which looked extremely unusual. People, in turn, could not decide on their choice, since Mao's outfits were no less attractive. Mohan understood that Wei had thought of everything on purpose and decided to ruin the banquet. It seemed that he was dissatisfied even with his masterpieces, because this type of person is extremely rarely satisfied with anything. Suddenly, Mao asked Qin to evaluate their work and determine the winner. The guy thought about it. However, he later apologized to everyone, saying that he had completely forgotten, because Mo was a watchdog and did not understand clothes. A moment later, the protagonist gave his verdict, stating that the clothes of both families were not impressive. However, if we had to choose, Jia's outfits were better. Everyone was shocked by Qin's statement. A puzzled Mohan asked him why he was saying that, not expecting the young man to give her a reasoned answer, after which no one had any doubts that he was right, even Qijia herself, which infuriated Wei even more, because he knew perfectly well that the teenager was extremely smart. Naturally, the young cultivator turned his attention to the hated Mao, who at the same moment demanded that the guy comment on his clothing line. Chan responded with pleasure that his outfits were simply awful. Wei literally boiled with anger, noting that he was specific about Jia's clothing, something he had not done with regard to his dress series. Mao also said that he would now show an outfit that Mo would have to evaluate, and if it was better than Qi's clothes, the boy would kneel down. To his surprise, the guy agreed, and then the assistants brought out a dress with wings on the back. Naturally, most of the narrow-minded observers liked Wei's clothes. Everyone literally started shouting that they had never seen anything more beautiful in their lives. Mohan herself realized that this dress really overshadowed her line of outfits. A smug Mao said that now Qin was obliged to kneel before him. However, Mo accused him of stealing the idea for the product, and everyone was horrified. A stunned Wei began to say that the boy simply did not want to admit his guilt, having declared that the dress was made by the great Mr. Smith, who immediately came on stage. Jia began to understand that Qin could not be relied upon in such moments, and that she had to do everything herself. Mao, in turn, told Smith that the teenager was accusing him of plagiarism. As soon as the designer saw Mo, he immediately bowed before him and said that he had not slept at night after looking at his masterpiece. At the same time, he called him master, which caused everyone to be very perplexed. The guy asked him if it was true that it was plagiarism, and Smith answered positively, which completely shocked everyone. Wei couldn't believe what was happening at all. The designer also added that the author of this work is Mo, and he was only able to repeat half of this masterpiece. Qian immediately rushed to Mao and asked if he should kneel down. Wei said it was a joke. Smith, in turn, said that he had no right to give orders to Master Mo, and therefore was breaking their contract. Thus, in one moment he lost his reputation and all the benefits that he had previously. The townspeople present were stunned by what had happened. Realizing how influential Qin was, the young man decided to take advantage of the moment and suggested that Smith establish an agreement with Jia. The fashion designer wasted no time in approaching Mohan, and naturally the girl hired him. This finally ruined Wei's career, and he burst into tears like a child. All the people began to look at him with hatred, realizing what kind of person he turned out to be. Soon, Qin was finally freed from this event and went to Yue. Ran was very pleased to meet her beloved and greet him. Mo noted that it was time for them to get down to business and cure Beixia. The girl immediately lowered her sad gaze to the floor. Then she changed the subject and said that one company had monopolized the pharmaceutical industry in Longxi, and her father was cooperating with them. But the most important thing is that he forces her to marry Yao Wen. It was unexpected. Qin, in turn, could not have imagined that everything would turn out exactly this way. The protagonist didn't know how to help her, but judging by Bai's expression, she didn't mind. Suddenly, the girl said that she would like to take a bath, and Mo went for a walk. In fact, she was sad to realize the reality where she was forced to become Yao's wife. Meanwhile, the young master was pondering over what had happened, not understanding how it had come to this. But at a certain moment, the young cultivator thought he saw Tai, who, with his henchmen, began to pick the lock on Ran's front door. As soon as Bai came out of the bath, the front door opened and Shen stood at the threshold. The guy literally broke into a sly smile, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl immediately grabbed a knife and tried to drive them out of her house. Tai, in turn, urged her to calm down and discuss everything peacefully, since he had been trying to get Yue for a long time without any results. Also, a frightened Ran said that Qin would come to her soon and deal with them. However, he was still not there, and Bai caught herself thinking that he might have left altogether. At this time, the enraged Shen attacked her, knocking the knife out of her hands, and he knocked her to the floor. The girl began to scream and call for help, but it seemed to be to no avail. The distraught Tai continued to rage and claim that no one would help her now. But at that very moment, Qin appeared and began to throw them to the sides. Seeing him, Shen rushed towards the exit, miraculously managing to avoid a collision with Mo, because the guy immediately rushed to Ran to help her calm down. However, after that, the teenager caught up with Tai and began to beat him brutally. Law enforcement officers soon arrived at the scene, who immediately arrested the criminals, which was instant karma. The guy then began to heal the girl by placing her on the bed. Suddenly, Mo asked her if she wanted to marry him. Bai replied that her father would not allow it, but Qin assured that he would personally take care of this and all matters related to medicines. Meanwhile, the Yao family was discussing with Bai about their children's wedding, which was only beneficial to one side. Ran's father demanded that Wen treat his daughter with respect and not harm her in any way. Naturally, the cunning teenager promised him that not a single hair would fall from her. At the same time, Jiazhu urged Xin to hand over to him a man named Mo, who had humiliated his son. Of course, this proposal was followed by a refusal, which he was not happy about. The furious pharmaceutical company president said that if Bai did not do this, he would destroy his company. A moment later, Qin appeared and asked why he needed him, after which he tore the agreement between the two parties to shreds. Everyone was in shock. Yao was furious and ordered him to stop this vile performance immediately. However, the teenager obviously ignored him and stood his ground. Xin did not expect such a turn of events. At the same time, the main character noted that from that day on, he was responsible for the Longxi Pharmaceutical Company. He added that there would soon be a tournament among pharmacists, and if he won, Jia Zhu would have to retreat. To the surprise of the others, he agreed, saying that if Mo lost, he would be subjected to unimaginable humiliation. Also, absolutely all of their family's shares will be withdrawn from the Longxi Corporation. Without thinking twice, the young master agreed, breaking into a sly grin. A stunned Bai and his delegation just watched what was happening, after which the young cultivator hurried to leave the territory of the criminal family. After a certain amount of time, Qin was driving around the city in his luxurious Lamborghini. Arriving at the Bai family's house, Mo looked in surprise at Ran, who came out of the house with her father. The guy asked if she was going too, and the girl replied that she wanted to see him at the competition. Suddenly, Her father said that the young man should understand the seriousness of the situation. After all, if he really loses, not only his reputation will suffer, but also Yue's. Because at the beginning of the tournament, the Yao family may announce the engagement contract. Naturally, Mo promised him that he would not allow this to happen under any circumstances and would do everything possible, after which they rode off into the distance. Bai only looked at them with a sad gaze, hoping for the young man. They were silent for a while on the road, and suddenly Qin said that she shouldn't always decide everything herself, because she has him and soon she will personally see that he can be trusted. After a couple of hours, they finally arrived at the Yaosheng City Pharmacy. A smug and overly arrogant Wen declared that they could get out of here. However, Ran quickly reminded him that they were their guests and should act accordingly. Yao replied that he was in charge here, and since all the rooms for sleeping were gone, Mo could live in the booth for a while, adding that only his father decides what to do with their company, but Yue demanded to be given a room. The guy, in turn, could not stand such an attitude and said that in that case he would leave, adding that before that, he would wipe their majestic corporation off the face of the earth. Having got into his incredible car, the proud young man rushed off in an unknown direction. Qin, in turn, arrived at one of the busy streets of the city and began to look around, where he suddenly saw 3 unknown people bullying a girl in an alley. Of course, the teenager could not pass by and rushed to her aid. The stranger also saw the guy and immediately began calling him for help. The thugs turned around sharply and asked who he was, while the girl rushed towards him. Grabbing his leg, she continued to beg him to help her. The unknown people rushed towards her, telling him to go past. But Qin could not leave the poor girl in trouble and decided to sort out the situation. The stunned thugs asked him what his name was and what he was doing there. Having recognized him, they immediately started running away, realizing that it was better not to mess with him. Mo instantly helped the girl get up and threw his sweater over her. The stranger thanked him for his help. At the same time, he asked where she came from and whether there was a need to inform her relatives about what happened. But the girl ran away suspiciously quickly. Then the young man checked his pockets and discovered that his wallet was missing. The unknown person, in turn, rushed into the slum area, and the main character followed her. She ran up to one of the old men and said that now she could definitely cure him. But Forbes demanded that she immediately return the wallet to its owner. At that moment, a young master burst in on them, and the girl was very scared. When asked how he found her, Mo replied that he only wanted his wallet back. The old man immediately gave in and asked for his forgiveness, saying that he was very ill, and that was why Leng had been stupid. Suddenly, the mask flew off her face, and the young cultivator saw numerous burns. Forbes also told a story about how a couple of years ago she was proposed to by a pharmacist. Everyone naively believed that a great future awaited the newly formed family. However, the day before the wedding with Wen, for obvious reasons, a fire broke out in the Leng house. But no one was going to investigate this case, and the girl received burns on her face. At this point, the old man began to cough and the young lady urged him not to talk so much. Then Mo realized how disgusting Yao was, and Qin also claimed that he could cure Forbes. Naturally, they didn't believe him, especially since Leng had already made arrangements with the pharmacist. By then, Bian had come to the slum area to try to cure the old man. The old man, in turn, volunteered to help only for the money, which was not surprising. The girl came out into his yard to meet the venerable pharmacist. One of Lao's henchmen was indignant because the young man did not greet the old man. But the arrogant Bian urged him not to touch this scum, who was causing nothing but trouble. After all, they had already met before, and in response the guy stated that he was extremely curious to observe the old man's skills. After some time of examination, Lao said that Forbes needed the Tonghu Dan elixir, but he wasn't sure he could cook it. Leng tearfully begged him to at least try. Ultimately, Ban agreed and began to brew the necessary potion. Qin watched what was happening, knowing full well that he would not succeed. After some time, Lao gave up and declared that he would not be able to prepare the potion. A worried Leng asked what they should do, and the pharmacist's assistant immediately demanded that she pay. Mo said they had no right to ask for money because they had failed to cure Forbes. Then Ban called on him to demonstrate his skills, and the boy happily began to brew the potion. Assistant Lao suddenly said that if the kid could do it, he would eat the waste of the elixir. Qin calmly began to arrange the necessary ingredients while controlling the flame. Half an hour later it bore fruit. The old man was stunned by the teenager's incredible abilities. After all, he had never seen anyone control fire before, as the technique had long been lost. Soon the young man handed over the finished potion to Leng, and Lao immediately began calling him a master of alchemy, adding that it was the first time in his life he had seen such a miracle. Mo did not pay any attention to it. Without thinking twice, the girl handed the elixir to Forbes, who immediately took it. After a couple of minutes, he felt better and began to thank the young talent. Bian constantly pestered him, asking to become his disciple, literally starting to bow to Qin, who saw a certain emblem on his robe and asked if he was from a family of pharmacists. The old man instantly tore her clothes away, saying that he no longer wished to belong to this caste. Since Mo had no pharmacists, he decided to take him as a disciple. Lao was extremely grateful to him, after which I asked him what his name was, and the young man proudly gave his name. A dumbfounded Bian literally froze in place. Looking at his new teacher, the old man also asked the main character if he was going to take part in the upcoming pharmacist's tournament. Suddenly, the young master said that her surname was Luo. Everyone was shocked. After all, this was precisely the family that had known each other in medicine for many years. And Huahia had long had a subsidiary branch called Luo, so this couldn't be a coincidence. Bian understood that this clan was the heir to China's ancient medicine industry. Soon, the opening day of the pharmacists' competition finally arrived. Most naively thought that Wen would win. The Bai family literally prayed for Mo. A moment later, the head of the Yao family appeared with his son. They thought that Qin would lose. However, looking around, they did not find their henchman Bianche. Everyone greeted Wen enthusiastically because he was the main contender for the title of the best pharmacist. The stands literally went crazy at his appearance, especially the female part of the audience. Ran, in turn, constantly thought about her beloved young cultivator. After a certain amount of time, a car finally arrived with Lao, who was greeted warmly by everyone. As soon as he got out of the car, the stands burst into applause because Bian was the symbol of the tournament. The old man also, like a servant, opened the doors for someone and asked him to get out of the car. Everyone was shocked by what was happening, not understanding who was in the car. Even Jia Ju couldn't understand who could be in the car if they were the best in medicine. At this moment, Mo came out of Bian's motorcade, and the stands fell silent, not understanding why Lao was serving him. Wen and his naive father were also shocked by this unexpected development. Bai and his daughter immediately smiled, realizing that they still had a chance of success. Meanwhile, Leng remained in the car watching what was happening, because she had never seen such a talented pharmacist before. A puzzled Yao asked Bian what all this meant and why he was with this ragamuffin. The old man boldly replied that he no longer intended to cooperate with his family and came as Mo's disciple. It was extremely hard to believe, but Lao actually said it to his face. An embittered Wen said that Qin would never win this competition in his life, adding that one of the judges for the event is a member of their family, and therefore, Mo's victory is completely excluded from the scenario of this competition. Meanwhile, the host called on the participants to go to their places and sort things out with the help of pharmaceuticals. The stands once again exploded with loud applause, mostly directed at the arrogant Wen. Everyone began to watch closely what was happening on stage, naively believing that Yao had victory in his pocket. His father thought the same, and simply did not allow himself to think about his offspring losing. Soon, the overly confident pharmacist began to demonstrate his skills. Having started to prepare Jin Sudan, however, it was necessary to create gold powder. At this point, Bian discovered the rotten ingredients and reported it to the teacher, who, to his surprise, did not see a problem in this, realizing that this was the work of an opponent. It was indeed obvious, since Wen had always played by the rules. Qin himself did not get distracted from the process of preparing the potion, ordering the old man not to interfere with him. People noticed that Mo was also planning to start making gold powder. Ran was extremely concerned about the fact that Yao had intentionally ruined all of the boy's herbs. But the young man didn't even think about giving up, because he had only one chance to prove his professionalism. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist continued to work hard. Wen, in turn, was absolutely calm and acted extremely carefully. At the right moment, he used Ningdan's magical technique, shocking everyone. It seemed that the show was only gaining momentum, and the fight between the two pharmacists was in full swing. After a couple of minutes, Yao was able to create gold powder, which once again delighted the audience. Everyone immediately started chanting his name, while Ran and his father continued to fret over Mo's spoiled ingredients. The judges, in turn, noted that even Shen Ning had not reached such heights. Naive Wen immediately called on them to determine the winner. It seemed obvious to everyone. Most of them were indeed ready to vote for their ally Yao. The rest could not deny themselves the pleasure of laughing at the young master of alchemy. Wen also joined them and began to provoke the young cultivator, who asked his opponent how it could have happened that he lost. The magical flames from his cauldron testified to the highest level of preparation. Everyone immediately froze in anticipation, beginning to understand that in reality, not everything was so simple. After a few seconds, Qin produced the best gold powder he could get. Yao was horrified. Yuran finally breathed a sigh of relief, believing that her lover had won. This was a real blow for Wen's father, because in one moment he lost his reputation as a pharmacist. The judges were quick to declare Mo the winner of the competition, which infuriated Yao. Bai and his colleagues were genuinely pleased with this result and even cried with happiness. Thousands of people finally knew the name of the real master. Leng also did not expect such a turn of events. Soon, news of the young talent and the humiliation of the Yao family spread throughout the city. Of course, Wen and his distraught father were not happy with this, and he suddenly hit his offspring, saying that he had to teach Qin a lesson and must do everything necessary to achieve this. At the same time, he noted that Mo had recently become very close to Leng, and therefore this needed to be used. Meanwhile, the girl walked through the slums in the company of teenagers and talked about Forbes, who had taken care of her since childhood. Having stated that when everything was over, she would definitely take him somewhere far away from these places. Opening the door to their home, the girl called out to the old man, saying that she had brought him something to eat. But at that moment, they were suddenly attacked by unknown thugs. Everything happened too quickly. Qin immediately began to fight them, which, overall, he did quite well. But one of them was holding a bloody Forbes in his hands, and Leng was shocked by this picture. He began to beg them to let the old man go since he had done nothing bad to them. However, the mercenaries showed no mercy and continued to beat Forbes, while they also tried to attack the girl. Mo arrived at the very last moment and once again rushed into battle. He managed to inflict colossal damage on most of them, causing them to let out wild screams. The guy said that all people should help each other. But in this world, everything was the other way around. The bloodied leader of the bandit group seemed to go crazy, saying that Qin would soon try out his method of killing. Leng, in turn, tried to drag the old man away from the fight. Mo immediately said that the most important thing in life is to help people, but he is also well trained to kill, after which the wounded henchman of the Yao family again ordered his thugs to kill the guy, which they had a lot of trouble with since the young man was much stronger than them. The cowardly leader himself began to understand that he was not his rival, and there was no point in entering into a duel with him. This was surprising to him, because he naively believed that the teenager was only good at pharmaceuticals. Therefore, the mercenary tried to escape, but Qin did not give him such an opportunity. Yaoji immediately began to beg him for mercy, saying that he would pay him a good sum of money. At this time, Yao's henchman convinced him that Gay always copes with all difficulties. A moment later, Kan entered and they greeted him with a smile on his face. However, Yan dragged the bloody Yaogi in and reported that the young master had beaten them. The head of the family was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. Jejua swore that he would do everything possible to destroy the young cultivator. Wen only watched his father's insane state and silently looked at Ji's mutilated body. Soon the long-awaited final of the pharmacists' competition began, where, as in the qualifying round, Mo and Wen found themselves. Opinions were divided as always, but Mo still believed that Yao would win. The host immediately called the two finalists of the competition onto the stage for the last stage of the tournament. The main character was absolutely confident in his victory and had no doubt that he would defeat Wen again, who in turn intended to take revenge on his worst enemy. After a certain amount of time, they began to prepare incredible potions. On Qin's desk, everything was literally ablaze with blaze. Lao recognized the wondrous technique of Feng Yang. The judges also couldn't believe that the teenager knew how to use this skill. Xin and Ran couldn't stop admiring the boy's magical abilities. Suddenly, one of the judges said that this was the best technique of ancient Chinese medicine. Despite this, the head of Jiazhu believed in his son's victory until the very last moment. Wen was completely focused on cooking and only glanced out of the corner of his eye at his opponent's progress. A few minutes later, Qin took out a black pill from the alchemical furnace, after which he began to carefully examine her. Everyone froze in anticipation. The judges immediately burst out laughing, naively believing that Mo had failed this time. Bai and Yue were horrified, bitterly realizing that the pharmacist had made a fatal mistake. Wen couldn't pass up the opportunity to gloat, which he did with pleasure. Then he showed off his incredible capsule and the stands came alive again. After all, he managed to prepare the fierce Tiger Dan, which was even better than gold powder. It seemed that victory would go to the henchmen of the Yao family. No one had any doubts about it. The father broke into a sly grin, saying that this time his son had won. The judges immediately gave their verdict on the winner of the tournament. Yu literally had no expression. The girl immediately lowered her sad gaze. However, Beyond suddenly interrupted one of the jury members, saying that they clearly did not understand pharmaceuticals. Of course, this angered Wen, who began to say that Qin had lost. But Lao continued to argue that a true alchemist must look at the details more closely. A second later, Mo's pill began to glow brightly, and its black shell began to disintegrate. There was a golden pill underneath, and everyone was in anticipation of the moment. The end result was Huanrong Shendan, who was nicknamed the Vain God. The judges, like Yao, could not believe that the young man was able to prepare Dan of such quality, which was much better than Wen's capsule, and he himself understood this perfectly well. However, his father could not come to terms with yet another disgrace and hastened to object. But it made no sense, because the stands began to chant the winner's name in one voice. At the same time, a new plan of action was already maturing in his head in order to finally deal with the boy, where he could take revenge for the humiliation of his own son and his own ruined reputation, and also for the extremely brutal beating of his brother. Yao's anger knew no bounds. He suddenly demanded that Qin prove that it was indeed Huanrong Shendang. In response, Mo asked if he remembered the Leng family, and the old man turned noticeably pale. People immediately began to discuss among themselves the fire in which this family died. But Jia Ju said rather uncertainly that he didn't understand at all what he was talking about. Then, the enraged Xing from the Leng family walked towards him. Of course, he recognized her. The girl, in turn, noted that they had not seen him and his offspring for a very long time. Yao certainly didn't expect this, realizing that now he had to somehow get out of the situation. People began to say that this girl was a beggar and was often in an inadequate state. Wen also doubted that the one in front of them was really the same Xing and the Leng family. At that moment, she took off her mask, revealing a huge burn covering her entire face. His father immediately accused her of lying, saying that she had died in a fire long ago. The others also doubted that she was telling the truth and that the young master had persuaded her. However, the main character insisted that it was she, and that they set fire to her house with her family and friends. Everyone was stunned by the statement of the young cultivator, who insisted on his own. But Jia Ju continued to deny everything, saying that Mo would not be able to tarnish his reputation, after which he even had the audacity to call the guards to take this monster off the stage. Naturally, everyone demanded proof from the guy. Qin replied that it was on her face. The judge from the Yao family said that this was absurd, and his girlfriend would not be able to convince everyone of this version. The young man then handed Leng the capsule he had created and told her to take it, because it is with her help that Sin's face will regain its human appearance. The girl burst into tears, not believing that she would really be able to regain her beauty. However, she had no other choice, and besides, Mo had successfully demonstrated his alchemical skills. As soon as Leng took the pill, she suddenly fell to her knees, and everyone began to wait for the result. After a couple of minutes, all the burns disappeared from her face, which was simply incredible. At this point, Bai couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the microphone from the judges, blaming everything on Yao's pharmacists. Ran, in turn, also could not believe her eyes when she saw the miraculous properties of the capsule. People were shocked by what happened and immediately recognized the girl as that very same Sin. Wen's enraged father continued to claim that Mo had set everything up and that Leng had died 2 years ago. At the same time, he demanded that all the judges give the victory to his stupid offspring. But because he was too emotional in his gestures, Jiaju accidentally touched his son's cauldron. As a result of the Yaoling furnace rolling out of him, Wen knew that this was the end for him. Bian immediately called on everyone to pay attention to the cheating in the competition, in order to thereby count the victory for his newly minted teacher. Everyone was horrified. The Yao family had never experienced such shame. They were simply beside themselves with anger. Naturally, the judges could not ignore this and excluded Wen from the competition, giving the victory to Qin, who was truly worthy of becoming the best pharmacist. Joyful Ran was on cloud 9, falling more and more in love with her beloved, after which Mo and Xing walked off the stage to loud applause from the audience. Jiazu and his son hurried to hide, and the stands booed them. Leng, in turn, was extremely grateful to her savior and did not know how to thank him. Suddenly, the girl reached out to kiss him. Qin was confused and didn't know how to react to this. Yao was furious as he fled from the shame, but Wen suddenly made things worse. He said that according to the terms of the contract, if they lost the tournament, they were obliged to supply raw materials to Longxi for free. The head of the family never ceased to be amazed by this pattern, where all his plans, one after another, simply collapsed. Soon he went to his teacher Wei for help. Chen listened to him carefully, Then he said that he would personally deal with this teenager, of whom there would soon be no trace left. Because he could not ignore this incident and intended to avenge his student, meanwhile, the protagonist drove the extremely dissatisfied Yue back home, who was interested in what he was so busy with that he even managed to meet Sin. She then showed him a photo of Leng kissing him and demanded an explanation. The young master realized that he couldn't get out of this easily now, especially since Ran was seething with anger. Unexpectedly, Hangyan's face began to glow, and the young cultivator guessed that he was eager to break through to a new stage of development. However, something was preventing him from doing this, and Qin tried to understand what it was connected with. Also, in order to break through, it was necessary to restore the blade's adaptability to black iron ore. So Mo asked Yue if she knew where he could buy black ore, explaining that it was a very rare type of ore and was used to reforge swords. The girl, in turn, was furious that the guy did not listen at all to what she was telling him, adding that the mines in Hua Hai do not belong to ordinary people and not everyone can get this ore. And in order to do this, they need to help Taixing. At the same time, she understood perfectly well that this would be extremely difficult to do, since his son was now in prison. But the self-confident teenager remarked that it was a great idea, which infuriated Ran again. Without thinking twice, the young man dropped her off on the side of the road and urged her to go home, because he needed to go to Sin. After a certain amount of time, Qin finally arrived at the Tai family's home. The clan leader was furious at Mo's antics and was thirsty for revenge. At that moment, a guy entered his room. He immediately got down to business and said that he urgently needed his help. An enraged Sin said he had put his son behind bars and was now asking for help. Qin replied that if he really wanted to avenge him so much, then he had such an opportunity. At the same time, Mo assured that it would be better to settle everything peacefully since he needed black iron ore. Tai was shocked by his impudence, but he came up with a plan and Sin agreed to help him. Having said that, he would take him to Mr. How tomorrow, the teenager was extremely grateful for the help. Although he understood that such a person could clearly be up to something bad, especially given the current circumstances with Shen, the head of the family, in turn, naively believed that now Qin was on his hook. The next day, as agreed, they went to Dahai's house where Mo asked him about the black ore. Tai kindly introduced the extremely persistent young man to his friend. Hao noted that he had this ore, but the young man was too direct about it and did not offer anything in return. Sin immediately told the story of the miners' murders and stated that the department had closed the mine until the problem was resolved, adding that they would supply him with everything he needed and even assign several people. And only after that would they provide the black ore. The teenager happily agreed to help them and suggested that they immediately go to the mine. After some time, they arrived at the excavation area, where the search for the criminals began. Dahai suddenly handed him a shotgun and said that his men would go with him to make this expedition safe. Naturally, Taixin and his friend sincerely hoped that their plan would work. Suddenly, the hunters moved away from Qin and began to discuss something among themselves. After a couple of minutes, one of them said that they could no longer follow Mo, since they were pursuing their goals and wanted to make money, so he had to go and find the killer alone. The young man silently rushed forward, realizing that this was clearly not just like that, and that Sin had decided to take revenge on him. The hunters, in turn, naively believed that they would now earn a lot of money. However, as they began to climb the mountain, they heard suspicious sounds and immediately became silent. At that moment, they discovered two huge tigers heading towards them, which instantly tore two hunters to pieces while the third tried to escape. Suddenly, the tiger rushed towards him. It seemed that nothing could save him. But at the last second, Qin appeared and pulled the frightened boy back, telling them to run away while he dealt with this annoying tiger. The stunned hunter asked him again if he really thought he could handle this wild beast. Without thinking twice, they rushed off in an unknown direction, trying to escape. Mo, in turn, was left alone with the most dangerous representative of the feline family. As soon as the tiger attacked him, Qin instantly took aim to fire. But suddenly he discovered that there was not a single cartridge in the shotgun. Meanwhile, an extremely influential man came to Dahai, who intended to buy black ore from him. Hao did his best to serve him in order to sell as much iron as possible at a good price. Completely forgetting about the agreement with the young master, he suddenly asked to bring him the necessary box. Tai immediately approached him and reminded him about the young cultivator, but Dahai insisted that the guy was already dead. He added that no one would be able to deal with the tigers and survive. Besides, Mr. Yuven's influence spoke for itself, and he could not have found a better buyer. A moment later, a hunter ran up to them and reported Qin's death, claiming that he had been mauled by a tiger. Hin was overjoyed to hear this news. A smile appeared on his face, and Tianjiao asked who they were talking about. Hao replied that some boy came to him and wanted to buy black ore. The surprised guest noted that no one had been interested in this hardware for several years. At that moment, the assistant brought Dahai a box with miraculous ore. Smiling, Hao handed it to Yuan and said that from now on it belonged to him. However, a second later there was an explosion that destroyed part of the perimeter wall. The stunned Dahai shouted out who dared to unceremoniously burst into his room in the middle of the day. The maimed bodyguards said that it was Mo. At the same moment, Qin, with the killed tiger on his back, entered Hao's domain. Equally shocked, Taishin couldn't believe his eyes, saying that the youth should have died. The teenager, in turn, answered quite calmly that he had killed all the tigers. At the same time, he clarified that in fact they had deceived him and simply wanted to kill him. Tianjiao immediately asked if he also wanted to get his hands on this iron ore, saying that she belongs to him and no one dares to encroach on his property. Dahai confirmed his words and stated that Qin could not purchase iron from him. Thus, Mo entered into a fight with the extremely arrogant Yuan, which was exactly what Hao had been counting on, who watched what was happening with great pleasure. Just like Tai, Nanfu's son truly believed that it would not be difficult for him to deal with the boy. However, after a few minutes, he realized that Qin was a rather unusual opponent. Suddenly, Mo launched a series of attacks and Tianjiao fell to the ground. Everyone was terrified. Naturally, he was not going to accept defeat, even though the teenager asked him to end this circus and give him the ore. Yuan immediately decided to use his magical abilities. Claiming that he shouldn't be underestimated, Qin was absolutely confident in his strength, after which he once again unleashed a barrage of crushing blows on Tianjiao. The crippled Jiao immediately stepped aside, saying that his father Nanfu would not forgive this guy. Then, waiting for the right moment, he again tried to attack the teenager. However, Mo still demonstrated incredible fighting technique, thus once again causing colossal damage to the extremely arrogant Yuan. In fact, the main character took soul stones with him before going into the mine to get a boost. Tianjiao immediately fell unconscious to the ground. Hao and Tai suggested that he calm down and take the black ore. Naturally, the young master did not believe them and said that they initially wanted to get rid of him. Dahai immediately began to bow to him, literally begging for mercy. Sin was no exception, but the young cultivator decided to leave a reminder of himself and broke Hao's leg. Then he rushed towards the frightened Taixing, saying that he too must be punished. Suddenly bursting into tears, Xing continued to ask Qin to calm down and not touch him. Mo, as always, ignored him and rushed to deliver his most powerful blow. But at the very last moment, his fist stopped in front of Tai's face. The old man froze in place. Kanjian signaled to his master that he was ready to break through to the next level. So Qin decided not to waste any time and declared that Xin was very lucky this time, after which the guy calmly took the black iron and disappeared in an unknown direction. In town, everyone continued to talk about Mo. Some even suggested making him mayor. While Xiaoji was in his manor, he was indignant about the death of his son. His servants watched their ruler's anger in silence. Understanding his bitterness, Nanfu literally went crazy and swore revenge on Qin, ordering that he be found immediately. Chen, in turn, said that he would personally deal with this upstart. Xiaozi declared that if Master Wei could truly deal with him, he would receive a generous reward. The old man naively believed that he would soon kill the boy and become fabulously rich. At this time, at the conference, Kijia announced that her textile company had settled in Longxi. To her immense gratitude, Qin was also present at the event, after which finally came the banquet in honor of the joining of the two organizations. The joyful Bai congratulated the young man because now he had become famous throughout the city. Besides, not long ago he had completely dealt with Yuan, and everyone was happy with this outcome. Suddenly, Mohan approached Mo and asked what he was thinking about. The guy replied, "Nothing." The girl noted that this event was happening thanks to him, and he was now the center of attention. At this moment, Mao Dao and their henchmen showed up at the banquet, and Wei was indignant that his family had not been sent an invitation. Everyone froze in place, realizing that they were clearly going to ruin everyone's holiday. Jia immediately tried to drive them away, but Mao declared that he had an extremely important message for Qin. He then urged the teenager to rip off his own arm and send it to Nanfu so that he would not touch him. After all, only in this case will their disagreements be resolved, and people will begin to actively discuss this topic among themselves. Mao added that if he refused to be punished, Xiaoji would send his fighters to kill his loved ones. Naturally, everyone understood perfectly well who exactly was being talked about, and they were very scared. So some of them began to demand that the boy hurry up and tear off his arm. Daoke was looking forward to the moment because this demand had left the guy stumped. Suddenly, Qin grabbed his blade and held it to his wrist, asking if they were sure they wanted him to do this. The stunned guests could not believe that the young master would do such a thing. However, the main character, smiling broadly, said that he refused to do this. Mao replied that in that case he and his loved ones would soon go to the world of the dead, adding that the young cultivator was a real fool who had missed his chance to be saved. Extremely worried people began to say that Wei was quite powerful and this could end badly. Mo himself understood that Hangyan had recently broken through to the next level and clearly needed to be checked. Pointing his blade at Wei, Qin declared that he would deal with this Chen today. A joyful Mao replied that in that case the duel would take place in 3 days on Mount Kangguang. Of course, the teenager was absolutely confident in his decision and was ready for the challenge. Unexpectedly, one of the guests asked Wei to introduce him to the elder. Then he even said that he never trusted this boy and was taking Chen's side. Kijia noted that he would greatly regret this decision. But a little later, following him, several dozen more people went over to Mao's side, which was extremely unexpected. Qin, in turn, said that they had made an unforgivable mistake and would soon realize it. But everyone just laughed at his words and Wei noted that he would die in 3 days, after which they immediately left the banquet, following Mao. A moment later, someone called Bayu and told him something terrible, which was clear from the frightened expression on his face. The old man immediately informed Mo that the pharmacist had learned of his conflict with Nanfu and had not signed the fight agreement. The next day, Tao informed the boy that he had gone to Chen to arrange a duel. Meanwhile, Qin himself was diligently meditating, realizing how serious his opponent was ahead of him. To do this, he had to find a secluded place so as not to disturb his roommates. Suddenly, the teenager discovered that he had the opportunity to advance to the next stage of cultivation. Extremely worried, Mohan couldn't understand why Mo didn't come out of his room for so long. Assuming that he was meditating before the battle, Jia pushed the door and it opened. By that time, Qin had finally broken through to the next level of development, which made him extremely happy. But at that very moment, Mohan came to him and saw the guy in all his glory, from which she simply froze in place, realizing that she had clearly disturbed him at the wrong time. Soon they were having lunch, and the girl suddenly gave him a petty cash card. At the same time, she urged him to leave the city, since the Nanfu family is one of the most powerful clans. Therefore, it would be better for Qin to hide, because he simply wouldn't be able to defeat Xiaoji and his minions. But Mo didn't seem to listen to her and suddenly headed towards the window. Mohan stared at him in surprise. Then the young man said that he had never been afraid of anyone, and the Nanfu family was no exception, adding that even if he had to leave, he would only do so after he had dealt with them. At this time, the sword monuments that Master Wei had spoken of were erected on Mount Kangguang. Mao, in turn, asked why he needed them, since Chen was already strong enough. The old man replied that they were just helping him. Then Wei asked if he could defeat the boy. The master smiled and stated quite confidently that even without these monuments, he could easily deal with him. At that moment, the swords began to glow with an unknown magic that seemed to give him strength. Chen was truly naive in thinking that Qin couldn't do anything to him, which was his fatal mistake. The next day, the protagonist went to Mount Kangguan to deal with the old man. Influential people from the Shu family also came to watch the fight. But Chung couldn't understand where his grandfather was taking him. Feixiang replied that there was a battle between some youth and Wei today, and they couldn't miss such a show. Chen himself continued to meditate, preparing for the upcoming fight. Daoke asked Mao how long the old man had been on the mountaintop. Wei replied, since the stone swords were installed. The Yao family also came to the performance, and they wanted Mo dead no less than everyone else. They all believed that Qin would soon be defeated by the majestic Wei. Qin and Mohan were extremely unhappy with what was happening, and their business directly depended on the outcome of the fight. After a certain amount of time, the young master arrived at the top of Mount Kangguang. The young cultivator looked confident enough and rushed towards Chen. Mao and Jiaju began to gloat, saying that it would be better if he left the city since now his only path was to the grave. Most of those who gathered to watch the battle were, of course, confident of the old man's victory. At the same time, they did not hesitate to insult him, which outraged Ran. But her father urged her not to interfere. Suddenly, a familiar female voice shouted that she believed in Qin and that he would definitely win. Mo turned around and saw Jen in front of him. Wei, in turn, began to provoke the guy again, saying that he even had a support group. She couldn't understand why everyone was against the young master, because she knew him as a good person, and she didn't doubt his abilities at all. because Qin had already demonstrated them more than once. At the same time, she decided to remind everyone that Mo had cured their relatives. Her speech was so convincing that many people actually thought about what was happening. Despite Jen's young age, the guy thanked her for her support and asked if she had come here alone. Mao was extremely unhappy with this performance and stated that there was no point in it, since Qin would die anyway. Those around him seemed to be hypnotized, and having forgotten about the guy's good deeds, they began to mock him again. Jia immediately asked her brother if their grandfather could stop Nanfu. Chu replied that she clearly didn't know this family, which it seems no one can stop. And if they have something in mind, it is unlikely that anyone will stop them. At that moment, Mo noticed the stone swords and caught himself thinking that he had seen them somewhere before. Chen walked towards the teenager and noted with a smile on his face that he had accepted the challenge after all, adding that he dared to kill a man from Parliament and must be punished accordingly. He suddenly laughed, saying that Qin did not fully understand the whole situation, because this mountain would soon become his grave, which Mo strongly doubted. Although he understood that the opponent was serious, after which he asked Jen to step aside and wait for his parents. After which, the battle between the two powerful cultivators finally began. The people were delighted by this spectacle and began to cheer for Elder Wei. Everything happened too quickly, and it was simply impossible to keep track of the master's blows. Suddenly, Chen disappeared from Qin's sight and the teenager began to look around. Meanwhile, the old man appeared behind him and hurried to deliver a powerful blow. The head of the Yao family said that he heard the crunch of bones, and most likely Mo was no longer alive. Dao Ke also naively believed that Wei had dealt with him in just a couple of minutes. Ran and her father were horrified by what happened, hoping that Qin had managed to dodge the attack. Jia watched the situation closely, mentally urging the young man not to give up. Soon the smoke cleared, but there was no one in the arena, which was quite strange. A moment later, they saw a bloody Wen getting up from the ground, and standing in front of him was a safe and sound Mo. Everyone was shocked by this unexpected turn of events in the battle, as Chen was the strongest of the Nanfu family, and Qin could easily block his attack without suffering any damage. The distraught old man once again attacked the guy, declaring that he would definitely not live now. The monuments instantly began to shine with an unknown magic, and the battlefield was illuminated with a bright light. Qin then realized that these stone structures gave Wei strength and also regenerated his health. Suddenly, a rain of swords fell from the sky, literally shaking the mountain. Hu Tian and Q began to understand that now, the young master would definitely not be able to stand up to Chen. Ran, Bai, and Mohan also realized how difficult things would be for the main character in the future. Spectators were left in bewilderment, wondering if the rain would really kill Mo. Q, in turn, urged them not to talk too much and to continue to watch the incredible Wei. The old man took advantage of the moment and once again rushed into the attack. Mao noted that this power was comparable to the might of the majestic Xiaoji. The young cultivator was well aware that the battle would become much more difficult. A moment later, huge blades fell upon him from the sky again, and Qin immediately began to dodge them. This technique was familiar to him, but the guy couldn't remember where exactly he had seen it. At that moment, the guns fell right in front of him, but Mo still managed to jump back. Feixiang said that Chen was truly all-powerful, but his grandson noted that Qin could die. Seeing one of the stone blades flying straight towards Jen, the young master rushed to her aid. As a result, he was able to hold back the huge stone. Thereby, Mo saved Xiao's life. Everyone was shocked, believing that this boy was some kind of monster and not a human at all because no one could do something like this. Not only did the young man hold the stone structure, he could easily hold it in one hand. What was simply incredible was that he seemed to have actually come from another world, after which he suddenly pointed a huge blade towards Elder Chen. We immediately started running away and only miraculously managed to dodge his sword. However, Qin grabbed another stone and rushed after the frightened old man. One by one, he plunged them into the ground, trying to catch up with the extremely lucky Chen. Mao and Yao with Dao did not expect such a scenario where the notorious cultivator runs away from the kid. Bai, Ran, and Mohan laughed, because from the outside it really did look a bit funny. Finally catching up with Wei, the teenager wanted to plunge the stone sword into him, but Chen called him to stop and asked how he knew about this technique. The young man replied that his grandfather had once exchanged it for beef noodles because he was starving, and the skill was not fully developed. The stunned master immediately remembered how he had once actually exchanged this ability for a plate of noodles. In connection with this, the old man fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness from Mo, because he was a descendant of immortals. Shocked, Mao almost went crazy. Bitterly realizing that his family was now finished, suddenly Qin took pity on Chen, realizing that he had met his grandfather. Then they hurried down the mountain. Suddenly Wei asked where the immortal was now. However, the guy replied that he didn't know this and didn't want to discuss the topic. Those around him were so stunned by the boy's strength that they were even afraid to talk to him. Fake Xiong, in turn, urged his grandson to invite such a respected master to visit the military base. Meanwhile, Qin said goodbye to Jen and hurried back to the car. As soon as he got into the car, he saw a rather strange and incomprehensible picture. He felt like he was hallucinating, because Mo saw himself running up the mountain. This man was an exact copy of him. The stunned teenager assumed that someone had decided to impersonate him. After a certain amount of time, some thugs came to Konghuangshan village, who, as always, collected tribute from ordinary people supposedly for their protection. The unknown boy immediately ran up to the bandits and declared that they had no right to collect payment from people. The village chairman began to thank Mo, mistaking him for the real Qin. The main character watched what was happening and did not understand what this young man was hoping for. Suddenly, one of the hunters recognized him as the same guy who had defeated the tiger. However, the teenager began to boast about his victories, in particular over Old Man Wei. Then everyone realized that he was just pretending to be a young master, because Mo had always remained humble. Suddenly, one of them hit him. He stated that he should abandon the idea of pretending to be Qin, as it would not lead to anything good. The stunned stranger continued to insist that he was the young cultivator, but Pockmark said that he and Mo were old friends and so he was doubling the fee, after which they began to beat up the impudent man. But at that moment, the real Qin came to his aid, who instantly prevented a fight and called on everyone to calm down immediately. Shocked, Mark asked him what he was doing there and the young man smiled. Then he asked Jan if they had really once been close friends. Eventually, they threw down their clubs and began to ask him for forgiveness. Mo, in turn, urged them not to bother the people from the village anymore, and to find something more serious to do. Pockmark immediately apologized to the chairman and said that they would not disturb him. The young man finally took off his wig and thanked him for his help, saying that he just wanted to be like him. But Qin asked him not to do that again, and besides, he imitates him extremely poorly. The master only offended the teenager, but at the same time he answered honestly. As a token of gratitude, the village chief decided to give Mo a huge villa. The young man immediately felt a favorable aura that was conducive to cultivation. In connection with this, the guy thanked the chairman, saying that it was a truly worthy gift. However, Qin stated that he needed to visit the school and therefore someone had to look after the mansion. Pockmark noted that he could not help him with this, since he was an undisciplined person. But Yan suddenly volunteered to take on this responsibility, as he intended to become Mo's disciple. To the surprise of the others, the boy entrusted his house to him. It seemed that Xiao himself did not expect such a decision from Qin. The teenager also decided to show his student one of his magical techniques. Moments later, a huge tsunami was approaching the building, accompanied by lightning strikes. Ian was stunned by the abilities of his newly minted teacher, not understanding how he managed it. But Mo's performance didn't end there, and he rushed to shock his student once again, after which the main character used the magic stone that he took from Venya. Shu finally realized that the young master was actually using spiritual education. The young cultivator urged him to use these skills if anyone dared to break into the house. Qin himself rushed to the inner garden of the mansion to meditate for a while. After a certain amount of time, the beaten Yang ran to him and said that Hao and Tai had decided to buy this villa. Not believing that it belonged to Mo, they began to inspect the luxurious house. Sin naively believed that when he bought the mansion, he would demolish it and build a real penthouse in its place. At this moment, Qin approached them and asked if he really wanted to demolish this villa. Shocked, Taixing and Dahai immediately fell to their knees before him, saying that they simply didn't believe this man. He added that he was just joking about the house and that if Mo liked it here, they wouldn't bother him anymore. The noble guy forgave them and urged them to immediately disappear from his sight before he changed his mind. But the extremely inquisitive Sin asked what kind of water it was that surrounded the building like a barrier. Qin replied that it was holy water for cultivators, and it helped them become stronger and purify their spirit. Then Tai asked to sell it to him, because if sales skyrocketed, then Mo would make a profit. The teenager thought about it, realizing that in the future he would definitely need funds for improvement. In the end, he agreed, noting that everything should go without any tricks. And if everything really happens as Taishin claims, then he will be rewarded. Naturally, Xing promised that he would not cause him any more trouble, but Hao knew that he would definitely steal. Qin, in turn, went to Xiao, and warned him about the arrival of his friend, whom he would be obliged to protect. At this time, Wan went to work at the Zhangjia Hotel, where there was an extremely helpful manager, who, for some unknown reason, did her work for her. And with a smile on his face, she found this quite strange, since they simply weren't letting her work. After some time, a group of young people arrived at the hotel. Among them was Bei Feng's son named Taishu. As soon as he saw the lovely young lady Chen, he instantly liked her. Based on this, Shu demanded that she serve him, then asked for a cup of tea. Thus, the manager found himself in a difficult situation because offending Qin was tantamount to death. And the same applied to Tai. The perplexed Vanya couldn't understand what was so difficult about pouring tea. But the manager was on edge. Soon the girl brought the extremely arrogant Zhao the promised cup of tea. However, Taishu's dim-witted henchman suddenly tripped her up after the glass of tea flew towards Zhao and stained his pants. Chen immediately apologized to him. The manager, in turn, tried to solve the problem and promised to compensate for everything. But Zhu ordered Wan to wipe everything off immediately, and he would think about what to do with her next. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to meditate diligently in order to break through further. At this moment, the young master was suddenly interrupted by Xiao. Mo stated that he should not interfere with him. However, Yang reported that some scum were bullying Chen at the Zhangjia Hotel. The young cultivator immediately stopped his breakthrough and rushed to deal with them. Wan, in turn, tried in vain to resolve the conflict with Tai, but the restless Shu demanded that she wipe her pants. The manager knew that he couldn't help her because Grandpa Zhao was a scary person. In connection with this, he again declared compensation. But Taishu replied that he was not poor and that he had money. Then he asked to resort to another option to resolve this misunderstanding. But in response, the enraged Shu threw a glass at him, which smashed on the servant's head. Then he returned to the tearful and frightened girl, saying that he expected a slightly different treatment from her. Suddenly, a mug flew into the back of the disgusting teenager, literally knocking him off his feet. A puzzled Tai fell to the ground and immediately asked who had managed to do this. Qin immediately ran into the room and delivered a powerful blow to the head. Everyone was shocked. An angry Shu asked again if the boy knew who he had decided to hit. His henchman immediately claimed that he was the youngest grandson of the great Zhao. Tai instantly broke into a smile, asking if he was scared now. However, Mo said that he was not afraid of Lao at all and was ready to deal with him as well. This only made Zhu's stupid henchmen laugh, and they began to say that he apparently didn't know who Zhao was. Taishu himself was beside himself and said that the guy would die an extremely painful death. Then he ordered his thugs to immediately finish off this upstart. A few minutes later, the hotel lobby was filled with beaten-up Shu's henchmen. A stunned Zhao once again demanded that they finally deal with him. Qin, in turn, suggested that the scum leave before it was too late. This time, they really made the right decision and rushed towards the exit. Van, of course, began to thank her savior. Mo asked why she had reported this. The girl replied that she did not want to disturb him, but the young man objected because for him it was not a problem at all, adding that he would not forgive himself if something bad happened to her. Chen took this as some kind of confession, and I didn't understand at all how to respond to this. All the thoughts in my head seemed to be mixed up. Xiao noted that the master was indeed the strongest person, but at the same time he did not understand obvious things. At this time, Lao was sitting in his office and thinking about inviting Xing to Zhangjia village. A couple of minutes later, his upset grandson flew into the room like a madman. Taishu immediately reported that some boy had beaten him and his friends. He added that he wasn't even afraid of him and said that the old man couldn't do anything to him. Naturally, the old man immediately became furious and demanded that the name of this impudent fellow be given. However, the grandson did not know his name and could only describe the guy's appearance. Lao was on edge. At this time, in Zhangjia village on Kanghuang Mountain, people began to gather. Yan showed off as best he could in front of Shu and her friend Li, who decided to keep him company. Suddenly, they saw Xin's car, realizing that people from the association had arrived here, after which they also discovered the main character with his henchmen, which they were extremely surprised by. Smiling Xiao asked the young master what he was doing here. A puzzled Mo replied that it was his house, which only made everyone present laugh. Naturally, Yanxiao wanted to stand up for the young cultivator, but Qin urged him to calm down. However, they did not stop being sarcastic, saying that this man had been pestering Chen not long ago and was now serving him. The surprised Yan also couldn't understand why Mo would get involved with this scum. The guy continued to threaten them, saying that if they didn't stop this circus, he would beat them up. Then, the extremely arrogant Yang called Shu to go with him to the event. naively believing that Qin would never be able to attend this event since he was a beggar. But when they tried to enter the banquet, the security guard wouldn't let them in. After asking if they had an invitation, Jian immediately began to flaunt his connections. However, this did not lead to anything, because it was impossible to get into the event without an invitation. Mo, in turn, decided to help them attend the banquet, but they still didn't believe that this house really belonged to a teenager. Xiao began to insult them again, saying that this was his mentor's villa. Meanwhile, grandfather Yang and Jiang drove up to them, and she immediately saw Qin. The woman ran up to him and asked how he was doing, since they had seen each other for a long time, and the young man replied that he was fine. Soon the old man handed his grandson an invitation, and they passed it on to the guard, but he noted that only one person would be able to enter, and not into the main hall, but into the lobby, from where one could observe the banquet. Mo once again called on everyone to calm down and added that he would help them get through. Then the guy calmly walked up to the guard and ordered him to let everyone through. But the enraged guard started shouting again, asking who he was anyway. Yan and his friend couldn't help but laugh at Qin. At that moment, Taixin drove up to the house and everyone greeted him joyfully. A moment later, he noticed a scuffle near the entrance and asked what was going on, after which, seeing Mo, he immediately ran up to him and began to bow, asking for forgiveness for being late. Everyone was simply stunned by such an unexpected turn of events and continued to watch what was happening. The guard, in turn, could not put two words together, realizing that this man was extremely influential, since Sin was so afraid of him. An angry Tai suddenly hit him, declaring that Qin was the master of this house. Shu, like the others, was stunned that the villa actually belonged to Mo. Li immediately ran up to him and began to compliment him, realizing that the guy was not so simple. They then hurried inside. Jiang couldn't believe that the boy had already grown up and achieved such success. After a certain time, they all began to drink to the health of the owner of the mansion, who suddenly announced that he should take a short break and rest. A couple of minutes later, Zhao broke into the house with his men and his stupid grandson, who pointed at Qin and said that it was he who beat him up at the Zhangjia Hotel, after which Tai Shu approached the main character and said that now it was definitely the end for him. All the guests were stunned by what was happening and could not understand what was going on. Naturally, Xing was unhappy with this turn of events because the Zhao family was extremely influential. Yan and his friend began to actively discuss Mo's conflict with Lao, believing that the boy was now in real trouble. Zhu and Li also began to understand that this would clearly not end well. Tai Shu continued to threaten the young master, but Qin, as always, was completely calm. But suddenly Lao hit his grandson on the head and ordered him to bow down before Mo. Everyone was once again perplexed, realizing the magnitude of the young cultivator. Nobody really expected such a turn of events, of course. Sin was pleased with what was happening. However, even after the old man's angry blows, the stubborn Shu refused to apologize to him. The enraged Lao once again ordered him to beg Qin to forgive him, but Tai again ignored him. Mo suddenly said that the Zhao family had fallen in his eyes. The old man was shocked. Subsequently, he stated that in that case, Shu was no longer a part of it. The shocked teenager couldn't believe that his grandfather was ready to abandon him. Finally, it dawned on the guy that this had to be done, because he didn't want to lose his money. Qin suddenly called him to stand up, saying that he would not bring shame to his family. A puzzled Chung asked Feixiang why everyone respected this young man so much. Mo suddenly stood up from his chair and asked everyone to forget about old grievances and move on to the miraculous elixir of Lin Shengshui. Where the cost of one glass was 100,000, everyone was stunned by such a price, but the potion could prolong life. In addition to increasing physical strength, but people began to complain about the cost. Then Qin said that those who were not satisfied with this proposal could go free. Everyone started looking at each other and actively discussing what was happening. Suddenly, Lao suggested that Tai Shu try the water and they would see the result. A stunned Shu asked his grandfather again if he really should drink this dubious drink, but the old man ordered him to drink. The boy immediately knocked back the glass of holy water and immediately felt a surge of strength, after which Tai stated that the feeling of weakness instantly disappeared, and he felt incredible power in his body. Thus, most people realized that the price was justified and began to buy water. Lao noted that now his grandson really has the opportunity to show his best side. The number of people wanting to buy holy water increased with each passing minute. However, Chung didn't understand why he had to be a soldier and work hard when he could just drink potions. Even Zhao thought about his words, not to mention the other guests. At the same time, the old man recognized his old friend Fei Xiang, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Noticing him, Qin remembered that Shu was the commander-in-chief of the fleet. He became curious about what he was doing there, and Mo urged him to ask Tai about the water if he did not believe in its miraculous properties. Xing knew that entrusting the inspection of Zhao's military forces was a good idea. Chen, in turn, decided to test him and said that in that case he would give him a couple of blows. Shocked, Shu didn't expect that he would have to go through such a test. There was also an opinion in society that water was overvalued and that it was impossible to become a warrior with its help. But suddenly, Qin said that he would be the one to make him do it, and everyone was surprised. Tai Shu, in turn, was terribly frightened, realizing that he had no choice. Soon, Cheng began to beat Shu, who immediately ran away from him. But the guy moved very quickly, which became a problem for Fake Xiang's grandson. People in turn couldn't help but laugh as they watched the cowardly Zhao, but at a certain moment the young man stopped and blocked Cheng's powerful blow. Everyone was shocked by the fact that the weak Tai was able to repel the attack of an elite fighter. However, after that he still missed the next blow and literally flew into the wall. It was extremely painful for him. Cheng noted that water can only make a person more resilient. At that moment, the main character ran up to Shu and whispered something in his ear. Everyone was surprised. Not understanding what the young master was doing, Tai soon stood up and looked menacingly at the soldier, who once again pounced on him, delivering fierce blows. But Zhao blocked them and carried out his own attack. A moment later, everything changed dramatically, and now Cheng was constantly on the defensive, which again left the guests perplexed as they watched their battle closely. Even Fake Xiang didn't expect such a turning point. Realizing that water had played a role after all, soon Cheng ran out of steam and began to retreat, which Tai Shu took advantage of, which never stopped delivering crushing blows, which served as a good advertisement for holy water. In the end, the fight ended and the elite soldier praised his opponent. Junior Zhao himself did not expect this from himself, and naturally became proud. Then Chen finally realized that the water really worked, because it turned a weakling into a warrior. Fei Xiang noted that the most important thing in battle is the psychological state. In fact, the young cultivator played a huge role in the duel that took place. After all, he assured Shu that this battle would be the first step towards realizing his dream. Therefore, Zhao could not miss the only opportunity to prove to everyone and himself that he was a capable person. Suddenly, Commander-in-Chief Fake Xiang approached Qin, and Mo looked at him in surprise. The old man said that he wanted to invite him to work in his army so that he could train young fighters. At the same time, Xiang claimed that the teenager would receive everything he needed and a good salary. The guy said that he needed to think it over carefully and would give his answer within 2 days. Meanwhile, the number of people wanting to buy holy water was growing, and Taixing simply couldn't keep up with everyone. The fleet commander and his grandson immediately said goodbye to Qin. As soon as the guests saw that Mo was free, they pounced on him asking him to sell them water. The young man said that Qin and Tai were responsible for selling the water, but he would give preference to the Shu family. Hearing this, Zhang literally burst into tears, realizing that the boy had truly grown up a long time ago. Bai, in turn, moved away from all the guests and spoke tensely on the phone. Naturally, Mo noticed this and decided to find out what happened. But Jin assured that everything was fine, and he didn't need to worry about this trifle. However, the boy insisted that the old man tell him the whole truth, because he would find out about it sooner or later anyway. Then the saddened Bai said that the Yao family was causing them problems again and demanding that Ran be married to Wen. The extremely self-confident Qin declared that in that case he would go with him to Yaoshan. He added that he would personally deal with this garbage, and at the same time help resolve this issue. The next day, the protagonist arrived in the city, where he unexpectedly met Yue, who urged him not to interfere in this, but Mo said that he would not allow her to marry Wen, adding that if they did not retreat, he would have to force them to do so. Of course, Ran was not eager to marry Yao, but she also did not want to bother the young master. At this time, Huangxi was negotiating with Bai, who asked him to reconsider their business relationship, but Ren refused to do this and only reminded him that his daughter was obliged to marry Wen. At the same time, the arrogant Shi did not miss the opportunity to laugh at Mo behind his back. A few minutes later, a young cultivator entered his office and declared that the Yao family had lost and had to retreat. Naturally, Wan objected to him and said that their clan was the best among pharmacists. But the teenager was taking on too much, and Qin decided to spare himself a long dialogue with him. As a result, with a lightning-fast movement, he aimed his dagger at him, which literally pierced Ren's head and he died instantly. Bai was horrified, but Mo urged him not to worry about the Yao family. assuring him that he would personally take care of them, adding that he was tired of watching Shin being humiliated and it was time to end it. The next day, Wen and his father were at a celebratory banquet. They still only cared about Chin, whom they so zealously wanted to take revenge on. Most of the guests at the event were aware of Yao's deception towards Mo. Suddenly, Wen ordered them to be quiet and began to say that Chin was not really such a good person. At the same time, he and his father began to claim that the boy won the tournament by cheating. After all, he brought a certain girl and said that she was the daughter of the Leng family. At that moment, they took out a cage covered with a sheet. Wen hurried to remove the cloth, and everyone saw the bloody girl. The arrogant Yao challenged her to prove that she was the one and only Xing. But the young lady could not utter a word, as she was badly beaten. Everyone was horrified, understanding how insidious these people are and how it is really better not to mess with them. Suddenly, one of the women present said that she could not be the daughter of the Lengs since the girl had burned in a fire. Wen, in turn, said that he would again disfigure her face beyond recognition, and even Mo would not help her. Most of the guests were in solidarity with them because they were simply afraid. But there were also those who believed them wholeheartedly. The smug head of the family took the wine and tried to drink it, but at that moment the glass shattered in his hands. Everyone immediately began to look around, trying to understand what had happened. Standing behind them, Chin asked why he was not invited to this wonderful banquet. The main character immediately rushed towards the heroes of the occasion. Wen was scared like a child. Seeing the state Shin was in, the young master hurried to pull her out of the cage, after which he carefully picked her up and carried her to the sofa. Everyone silently watched what was happening. The young cultivator laid her down on the bed very carefully and said that everything would be fine now. The enraged head of the Yao family demanded an explanation from Chin, since he had invaded their lands. But Mo reminded him of the agreement with Bai at the pharmacist competition. The self-confident old man asked what he would do to them, even if they did not fulfill the contract. The young man said that he was giving them one last chance to correct the situation. Otherwise, there would be dire consequences. Jiaju leaned towards him and replied with a grin that he didn't need any recommendations from such a loser, adding that if he doesn't leave here right now, everyone will unite and then he definitely won't survive. Qin walked into the middle of the luxurious hall and noticed that they really had good taste. But today, blood will be shed, and the Baifeng building will never be the same again. After which, the teenager began to kill one by one all of Yao's henchmen. Most of those present were very frightened and rushed towards the exit. The enraged Mo continued to rage and say that no one from their family would survive. Having grabbed one of them, the teenager also began to beat him, but the unknown man stated that he did not belong to their clan. But Qin said that he himself had proclaimed himself their supporter and twisted his neck. A frightened Wen and his father tried to escape, but Mo did not give them the chance. Then, he tried to talk the guy into it, saying that their family was extremely important to this city. The young man, in turn, immediately began to beat the impudent fellow and noted that he had given him countless chances to escape. But Wen chose a different path, so there is no point in expecting mercy from him now. Soon the boy fell unconscious to the ground, which naturally enraged the head of the Yao family. Jiaju, in turn, very brazenly asked him what else he wanted from them. Qin replied that he did indeed have great power, but it was not enough to deal with stronger people. However, Mo left him alive and said that he would need him to find the dog. Everyone was perplexed, not understanding what he was talking about and what he was going to do. After some time, Jiaju finally found the dog and brought it to the main character. After which, the young master stated that they now needed to find a suitable person to take over the position of manager of Yaoshan Pharmaceuticals. Naturally, as always happens, people's opinions were divided. Some believed that nothing needed to be changed. Others, on the contrary, wanted to take advantage of the opportunity and seize power and the entire business for themselves. However, the majority still agreed with the young cultivator, especially since it was difficult to contradict him. Suddenly, Mo picked up the dog and said that he was perfect for the role of leader. Everyone was deeply perplexed, assuming that Qin was simply joking. After all, a dog can't run a business. Jiaju was furious about what was happening, but the teenager demanded that the dog be the one to lead everything, and the others immediately bowed to him. The guy also ordered Yao to send all the necessary documents to Longxi. Naturally, he agreed. Finally, Qin added that the dog's owner was Xing, and Leng was shocked by Mo's decision. However, people objected, saying that she could not become the face of a pharmaceutical company in Yaoshan. In addition, her face was wounded, but the teenager immediately set about fixing it. Placing his magical palm on the girl's face, her wounds instantly disappeared. Her body suddenly began to glow, Everyone was shocked by what was happening and could not believe their eyes. A moment later, Shin turned into a beauty again, which was a real disaster for Jiaju. Chin, in turn, again called on everyone to accept her as the new head of medicine in the city. Soon, the Yao family cleared the estate of their presence and it passed into the hands of Leng, which Mo informed her of. The girl was extremely grateful to him for his help, and the guy hurried to leave her to rest. But suddenly Shin asked him to stay and be with her for a while, saying that she had nothing to repay him for his kindness. The stunned young man understood what she was leading to, and naturally refused such an honor. Although for obvious reasons it was extremely difficult for a teenager to do this, but he still found the strength in himself and rejected the offer of a rather attractive lady. Finally, Leng said that he would always be a welcome guest in her domain, after which Chin immediately went to meet Bai and the other leaders, who were already waiting for him at the Baishi Corporation. A couple of minutes later, Mo arrived at the place. As soon as the guy got out of his fancy car, absolutely everyone, including Ran and Shin, bowed to him. An enthusiastic and grateful Bai said that the Yao family had given them the necessary materials. Ye suddenly pulled Chin aside and began to thank him for helping her family, saying that she had nothing to repay him with and therefore he should visit her sometime. The smug guy understood perfectly well that he most likely would not be able to escape his fate. At the same time, Ran gave unambiguous hints, but in the end, the main character decided to run away. Of course, the girl was unhappy with the teenager's sudden decision. Meanwhile, the young master calmly got into his car and drove off in an unknown direction. As he passed by the Jiangjia Hotel, the young cultivator noticed a girl, who was standing in front of the hotel and talking to someone. He suddenly recognized her as Vanya. Chin was extremely surprised that Chen was still working at the hotel and decided to find out how she was doing. Vanya, in turn, tried to explain to the manager that she had a sick mother and asked to take half a day off, but the guy refused her. Hearing this, Mo urged him to give her a vacation and hire another employee for a few days. The young man recognized him as Mr. Chin and said that he would gladly go to meet him, but the clients would not wait. Then the teenager offered to work in her place, and the stunned manager couldn't refuse him. A joyful Chen immediately began to thank him for his help. Mo noted that it was not a problem for him. At this time, the people inside the hotel were celebrating Jun's entry into the Lan Fan Special Squad. Long became too arrogant too quickly, and, when Chin was mentioned, began to say that he was not his equal. At this point, Jian began to get indignant, because they still hadn't been brought a bottle of red wine. A moment later, Mo appeared in front of them with wine and apologized for the delay. Extremely surprised, Xiao asked the guy what he was doing there, and also about the clothes of the hotel staff. She also understood that after the fight between Chin and Jun, a conflict could break out between them again. The arrogant Lung in turn began to mock his current status. Yang noted that it was better for Mo to silently serve Jun, since he was now an elite soldier of the Lan Fan unit. Dissatisfied with the long wait for wine, the young man ordered the manager to be brought to him. However, Li objected to him, saying that there was no point in ruining such a significant day. An embittered Lung assumed that she simply liked this upstart. Yang thought that even if they fought, Qin would not be able to emerge victorious this time. Everyone instantly sided with Jun and began to defend him, anticipating their fight. Long himself ordered Mo to ask him for forgiveness so as not to worsen the situation. The extremely self-confident and newly minted member of the Navy actually thought himself stronger than Qin, and this became his fatal mistake. The guy said that he did not deserve any apologies, but the soldier replied that he was no longer the same person Mo knew before, and that now everything had changed. The teenager, in turn, took a glass of wine from his table and took a couple of sips, saying that this drink was truly incredible. At that moment, the front door of the hotel suddenly opened behind them. Father Luna stood on the threshold. Everyone instantly became quiet, not understanding what would happen next. Tianhao was the commander of the Yanjing military region and a rather serious man. The old man said that he had heard everything and asked Qin if it was really he who had fought with his son. The young man answered positively. Then the smiling Hao again urged him to ask for forgiveness from Lun, because at the moment his offspring had the status of an elite soldier, but Mo noticed that it was always Jun who started the fight and he would not apologize to him. Everyone was shocked by the boy's statement, thinking that Tianhao was about to teach him a lesson. However, the old man still gave him the opportunity to leave, and Qin calmly headed to the kitchen. Finally, he said that if Lun was really looking for trouble, he would get it. An enraged Jun jumped up from the table and declared that he would definitely deal with him soon. Mo just laughed at his statement and remarked that he was curious to see it. Soon, Lun went to the Sky Island, the training base of the Lan Fan Squad. Thinking of himself as an invincible soldier of an elite unit, he wanted to take revenge on Qin. Understanding that his status now plays a big role and now the young master will answer for everything, none of his brothers could understand what was happening to him and why Jun was behaving this way. Seeing his inappropriate behavior, Captain Zhao immediately ordered him to return to duty, after which he announced a new trainer, with whom they would have the opportunity to learn slightly different combat skills. Lun naively believed that if he could find common ground with his mentor, he would show him a couple of secret techniques to deal with Mo. Then Commander Qing ordered everyone to disperse and wait for their coach. However, after more than 2 hours, everyone doubted the reputation of such a great mentor. In connection with this, everyone began to express their dissatisfaction. Zhao once again called for them to remain silent. At that moment, the captain's assistant drove up to them, reported a certain thief, and said that he needed to be eliminated. The soldiers couldn't figure out how he had gotten into the Lanya barracks on top of Mount Tian. The girl ordered not to talk, but to get down to business and go to the mountain. A moment later, all the soldiers were armed with machine guns, and the captain ordered them to stay together. Chung, like Long, took their first combat mission extremely seriously, after which they headed into the dense forest to look for the thief. Suddenly, Shu noticed that the thief might have escaped. King in turn said that this man was quite powerful, since they still had not been able to find him. Kun only thought about becoming famous, but to do this he had to kill the thief. After walking a few hundred meters more, they suddenly came across an unknown person, who instantly jumped to the side. The frightened Lung began to shoot, but did not hit him. Everything happened very quickly, which once again confirmed the captain's assumption. After a long search, they again saw the forest thicket and immediately rushed towards it, realizing that he was simply mocking them because dozens of armed elite soldiers could not catch him. All this time, the so-called thief stood in place and waited for them to approach. But as soon as they took a few steps, they instantly fell into Qin's trap, which literally hung them on a tree branch in a net. Mo noted that they were disappointing him, because he was right under their noses, but they still couldn't catch him, adding that at the moment they cannot be called elite warriors, and that they will have to work on this. When Jun saw the young master, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. The guy hastened to announce that he was their new coach and would make real fighters out of them. A stunned Lun sat under a tree and repeated the same thing over and over. This can't be true. At this moment, Qin walked towards him and said that he did not see him as a rival. Jun was beside himself with anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. He suddenly felt sick and lost consciousness. Mo, in turn, ordered them to immediately take the soldier to the infirmary, which they began to do. After a certain amount of time, everyone lined up in front of the young man, and he asked what basic skills they had learned. Everyone replied that they were practicing physical abilities, but Qin said that from now on, they would practice body formation. Naturally, the soldiers were perplexed. Some even dared to object to him. Mo also showed off a book with a body-shaping technique, saying that with its help they would surpass the strongest fighters. But the self-confident warriors once again began to contradict the main character. Lun understood that this was his only chance to change his mentor. Therefore, he was one of the first to incite others to challenge Qin's instructions. The young master was not against the dissatisfied leaving the training camp and trying to replace him with a new coach. What happened in the next couple of seconds was that several people, along with Jun, simply left the formation. A stunned Captain Zhao ordered them to return, but they did not listen to him. Meanwhile, former Commander Wang was indignant about his dismissal. A few minutes later, Long burst into Shu's office with several of his brothers, saying that Qin could not train them. The commander-in-chief urged them not to rush to conclusions and to tell what happened. Jun then reported that the young cultivator was using his techniques on them, ignoring his original military training. Naturally, Wang took up their idea of removing Mo and said that the army had never known such a disgrace. But Fei Xiang also ordered him to take his time and watch the teenagers' training. Soon, Zhao notified Qin that senior management had been dispatched to see him. At that moment, an angry Wang approached him and declared that he had no right to be in the army at all, adding that when he trained real warriors, the kid wasn't even born yet. But Mo reminded him that he had achieved nothing in 20 years. Moreover, he knows nothing about the technology he uses to train soldiers. His assistant noted that Mo was a war veteran, and the boy was no match for him. But Qin replied that he had no intention of fighting him, since Zhao would do it for him. Jun urged the boy not to speak to the great commander in such a tone, but the teenager challenged his friend to demonstrate everything he had taught him. The stunned old man again tried to object to the newly minted instructor, but Mo said he talks too much and doesn't do anything, which is not typical of a military man. King immediately headed towards the former mentor of the Lan Fan elite unit. Of course, Wang accepted the challenge, intending to demonstrate his abilities. Then he immediately began to beat Zhao, but the captain managed to block his blows. Mo, in turn, gave him a couple of pieces of advice, which Qing began to listen to. Mu naively believed that this would not help him, and that he would still emerge victorious. Unleashing a barrage of crushing attacks, the old man tried to end the fight as quickly as possible. However, by underestimating his opponent, he made a fatal mistake, and Zhao took advantage of it. With a powerful blow, he sent Van into a horizontal position. Everyone was shocked by what happened, finally realizing that the new coach's technique was not so bad. Jun also didn't expect this turn of events, which only made him furious. Mao stood up silently and walked away, saying that he was probably too old for the army. In connection with this, he decided to apply for demobilization and leave the military base. However, Qin was quick to object, stating that he had invaluable experience and it needed to be passed on to the young, adding that this was an order because only Wang could help them become stronger. Finally, the old man agreed to become a member of the guy's squad, which he personally informed him about. Soon Mo went to bed and had a rather strange dream where Ran asked him to teach her how to drive. Yun demanded that he teach her how to create holy water, as she wanted to become the first beauty of the city. Kijia even forced him to get to work and develop a new design for clothing. Vanya, in turn, very unexpectedly confessed her love to him. But the guy rejected her, realizing how difficult it is for him to coexist with these restless women. Eventually, the teenager woke up and, looking around, realized that it was just a dream. Meanwhile, the protagonist was unexpectedly sent to Huahai University. This military training could not be missed, as everyone was at risk of being expelled. The young master understood that he needed to show himself well, and at the same time not get into trouble. Liu and his friend listened attentively to the member of the elite Langya unit, who suddenly chose John as the captain of her team, which he decided to take advantage of. The self-confident youth immediately began to distribute tasks to all the training participants. He ordered the young cultivator to clean the toilets and scrub the floors. Mo did not argue with him. Of course, everyone started making fun of him, constantly provoking the teenager. Suddenly, one of them stopped him and said that Qin should file a complaint against this impudent man. But the young man said that he had specifically agreed so as not to spend the whole day in the sun. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the sky and was about to land on the training ground. Everyone was genuinely happy that they would be able to see the elite fighters in person. A moment later, Zhao approached them and said that he would become their military training instructor. The overly helpful Liu immediately ran up to Jun and started talking about Qin, whom he sent to clean the toilets. Lun did not expect that Mo would even manage to distinguish himself here. At the same time, Tianhao's offspring tried to appear strong and cool to everyone. However, he refused to meet with Qin, saying that he had absolutely no time. But Yan and his friend still took him to the restroom, where Mo was diligently cleaning the toilets. Shocked, Jun didn't expect the teenager to actually do this. Liu, in turn, began to claim that he had planned something else that was extremely exciting for him. But in response, they both received humiliating slaps from the enraged Lun, who began to say that they had no right to exploit him in this way, after which he apologized to Qin and noted that he had nothing to do with it. Jun then ordered the two of them to clean the toilets, something they never expected from Long. After a certain time, the tired, bad-smelling guys decided to take a rest. But at that moment, they were unexpectedly met by unknown people, and Yan sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, one of them asked if his name was Liu, and the frightened youth began to deny it. Pointing a finger at his friend, he in turn began to deny everything. They ended up beating Ian and hanging him from a tree in his underwear, which was quite humiliating. Meanwhile, one of the elite special forces was heading towards Langya to deal with them. Since they considered themselves to be the strongest soldiers, they also heard rumors about the new trainer of this unit. At this moment, Zhao hurried to report to the protagonist about the imminent arrival of the Hailey squad, and they intend to match them in martial arts, and the boss ordered that Mo be the one to lead their unit. At this point, Qing seemed extremely worried, but the young master assured him that everything would be fine. The young cultivator also urged the captain to no longer tie students to trees. The next day, Zhao began telling his subordinates about the greatness of their special forces unit. A lively crowd of students suddenly asked him to demonstrate the shooting skills of his special forces unit. King happily agreed and ordered Chung to show what he could do. Zhu pointed to an apple tree a few dozen meters away and said he would hit the third apple from the left. Then he took a sitting fighting position and began to aim at the apple. Everyone was in anticipation of the moment. A couple of seconds later, a shot rang out, and the third apple from the left actually shattered into small pieces. The students were over the moon when they discovered that the bullet had hit its target, but at the same time another shot rang out, and everyone began to look around. Seeing that the flag of their elite unit was broken, they were perplexed. A helicopter was visible in the distance. And then they realized that it was the arrogant soldiers of the Hailey squad who had done it. Most of the members of Langya's team began to say that they had to teach these scum a lesson. The sniper from the unit laughed in response and said that he missed by a little. After they landed on the training ground, Zhao pointed out that they had no right to shoot at their flag. But the members of the Hailey Special Forces said that they could not do anything to them. Unable to bear such impudence, Chung ordered them to immediately raise the Langya flagpole. The guy from the enemy squad ignored him and asked where that young instructor was. Another ordered their flag to be raised, and the rest began to mock them. Zhao said that the venue for the competition had already been agreed upon and urged them to follow him. Naturally, the Haileys did not take their special squad seriously and once again ignored the captain. After a conflict arose between them, Qing again called on them to hold a fair competition. However, the commander ordered his men to prepare for battle, and Zhao also commanded readiness. At this time, Mo discovered his unit's flagpole was broken and asked who did it. The students responded that he was shot by fighters from the Hailey unit who had already arrived at the training ground. By that time, the thugs had beaten up almost all of Langya's team members. Their overconfident commander declared that they had no right to bear the title of an elite squad. Suddenly, Qin appeared on the scene and single-handedly challenged the arrogant fighters. Captain Hailey just laughed in response, saying that Hailey's squad had blown his team to smithereens, but Mo assured them that he would personally deal with them, which they of course had doubts about. The bewildered warriors asked the main character again if he had really decided to confront them. At the same time, they continued to mock the Langya division, calling them weaklings. Chen, in turn, bitterly realized that they could not cope with Hailey's special forces. The enemy team's commander continued to provoke them, but no one wanted to deal with them anymore, except for the young master who was waiting for the right moment to deal with them. Unexpectedly, one of them attacked the young cultivator, which he soon regretted greatly, because Qin sent him into a horizontal position with just one movement. Then they decided to attack him together, but this did not bring the desired result. After all, the skilled Mo easily dealt with them, scattering them in different directions. One by one, the teenager took them apart, using his unique techniques. The stunned henchmen of the Special Forces unit of Hailey began to understand that the youth was not so simple. The guy piled up the beaten bodies and put in the flag of his Langya squad. The shocked commander could not believe that the boy had dealt with his team in a couple of moves. Realizing that he was truly no match for him, the commander-in-chief changed his tactics. Having admitted the defeat of his squad, he proposed the next stage of the competition, where it was necessary to engage in a sniper duel and also to capture the fortress, noting that the cartridges would be replaced with bullets with paint. Mo agreed, and soon they began preparing for this equally important event. A puzzled Zhao saw the rope in Qin's hands and asked why he wasn't prepared, but the guy assured him that everything was fine. In addition, they have Sniper Chen, and Hailey's team is also prepared for battle. At the same time, their commander emphasized the extremely skilled boy, from whom anything could be expected. But the most important thing is that they decided to use real ammunition. Zhao began to look out for Hailey's group and informed Shu about their approaching detachment. As a result, Chen instantly fired 3 accurate shots and killed 3 fighters. Captain Qing remarked that he had done an excellent job and continued to look out for the rest of the soldiers. Meanwhile, the leader of the special squad, Hailey, and his henchmen discovered Qin. But as soon as they tried to approach him, one of them immediately fell into his trap. Mo smiled and said that their fighting skills were not up to par with such a famous unit, after which they rushed back. But it was quite difficult to escape from Qin. But they still managed to get away from the guy, who again began looking for them in the forest thicket. When the sniper from Hailey's squad saw the young man, he immediately fired a shot. A stunned Zhao realized from the sound that they were using real ammunition. The shooter, in turn, reported to Lai Sui that he could take the body. Naturally, Qing hastened to report to the leadership that the Hailey unit was using combat rifles. He added that there was no response from the young master, which was shocking news. The commander-in-chief ordered Zhao to immediately find Mo and help him. Meanwhile, the enemy team launched smoke bombs to cover up the crime. Li Sui, in turn, only laughed at what had happened, saying that the kid had acted too naively. Using only a rope, he also ordered his men to find his lifeless body. After a couple of minutes, the soldiers were able to find the main character lying in the grass. But as soon as they approached him, the trap was triggered once again. The young cultivator once again deceived the naive and overconfident fighters by hanging them upside down. Noticing something strange, Zhao immediately gave the command to proceed to that area. Coming closer, through the smoke from the bombs, they discovered several human silhouettes. Qing urged his subordinates not to act frivolously, as it could be a trap. They soon came across an incredible sight where Mo was standing next to the tied-up Haili soldiers, including Li Sui. A shocked Zhao asked how he managed to deal with the entire team. After a certain amount of time, the leader of the group ordered his fighters to bow before the flag of Langya, after which they all knelt down, and Li Sui personally asked Mo for forgiveness. All this did not look very sincere, but the main thing is that the agreement was fulfilled. Commander-in-Chief Fei Xiang awarded the young man a medal and said that with his arrival, everything had changed dramatically for the better. China happily accepted the reward and thanked the old man, saying that it was his duty. But suddenly a police car pulled up to them and everyone was perplexed and began to ask only one question: what happened? Xiaolin immediately got out of the car and said that Mo was a criminal. The stunned guy couldn't understand what was going on and what she was talking about. Tian then accused him of smuggling drugs into Yaosheng City, adding that many people had died because of it. The teenager understood that someone had clearly set him up, and he needed to find out who was behind it. Zhao, in turn, objected, saying that Qin was an instructor of the military region and could not be involved in such matters. But the extremely impudent girl said that she had evidence, and Mo should go with her to the police station. Soon the guy came to the law enforcement department, where it turned out that he really was not involved in this case. Thus, the young man was released, but he was never able to find out who decided to set him up and called Bei. Xin said that he had only just learned about what had happened, and also did not understand whose doing it was. Suddenly, Xiaolin called out to the teenager, declaring that she would definitely find evidence against him. And while he was tracking his every step, Qin only smiled at her in response. At this time, the company's employees were discussing the possibility of earning some extra money. One thing was clear: this was not a completely legal way of earning money, and Chen asked if these people were really in cahoots with Mo. The protagonist urged her to follow him so that she could understand what was going on here. A few minutes later, the young master and Xiaolin changed into the workers' clothes and tied them up. Posing as employees, they entered the overpass where goods were being loaded into Longxi. One of them let it slip what exactly they were sending and how many lives they would take, including Qin himself, adding that they had fooled the police into believing Mo was involved. Suddenly, a young cultivator, posing as a worker, asked him if Qin had asked them to send goods again. The guy responded positively, continuing to insist that their plan was flawless. The guy smiled and suddenly called them idiots, after which he grabbed one of them. The stunned young man did not understand what was happening and asked who he was. The teenager ignored him and asked him in return who their leader was. The worker began to insist that it was Mo who ordered them to send these goods. Then Qin squeezed his throat and once again demanded that he tell him the truth. Finally, the frightened employee said that he would confess to everything, and the young man let him go, after which he began to cough for a long time, and those around him were shocked by what was happening. Not understanding who this person was, the boy suddenly said that they were Nanfu's people. They soon recognized him as Mo, and began to beg him not to turn them in, because they needed to feed their families. Qin, in turn, said that he hated their sect and intended to deal with it. Xiaoji's henchmen once again began to tearfully beg for mercy, assuring that they would try to dissuade the boss from fighting him. However, the teenager noted that this was not necessary because he would visit him personally. Then Mo reached into one of the boxes of pseudo-medicines and pulled out a pack of pills. Taking out a plate with capsules from it, he ordered them all to eat these pills. Naturally, they refused to do this, so the guy decided to feed them personally. Eventually, his threats worked and they began to swallow the capsules. Meanwhile, Shu arrived to see his friend Z and said that Mo would be arriving here soon. Xiu noted that in a couple of days, Qin would kneel before him and they would finish off this boy, adding that Yao Sheng's blade would definitely help them with this. Everyone exclaimed joyfully. After a certain amount of time, the assistant reported the arrival of goods from Mr. Mo. The business-like Nanfu walked up to one of the boxes and hurried to open it to find out what Qin had decided to give him for his birthday. But when the head of the sect opened the box, he was overcome with horror at what he saw. Z had not expected this. Inside the boxes were his dead servants. Everyone was shocked by this turn of events. The guy also pasted a photo of himself smiling, which was simply mockery. The enraged Xiaoji swore that he would get this youth and finish him off at the first opportunity. Xin, in turn, immediately ordered that all the low-quality goods be removed and replaced with regular medicine. At that moment, the manager brought him some documents and asked him to look at them. Meanwhile, at the night market, in the barbecue shop, the protagonist was with Chen, who began to apologize to him, saying that she was now finally convinced that he was a good person. She added that she was expecting a promotion, and that was why she was treating him. But Mo was not eager to make friends with her. At the next table sat Hua Feng with his half-brother Xuan and a group of young people. Feng was unhappy with what was happening and kept saying that they needed to find a more comfortable place. At this point, they suddenly began to discuss the young cultivator, and he heard his name. Hua claimed that he would definitely win first place in the pharmacist competition this time. Qian also heard their conversation and called for Qin to greet his disciple. But Mo claimed that he did not know him. Fan's friends continued to ask about the young master. The young man replied that he was a talented old man and that he was already many years old, after which he began to tell absolutely absurd stories about him. Xiulan suddenly couldn't bear it any longer and burst into loud laughter, which infuriated Hua, who turned around and asked who was laughing. The girl immediately rushed towards him and answered that it was her. The guy immediately started making eyes at her, but this had no effect on the young lady. The extremely arrogant Feng decided to drive Qin away and said that he wanted to chat with his girlfriend. Lan, in turn, was indignant, declaring that he could not behave in such a way. Xuan tried to calm his brother down, but Hua was uncontrollable and continued to behave brazenly. At one point, he pushed his half-brother so hard that the young man literally flew into the wall. Then he returned to his place, abandoning the idea of bringing the restless Feng to his senses. At this moment, Chen informed him that this guy was a man named Mo, but Hua didn't believe her. The angry teenager furrowed his brows and repeated his name. The friends of the narrow-minded friend took his side and began to claim that Qin looked different. And just as Feng tried to hit him with a bottle, Mo showed him a photo on his phone, where he, together with old man Bian, took part in the pharmacist's tournament. The dumbfounded Hua Feng finally realized that this little guy was indeed Master Qin. The boy smashed a bottle over his head, fell to his knees before him, and declared that he dreamed of becoming his student. However, Mo said that he would never take him as his disciple. The stranger was shocked. The teenager, in turn, hurried to escort Shaolin to the police station. Since they had already eaten their fill, the distraught Hua Feng could not understand why they were treating him like this. At this time, Zhuan caught up with Qin on the street and apologized for his brother's behavior, saying that he was not really a bad person. Mo urged him not to bother apologizing, as it was a blessing to have such a brother. As he approached the police station, Qin was suddenly overtaken by a joyful Bai who greeted him. Qin said he was invited to appear as a judge at a local medical tournament. Upon learning that the invitation came from Leng, the young man immediately agreed to go to Yaoshan, after which Bai gave him Nanfu's order, where he promised a reward for his head, adding that the guy should be on guard, as Xiaoji might strike unexpectedly. Soon the protagonist went to Yaoshan to sue for this event, where the winner of this competition had the opportunity to join Bianhe. The extremely self-confident Hua Feng naively believed that after winning, Xing would fall in love with him. The host, in turn, greeted the audience and called on them to meet the chief judge of the competition, who turned out to be none other than a young master named Qin. Everyone burst into applause for him. The young cultivator immediately went onto the stage and greeted everyone present. A stunned Feng couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that the task was getting more difficult. After the meeting in the cafe, he developed a personal dislike for him, and it is almost impossible to win the tournament. Seeing the two Hua brothers, Mo remarked that he would not take the incident in the restaurant into account. He also urged them to focus on the competition itself, and Feng and Xuan thanked him for his understanding. In fact, he could not forgive him for what happened, and after the end of the competition, he wanted to kill Qin. Meanwhile, the host of the event announced the start of the competition. Nanfu's henchman, in turn, declared that he would not allow anyone to take away their reward. Xiaoji immediately ordered Jin to personally invite Ren, and not delay in doing so. At this point, the Hua brothers, like the other competitors, prepared for the first round, where each of them had to create their own magic pill in order to pass to the second stage. Naturally, most people gave their preference to Feng, who was an extremely talented alchemist. Leng, Xin, and Bian began to discuss their first round to determine the winner. Qin also watched the events closely and began to ponder who was worthy of going further. Having collected the votes of all three judges, the host hastened to announce their final verdict, where they all unanimously decided that Hua Feng was the winner. Xuan immediately began to congratulate him on his excellent result. But Feng said that he did not need it. Naturally, the guy was very upset by this attitude of his stepbrother. Mo didn't like the participants' arrogant behavior, and his opinion differed from the others. Hua, in turn, understood that he could ruin everything with just one word. Thus, everyone began to wait for the final decision of the famous Qin, who suddenly said that it was Zhuan who was the winner. Everyone was shocked by the teenager's unexpected verdict, and people began to actively discuss what was happening. An embittered Feng demanded that he provide arguments because there must be arguments. Lao immediately cut short his impudent statement and noted that the master never makes mistakes. Unexpectedly, Mo said that the most important thing for all representatives of medicine is ethics, adding that Dragon and Tiger Dan will overload the body over time, while Zhuan hemostasis reduces the side effects, and that's why the winner is Senior Hua. Everyone was stunned. Even Bian, Bai, and Leng didn't expect this turn of events, let alone the others. Huafeng, enraged by such arguments, believed that Qin had simply decided to take revenge on him. That same night, Feng called Xuan to the top of the mountain to supposedly talk to him. Suddenly, he asked his older brother if he was happy that he was able to win. The guy replied that of course he was flattered, but if he had won, Hua would also have been happy for him. The embittered Feng suddenly said that he never considered him his brother and hated him altogether, adding that losing to him was a real shame. At that moment, he plunged a knife into his stomach. Eventually, they began to fight among themselves. Huafeng stated that he had long wanted to finish him off. After all, in the event of his sudden death, he will become the true winner. In the end, Feng led his brother to the edge of a cliff and threw him into the abyss. Meanwhile, an extremely worried Bai asked the protagonist about the trip to Nanxi, claiming that it wasn't the best idea since he had a Nanfu bounty on him. However, the young master said that he needed to improve himself in order to be ready for anything, adding that this is the only way to break through to the next level, since that is where high-quality medicines are located. A dumbfounded Xin continued to convince him that Zhaoji was quite dangerous. After climbing the mountain, Bai pointed to bright lights in the distance and said that this was the city of Nanxi. The young cultivator noted that he was aware of how great Nanfu's influence was. Xin also began to say that now all the martial arts families would hunt him down. At this moment, Qin suddenly saw rocks flying down right next to them, and along with them, Zhuan's body. Mo was shocked by what happened and tried to understand what had happened. The guy immediately ran up to him to check his pulse, and surprisingly it was present. He also determined that before he fell, someone had stabbed him with a knife, and Hua, in turn, had tried to say something. But a few seconds later, he died from his injuries, and the teenager closed his eyes, swearing that he would definitely find out who did it and take revenge on his killer. At this time, Feng pretended to be very sad about his brother's disappearance. They and the others started looking for him, and when they came across a pool of blood, Hua wondered where the body had disappeared to. Leng, in turn, began to sympathize with him, while the guy continued to play the role of a loving brother. One of the assistants told Sin that they couldn't go any further because there were wild animals in the forest. Another added that if Xuan was really dead, then first place would go to his brother. But at that moment, a completely healthy Hua appeared in front of them, without a scratch on him. Shocked, Feng couldn't believe his eyes, thinking that he had dreamed it all. Thus, Xuan was considered the winner of the competition, as Leng stated. However, Hua said that it was his brother who would take his place, since after talking with Qin, he was not against it. Then Xing announced Feng as the winner of the competition, which made him extremely happy, after which the guy asked him if he really used a double. Zhuan responded positively, and suddenly, Hua again urged him not to meddle in other people's affairs. The brother said that he would be happy to hand over the leadership of their family to him, and Feng was pleased with this decision. They soon returned home, where everyone began to admire the success of their offspring. At the same time, no one in the family liked Xuan or even took him seriously. But unexpectedly, his father invited him to dinner with them, but the rest of the family objected, saying that he could not come to their home because he was a stranger. The sister also insisted that he had relieved them of his presence. Huafeng suddenly turned to Xuan and demanded that he find himself some food somewhere in the city. In fact, it was Qin who used disguise magic and was in his body. At that moment, an unknown old man with a girl suddenly called out to him. Mo remembered how before Zhuan died, he told him that he was under Mr. Liu's care, who treated him like a human being. He invited him to his home for a bite to eat. But a moment later, they were stopped by the enraged butler Hu of the Hua family, who began to say that the old man had no right to leave his post. Then several golden herbs were already eaten by birds. At one point, He grabbed Liu by the clothes and tried to drag him along. But Qin did not tolerate such rudeness from Hu, and in response grabbed his hand. At the same time, he understood that if they really had the golden grass, he would break through to the next stage of development much faster. Then the main character asked him how much this miraculous plant cost. The old man began to say that he should not interfere, since it was really his concern. However, Hu stated that its price was 50,000. Liu tried to object to him, but the young master threw him a bank card and said that there was 100,000 on it. The stunned butler couldn't believe that Xuan had that kind of money, since he had always been extremely poor. The next day, he went to the herb garden, which was under guard. Hu ordered the guards to let him in, but they refused him because Feng did not allow it. But the butler said that he came here on behalf of the Hua family, and they were obliged to let him in. Then they let them into the garden, but Hu demanded that they not tell anyone about this. Having collected the required amount of golden grass, the butler hurried away. The guards noticed that he was acting strange. Meanwhile, Mo went to the market. Liu tried to dissuade him, since swinging his fists in his condition was not the best idea. But the young cultivator insisted, assuring that he was completely fine and everything would be fine. When he entered the ring, he took a megaphone with him, and people recognized him as the same Xuan. Everyone was stunned that he challenged them and called them to fight him, because they knew he was a scumbag. But the guy insisted that they demonstrate their abilities to him. Most people thought he was simply crazy, not understanding when he had become so bold. Old man Liu also didn't understand what he was counting on or why he was putting on this show at all. A couple of seconds later, a thug jumped into the ring and ordered him to shut up immediately, stating that if he killed him, Xuan would only have himself to blame. To the crowd's surprise, the boy agreed. Naturally, everyone assumed that the big guy would deal with the extremely self-confident Hua without much effort. Qin, in turn, said that he would fight him with just one hand. People were once again surprised by what was happening. At this moment, an unknown master decided to watch the battle. But a moment later, the giant literally flew out of the ring from one blow from the master. The stunned crowd of townspeople could not believe Xuan's incredible abilities. Liu tried to help him up, but an enraged Wang demanded that he move away from him altogether. The old man said that if the big guy bought certain Dan pills from him, he would become invincible. Suddenly, an unknown fighter challenged Qin, saying that the boy's skills interested him. Everyone recognized him as Nanfu's henchman and assumed that Xuan was now definitely finished. Without thinking twice, the master rushed into the attack, saying that he intended to test him. Mo, in turn, began to defend himself from his fierce blows with the help of magic. The end result was that people witnessed an incredible performance. After a fierce battle, Qin still lost, which he personally announced, but the unknown master didn't think so, realizing how strong this man was. Mo also understood that this fighter was the only one who could defeat him in an equal fight. He suddenly invited him to the Nanfu sect, and the boy immediately agreed to come to their camp location. Thus, Liu and the protagonist were able to sell some of the miraculous herb. The old man asked what he would spend the money on. The young master replied that he would find a use for them, at which time the head of the Hua family called the guards to him, which guarded the herbal garden, but a significant amount of golden grass disappeared from it. Then they told him that the butler Hu had come a couple of days ago, but he had been collecting other plants. The clan's assistant reported that Xuan and Liu had recently been selling some supplements, and this might be related to the disappearance of the herbs. Guild leader Jutang immediately ordered that the old man and his illegitimate son be brought to him. The servant in Hua's house in turn asked the young master if they would have any problems. Mo replied that everything was fine, but at that moment a guard caught up with them and said that they were obliged to appear before the head of the family. Where Elder Jutang asked him if it was Xuan who stole the golden herbs from them, his wife noted that if he had been kicked out in the first place, their reputation would not have suffered. Unexpectedly, the young cultivator said that it was actually Feng who did it. The embittered parents said that he had no right to slander their beloved son. Tan even tried to hit Xuan, but he caught his hand with a lightning-fast movement. He said that Huafeng wanted to break through to the next level, and he volunteered to help him, but he didn't think it was that serious. The butler was also involved in collecting herbs, but he only sold the pills. A stunned Jew knew how his son loved to tell everyone what to do and really had to move on to the next stage. In connection with this, he ordered his men to immediately search Feng's room and bring him to him, as well as Hu. After some time, the guards found a mountain of golden grass in his son's room. Soon, Huafeng himself came to them and asked absolutely calmly what had happened and why his father had called him. An enraged Tang asked him in return how he dared to steal such important ingredients from his own family. Naturally, he denied everything, saying that he would never do anything like that, adding that most likely Zhuan made it all up because he envied him. Then, the head of the family asked the guards again if it was true that Hu had gone into the herbal garden in the morning, and they confirmed their words. Jiuteng was furious, and again called on his son to confess everything, and he arrested the butler. Eventually, the same fate befell Feng. They were shocked by what was happening. Continuing to claim that they were clearly set up and did not steal anything from the family, Old Man Lu, in turn, was overly pleased with this outcome, as was Mu. Meanwhile, Xiaoji's servant reported that Zhuan was refining the additives they needed. The bewildered leader of Nanfu could not understand how he managed to do this, but the servant declared that he was a real treasure. So Zi ordered that people be sent to him and invited to become their pharmacist. A couple of days later, the Hua family began to wait for the representatives of such a majestic sect. Tang called on Feng to show his skills in alchemy so that they would take him in. Soon, a huge convoy of the Nanfu clan showed up, and everyone became noticeably nervous before the meeting. The father said that if his son did everything right, he would definitely succeed. Hua Feng himself had long dreamed of getting to Nanfu in order to finally get closer to his goal. As soon as Representative Xiaozi got out of the car, he asked which one of them was Zhuan. Everyone was stunned by this unexpected turn of events, as they naively believed that Feng would be the one to become a member of the clan. Qin, in turn, broke into a sly grin and replied that he had been waiting for them his whole life. Nanfu's servant reported that his boss had ordered Hua to be invited to the guild as a pharmacist. Jiuteng was shocked by what was happening, realizing that he had to stop it, in connection with which he said that in fact Feng is a much better alchemist, and Xuan is just a healer. The main character increasingly understood what a nightmare Tan's illegitimate son had been living in all these years. Nanfu's bewildered henchmen asked again if they were telling him the truth. The father replied that it was Feng who won first place in the pharmacist competition. Hua immediately picked up on his speech and said that he had indeed won the competition. Then Xiaoji's representative urged him to pack his things and go with him to the camp. The joyful mother and sister immediately rushed to help him with his things. Jiuteng called Zhuan to him and ordered him to go with his brother to follow him. Naturally, the young master agreed, because this was exactly what he was counting on. At the same time, the old man noted that his son had lived up to his expectations and deserved to become part of such a great clan. Thus, the young cultivator finally had the opportunity to deal with Xiaoji. Soon, Hua Feng arrived at the Nanfu sect and bowed before Ji, calling himself the son of Jiuteng. The head of the clan asked what he needed for work, since there would be a lot of work. Feng remarked that he was too kind to him, and it was an honor for him to be here. However, Xiao demanded that the guild's newly minted alchemist prepare more than 100 pills, after which he asked if he could cope with this task. The guy was horrified by such a number of capsules. Seeing the frightened expression on the young man's face, the old man asked again if he really couldn't do it. Hua immediately said that he would do everything on time and that there would be no problems. Xiaoji smiled and replied that in that case, he would check his work in a week. In fact, he had no idea how to make these capsules, realizing that this could become a real tragedy for him. Then he remembered that his father had encouraged him to turn to his brother for all questions. Naturally, Feng asked Xuan to help him prepare these pills. However, Qin declared that he was the one who should prepare them. Hua began to understand that his brother was not his ally, but since he had no other choice, he knelt before him and began to beg for help. Mo noted that creating these tablets was a very simple matter, and he would definitely cope with it, adding that all he had to do was mix a strong tonic plant with the pills. Feng immediately rushed to prepare the drugs without even thanking his brother for his help. Haya wondered how anyone could be so stupid as to believe such a thing. Soon, Xiaoji decided to go to the Nanfu Medical Hall, where the smell was unbearable. She asked what was going on here. One of his assistants reported that Feng had asked him for pork liver for some reason. A moment later, Hua ran up to his patron and reported that all the pills were ready. The old man said these were not the capsules he had seen before, but the boy insisted that these were an improved version. Then Xiao said that if these pills really had such an incredible effect as he said, he would be rewarded. A couple of days later, late at night, when Feng was sleeping absolutely peacefully in his bed, suddenly someone grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him out of bed, and a frightened Hua asked what was going on. Nanfu's servant stated that the Lord wished to see him right now. A few minutes later, Feng was brought to Xiaoji, who was clearly dissatisfied with something. The dumbfounded alchemist asked what had happened, and Zi instantly dealt him a crushing blow. He didn't even try to explain anything, but just continued to beat him, after which he finally said that Hua Feng turned out to be a spy who wanted to poison his army. The beaten Feng backed away and said that this was actually Zhuan's doing. The enraged leader of Nanfu asked him again if he was really telling him the truth. Hua replied that his brother had always been jealous of him, and that was why he had set him up. Ji knew about Xuan's reputation, so he believed him, saying that if his version was confirmed, then he would let Feng go. The next morning, the main character was sweeping the outer courtyard with complete calm. At this moment, the enraged Nanfu leader called him over, holding Feng by the hair. Then he ordered him to tell the truth about what he did with the pills. Mo looked surprised. He stated that he had no intention of doing anything with them, since Hua had not prepared them at all. A dumbfounded Xiaoji asked again why he had not completed his task. Then the young master told about his difficult life in the Hua family and how his brother constantly put all the blame on him. Adding that he himself knew how to create the right pills, Ji immediately began to beat Feng again. At the same time, Xuan suggested that he create a couple of pills in front of the master since he believed that this was slander. Naturally, Nanfu agreed to hold some kind of competition between them, where the one who can prepare capsules with additives will remain in the clan. They were also provided with all the necessary herbs and ingredients to create the pills. After a certain amount of time, Zhuan prepared the pills and took them to Xiaoji for inspection. Hua Feng could only envy him, not understanding what to do with these herbs at all. In the end, the guild master was pleased with the guy's work. Feng, in turn, tried to escape, but Nanfu did not give him such an opportunity. Soon, Xiaoji appointed Qin as the chief pharmacist of their sect and provided the best materials for work. Mo was immensely happy with this result, realizing that now everything was in his hands. As soon as Nanfu left, the teenager immediately began to loot all the cabinets with ingredients, because he intended to quickly break through to the next level to deal with Ji and the others. However, the young cultivator was overcome by a bad feeling. After a couple of minutes, the alchemical furnace couldn't withstand it, and suddenly there was an explosion. The stunned Qin managed to run to the side to avoid the consequences. Mo began to wonder what exactly he had mixed up and what herb had not caused this. Meanwhile, Xiao was discussing the issue of pills with his assistants. He assured him that there would be no problems with this now, but a couple of minutes later, frightened servants came running to him. They immediately reported to Lord Nanfu that the medical pavilion had been blown up. Everyone was shocked by this news, realizing that Hua was clearly involved in this. The guild leader himself was furious, realizing that no one could be trusted in this world. The main character understood that all suspicions would fall on him. But blowing up the pavilion was a good idea. As he descended into the dungeon, he was suddenly stopped by one of the guards, who said that it was extremely dangerous to be here, but Qin pointed to a certain door. The guard said that he couldn't go in there because there were crazy people there. One of them was chained to the wall and thought only of revenge. But the young man still went inside. The demon raised his terrifying gaze to him and noticed that another daredevil was seeking death.